Okay, so I'm ready to do the hotkey keyboard today. I'm going to trade the NASDAQ. Market orders only. That is right. Market orders only. Properties. That got hard, huh? I just sold NASDAQ here at the market with these 4 scripts I wrote this morning. So I'm trying to, I didn't have time. I don't think I'm going to have 8 minutes left to get the hotkey keyboard program, but what it is I'm using a Cherry keyboard. I got this neat little tool. I can assign any of these to a particular, I can edit that. So I have to put control. I usually put cell on top. Right now that's arrow up. I was doing some software zooming. And I don't know where I don't know how to load the layout. So that's a problem. I don't remember I haven't used this in a while, so there's got to be a way to so here's where you program it for macros and stuff. It's funny because when you hit control and stuff, you got to hit it back. You got to unrelease it. So when I first programmed this, it was pretty bad. It was pretty ugly. Yeah, so every time you hit, then you say save and stuff. It's a drama. I'm not going to type for it, so I'm just going to double click. I'm just looking at clicking only on the market orders. So I made a break even of 10. I don't even know what this is going to cost me. The other key trick is that I'm going to have my, let's see. I have to take, close all profits has to be really accessible. So I'm going to use my keyboard for that. So I cash up, I control P. And what I'm going to do here, because I got into the market, is I'm just going to get out as soon as I'm up a little bit on some of these tickets, because I really don't. I just put these cells in because it seemed like I just wanted to see if the script even ran. I want to see what the stops look like. So I think this is the 20 pip. I mean, this is nothing special about these cells, but I have a risk 10 to make 10, risk 20 to make 20, risk 20 to make 40, risk 10 to make 30. That's the best ratio, tight stop, but it's a bottomless pit of how many of these you want to write. And I'll let them stop me out. I don't even know how much it's going to cost me, honestly. I don't really trade NASDAQ, but I thought, well, if you want to be a sniper and you're going to trade at the markets exclusively, with your first 4 fingers, you could put, and it actually, you can buy more than one contract. Like I can set this up to, right now it's just buying a single. So all I have to do is take this line and copy that. And then I just go, and now I can have, it's going to buy a 10K at the market with different stops. And that's how you snipe. So up to this point, I've been doing limit orders, and people are getting, like, unless you know how to place orders in a blanket in an array, and unless you're comfortable with that, then you're probably going to trade at the market. So most people are going to pull the trigger. The thing is taking money and constantly making money all day long, so to speak. If you're in front of your computer, and when this news comes out here, I'm kind of curious of what's going to happen. So I just recompiled that. But we can turn those on. So I'm really on the wrong side. I think we're going to pop up. But I don't know. Let me see how much I lose. I'm at. I want to see if the SL's stop loss turns on color, because in forex. But this broker would be a good broker for NASDAQ. I think you have a fixed spread. It's costing me $60 per position in margin. I think the ratio. So I'm about to cash out of this. I know there's a latency on my feed, but if we rock it down before the news comes out, in this instance, I have no limits pending. Now, I could have a buy limit down here, and if I was really going to do it, I think I would put some buy limits down here by hand. I didn't write any of those drops, and so you got to write all this stuff before the market opens, and then you got to have everything on deck. And if you've programmed your hotkey keyboard and you're ready to become a full-time sniper, trade for 2 hours in the morning and make $200 or $2,000, whatever it is. I guess people don't believe it's possible. But yeah, here's, if you want to call into the talk show here, I'll send you the link. The countdown. Market's getting squirrely here. The spread does not get wide on this. It kind of fluctuates, but it's pretty damn tight. This is super. So this broker gets some nasty reviews, it's Hugo's way. But you can understand, when you go into the British pound, the spread is going to go to like 20 pips at 5 p.m. So unless you're going to complain because their liquidity provider is not very liquid, But that's something you just have to know about brokers, that it's not a Porsche. Not driving a Porsche. So I think I'm going to get stopped out of this. Looks like it's going to explode up. That's the 5 minute. Here's the I'm going to let the scale. I'm not going to fix the scale because the market's too fast and too brutal. It'll go off the chart literally. Like, this is the dailies. That's the 4 hour. I got 1 minute left before the biggest news, really, I think there ever is anywhere. Here's the, so I'm just going to trade NASDAQ. I'm not going to have a chance to do this, this Euro smash or any of this stuff here. The Canadian dollar's probably going to go zooming down. I got 30 seconds to drop these. So why is trading difficult? Because you may have all these ideas, but can you launch this shit? So I'm just going to put some stuff down here. I'm not even going to watch this. I'm going to come back to this later. So this is just going to be, I think I'm risking, I got $1,000 and I'm risking, oh God, what is that? A lot. Okay, seconds away. I got my finger on the take profits. In case I'm up, I'm getting out. Let's see if the spread just got pretty wide. Okay, I just made money. I just made money because I went short into that. Now, the spreads are too brutal. I'm going to buy at the market when I get a chance here. And I could get stopped out. This spread is about as wide as it gets. So I'd be throwing limits in if I had the particular, well, here's one. These are some limits I wrote last 15 minutes, so it's time to launch these. It's news time. Let's do it again. So that's 2 racks, whatever that costs. I think at a 40 pip stop. Let's see if we fill on that. Okay, we just got filled. So we're stepping way back. Let me go check on this other guy. Kind of just too curious to look at the this other one I got. Oh, so dollar up. Let's get a rack in here on the euro. Let's buy all the way down on limits into the abyss. So I'm really trading very conservatively because the news is out. On this one, let's sell up into this void. Oh, that's too tight. So I need to go broad, broad tickets like this. Take a look at the yen. Dollar yen's going through the roof. Let's throw some limits up here and capture some wackadoodle. So we'll come back to that. That's on the back burner. Now let's go back to NASDAQ. Hey, look at, I'm up. So let me cash out because or let me look at the 5-minute chart. I just got filled. I like it. It's good. Should I cash out? Let's take it. Okay, there's my $15. We're still left one behind. As soon as that's up, I'm going to get out. If it's up just a C here, if you know what that is, see, no, gotta wait. Let's run another rack. So double click 15 minutes. You can walk away from your platform. Go get a coffee. So I'm catching a falling knife on these are double clicks you could run. So you're in your car, you're driving down the road, right? And, okay, so I'm getting filled again. Let's go nuts. Let's put some front run it for 15-minute expirations now. Down $30, but I'm up on the day. I'm up $60. So this is what they're doing over there at the Vinny E Mini. They're trading NASDAQ. So I'm trading NASDAQ with these hard-coded scripts. Now let me rewrite this script while I got a chance, and let me see if I can remember where we're at on the... Okay, so we're in 4 contracts using $240 a margin, and we wanted to retrace. Let's go to the 1-minute chart. I can see that retracing. Of course, if it's pounds down again, we're probably getting it too close together, so let's write a deeper script. We're at $1,318. The news has been out for 3 minutes. So let me just save as a really deep rack. I'll make this coming in at let's make it 20, 40, 60. So I'll have a deep rack and a shallow rack that only lasts for 15 minutes. Both will expire in 15 minutes. So we're going to get in at, what do you say, 20 deep, which is 2,000. And then we'll put in another one at 3,000, 4,000. We'll put a hard stop at 660. So 6,000 for that. We'll use a little Windows trick to copy that, and then put a take profit is going to be, it'll be hard. Wait, no, this bottom one, we'll scalp off the bottom. So let's make this deep. This is going to scalp out at minus 25, because we want to catch one off the floor. This one we're going to set to minus, they're just scalps, so minus, we should make that minus 1,500. And we'll leave the top one is our big greedy trade at plus, because we have a master stop at 4. What you should do is, if this is going to be an account that if you really want to know what this costs for this ticket, you got to take all these tickets and add up the stop out. You have a master stop. It's a pretty liberal stop, but this is a limit order entry, so it's counting on a specific. So let's compile that. So we're writing while the market's open, which is probably a good idea. Okay, we're about $92. I think I'm going to let it cash out maybe. It's about to take profits on this hard exit. You see this? Here's a hard take profit. Boom, we're out. So we just made, how much? $200 trading the news. Now let's come back in with the one and see the other ones disappeared, right? So they are expired already. Let's do a re-rack with the deep one in case we go down deep now. We just wrote that one. Now that's going to be very conservative, because here's the other one. Here's the aggressive one I launched before I wrote that one. See how close to the market that's getting in. Wait a second. Yeah, so that's super close, and this one's deeper. So it's the same spacing, but those are 15-minute expirations, so we're about to get filled maybe. But they're both, and 15 minutes from now, of course, coming in the stock market, I think we could come down again, but I don't like this one ticket. We're too close to the market, so pluck that off. with a closed ticket. I forget it's closed ticket. So you have to have this ready to go. You got to take that ticket off. So put this on your favorites. Trading like this style trading, this is not sit back and get filled on limits and chill. This is not chill trading, but you're making money, right? So this guy doesn't believe that Vinny E-mini people are making $3-4 grand. Oh, they are. Dude, this is a big mark. This is not Snorex. They're making big money, dude. People that trade NASDAQ. So I'd like this fill. Let me put in another rack right now. Send this to the favorites list and then put on another aggressive rack. We just got filled on that. So I'm into doing that trade again. Come down to my NASDAQ scripts and we're going to do another limit entry just like we did. And it's going to be for the tight buy limits now. And one more deep. So we have a deep and a shallow. We're looking to retest. We're up about $200. Okay, so we're waiting for that to fill. Meanwhile, no fills here. Waiting to get filled on the north side of yen. Waiting to get filled on the south side. Well, we missed this trade. So we could have re-racked that tighter because this is the euro dollar. Let's re-rack the wick. I didn't put any trades into the... had the trades lasted, you see this... but really, the British pound is all... everything's spazzing out. The spreads here are pretty bad. Let's trade the British pound if it comes down here. So these are really wide. These are designed for the pound. Here's a 80 pip target if you get filled down here today, and here's your loss. Here's your bad ratio right underneath. So right underneath we put the bad ratios, because if we stab down here and we're getting in a compression array. So we just got filled on something here. Euro dollar. So euro dollars, because I put the orders so close to the market that we could probably fill this euro. And I'll put a couple bad ratios here on top. I'm going to risk 12 pips to make 8 pips. So this is a dead cat bounce script. Let's check on the NASDAQ. We're up $22. I like this. I'm going to sit in this trade. We got filled on limits. My double clicks, you could have run these from your fucking tablet. I bet I can make another $200 trading. Now the sell limits. I haven't worked on the sell limits. I would just wait here and then just keep re-racking the buy limits, honestly. I could buy at the market here. That's the 1 minute chart. 1 minute NASDAQ chart is pretty, and the spreads have tightened up. So they got really wide here on the smash. Then I waited. I was short into the news, so I actually made money flying out of the gate here with my sell at the markets. I should write a script that buys just a 1K. So I actually wrote 3K here because there's 3 tickets inside there. And that's a stop. Here's the master stop at 40. You're buying every 10. So this 3K here is describing the whole trade plan. So if I launch that again, 15-minute expirations. So the frequency of the drop, and if you fall over dead, in 15 minutes, all your orders are gone. So there's no exposure left. Nobody wants to trade the news here. Okay. I'm gonna let that cash out. I guess I have to put more tags in my or people are probably trading this thing. They're not going to watch me. Yeah, I was trying to do a scientific assessment of this stuff. British pound trade looks like it's going to be good. We're definitely going to smash the pound. I'm going to go in with a 30 pip stops now into the void. I think we're going to smash into this void. I think the Canadian dollar could smash north. I think the the dollar is going to go fucking crazy north here, so I'm selling into that. And the euro is going to come back and retest, or come back under the floor again. We went into another 20-year low last night. So if you didn't get out here, if you didn't get out on this, we broke out of Asia. Here's the only chance to get out. You come back to retest. You had another chance to get out here if they didn't take you out. And here's the you have to be very precise on these entries. So you have to put your order pack right on the low of the previous day, and you're only going to make 20 pips on that dead cat bounce. Then when you crush into this, everybody knows, I hope by now, that when you start making 20, 30-year lows, that it looks like this. It's like 70 pips down. Now, this is pretty easy to trade the euro because it's very liquid. And I'm going to put in these, I had some scripts that bought a 10K in a window like that. So I'm using $11 a margin. I only filled 11K, and the only other trades I'm in is the, I'm up 65 cents. I'm up about 6 pips shorting the yen right now. So I'm only in the euro to the dollar. Let's go back to the NASDAQ. So I'm getting clobbered in the NASDAQ. They're taking out all of my, I'm down $100 here. They're taking out my, they're overfilling me. Right? I'm going to run the same. I'm going to come out in front of it again with more tickets the last 15 minutes again. So I'm going to buy this new low. And I have such wide stops, I'm still holding this position from these bad fills. So this is the 1 minute chart. You got to understand that's the 1 minute chart. NASDAQ news has been out for 15 minutes. So we just took out the low of the day and I just got filled. Now I'm using $400 a margin. We're going to try to make $300 now. I got to take profit here. The one I just wrote has a scalp built in, so we're going to be cashing out of something here pretty soon. I was going to turn on the NASDAQ tick chart because it's crazy. You got to see this NASDAQ tick chart. It looks like something out of a psycho ward. Let me scrunch this down. Or let me put this right next to the market. I get it up in here? No. And then won't let you swap it out like that, huh? That Windows is fucked when it comes to that. All right. And then if you look at the half hour, it's just a complete, it could be a complete bloodbath here. All right, we're getting filled, mega filled now. We're back to the, we're down 200. Now we're just mega filled with scalps built in though. 1 minute chart. Now I'm going to put a super deep one in. I don't have I'm getting really deep for 15 minutes now. I'm getting in front of it, and these are all pre-programmed with the scalp at the bottom. Plenty of free margin, you're using a lot of margin, but man, I'm telling you, I'm still at 1300. So I was at 15. I was up 200. Now I'm back to 1300, but I'm in a giant position. Still waiting for stocks to open, actually. So this is the pre-game show. Took out that low. Big smash down. 5 minute chart. 5 minute chart, you can't even see this shit. It looks like it's just... So that was the wick I scalped. Let's see how much margin I can use on that. If I run out of margin. Not really. Still holding it because it has super deep, 60 pip stops on that stuff. So 15-minute expirations. It's straight down. 4-hour chart is coming back to the previous support. Previous doji. Oh, running on a margin, but seriously in, down 300, seriously in the market. 1-minute chart. Okay, so I'm still in the position. Got the free margin now. We should start scalping out. And then I have to re-click the limit order to capture another. So totally underneath the, I don't know how much these are like $10 handles I got here. I don't know what they are on this grid. So we got to make it back to, we got to make it to $2,000 now. I gotta put some more tickets in case I got some margin left here. No, not enough. You need $60 to put on one micro lot. Well, it looks like they're gonna blow up my account, so we just have to hold this for the next. Well, we got 15-minute chart just updated, so big plunge. Yeah, so like I said, I don't trade NASDAQ, but we're writing scripts for that expire in 15 minutes right now. So this is how to execute on your tablet or your hotkey keyboard, or just double click it right here. I'm going to buy one at the market. I don't think I have enough margin. There's enough margin to buy at the market, so I'm buying at the market. So I have one market order. The rest have been limits this whole time. And this is just a scalp. I'm risking 10 to make 10. So we're down 300. Trading the non-farm payroll on the 1-minute chart with the tick chart next to me. Here's a triangle breakout. Yeah, so we just have to wait now. We don't have enough. If they go down lower, we won't get stopped out. I think we'll just start getting crushed because I put such a wide stop in there. This looks like it's coming back off the floor first. So we break out this high here. I don't have a 30-second chart, unfortunately. Just a tick chart is all I got. Tick chart and the 1-minute chart. Let's zoom in. We got to come back up to at least this price. And I got those greedy targets in there, but most of this is going to be a scalp. If we just make it back to this, mark it off here. It's got to make it back to this is the big floor of the day, so to speak. Okay, we're cashing out of something. I think I saw some margin freed up. We're in 10 micro lots of NASDAQ. 1-minute chart. We're looking to make it back to this floor, actually. It's not that far. All right. Now, I feel like buying some at the market, but I want to see how well this scalp bank worked out. So those are double clicks. I didn't have to drag and drop anything. It was all predetermined. I don't know the total dollar cost. You'd have to do the math on that drop. But there's a 1 minute. And we're trying to make it back to that breakout. So if you're real quick on the draw 1 minute chart, you would either put the sell limit rack, or you're going to hit the sell button here, hit the sell button there. Maybe you hit the sell button here, like when we go through the floor. That's when you determine that, oh, gee, see, these are my greedy targets. I put in at least half of this position as greedy targets. Now we're scalping out. We should cash out. I'm going to turn on the colors for the exits so we can see the exits. I'll put the exits in pink, whatever. So the targets are here. I'm not going to change that. If we can make it, we can make it to $2,000 then. But this is highly volatile, and the expiration is 15 minutes. I've got plenty of margin to buy at the market, but I just feel like I should let this cash out and then re-rack the limits. So this is a decision you have to come to. How are you going to come in and out of these markets? What size are you going to trade? What are you going to do? If you're going to trade like this at the market or just when the market's open? I'll put some buy limits in right now, actually. If they retest, I've cashed out of at least how many micro lots here? So I think we make our money back here, and so I think we could pull back. And I'm willing to do that trade again because that top ticket is the greedy ticket. That is the trend trade. This is the scalp. There's two scalps on this double click. So I'm going to double click it again. I'm going to come underneath the market. Any kind of pullback, I'm going to add to the greedy ticket on top. I mean, it has to be because that has a 60 pip stop, and it's trying to make let's see, you're 20 pips deep. It's going to try to make 30 pips with this. So it's trying to make a 30. Looks like we're about to. I can move these targets up. I probably should. So I don't want to redo that script, and I'm gonna turn this into a greedy script right now. So I let the limits get me in, and I move my targets to a price level where I can actually make back my $300 drawdown. I was at 1500, so I want to get this thing back to. So my threshold is going to be on the 1 minute chart, structurally exiting right at the apex of that last triangle. So let's see how much money if we make it to there today by when the cash market opens in about 35 minutes. So on the 5 minute chart, we're just trying to make it back to the floor we took out. NASDAQ's pretty dramatic. I mean, you could add sell stops here. You could add a breakout system here running. You could have stacked up. You could have sold at the market. Sold. I'm not sure what the ask looked like, but I think it went down and then the spreads got wide. I'm not sure what the ask looked like here. We're about to maybe get picked up on another ticket now from my pending rack. Like on the 1 minute, looks like we might retrace. So let's put one more rack in for 15 minutes because we still got a bunch of hanky-panky before the actual cash market opens. Market manipulation. So NASDAQ started with 1300, been to 1500, been down to using all my margin on the double clicks I just wrote. NASDAQ 100 on Hugo's way. I'd buy at the market right now, so I got to get to that ticket. Oh God, can't get there, right? Just buy at the market. We got the margin. We're going to get some scalps going. Just get in at the market there in a couple. This is a pullback on the 1 minute, so I'm just going to sniper that one. Also, I got my targets moved up there. My targets are shallow, so just peel a few bucks on the way to the destination. 1 minute NASDAQ. Try to get to $3,000 on this thing, just snipering this damn thing. $60 per good ratio here. Going for the big long 30 pip winner. Going for the 40 pip winner with a 20 pip stop. So I wrote these 4 market orders this morning for a NASDAQ only. It looks like this. We got the sells and we got the buys, and they're coming in at 4 tickets. Break even 10 by 10. Good ratio. Break even 20 by 20. So these 4 tickets I just whipped up. It took me about 10 minutes, and then you got to put 2,000 instead of 200 for your stop. You got to add a 0. Let's buy some at the market right now. I don't know if I get enough margin, but I got enough margin, just enough. So we're just trying to kick this thing into that, cash out, then re-rack on the, as soon as it happens and that does work out, I'm going to re-rack on this one. Continuously dropping the 15-minute and the super deep 15-minute expirations. So those are kind of like news scripts that maybe they should be 30 to 60 with, so it depends how complicated or how many colors you have. You've seen that 64 Crayola crayon, right? So you've seen that here by at the market, right? And then you see those kind of like people build their own color palettes. You know, if you got 10 limits and 10 cell limit double clicks at 15 minutes, you can live in a 15-minute world like this. You leave the house, they're going to expire. They're gone. And you got the market orders. I'd keep the market orders on the hockey keyboard and don't let your cat jump on the keyboard. And put on trades for you. So maybe you have a keyboard cover when you go somewhere. If you have a hockey keyboard, if you're trading real money, for God's sakes, as Joe Biden would say, for God's sakes, put a goddamn cover on it. Okay, we're coming back up to our $1,500 we were at. We took a big drawdown on that plunge. Okay, we're about to cash out. I feel like moving my targets up though. So let's move some targets. Put some on the other side of the, let's scale out. Don't get a hard exit. And let's scale out. Let's take them up to Top Tick Tommyville, some of these. All right, that's just about right. We're in about 7 tickets. And I think we could make it to $2,500 if this plays out. 1 minute chart coming back up into revisit the triangle that we left so brutally earlier today. So this is the this is why they make $2,000 a day over there trading NASDAQ. Yeah, it's not so bad, you know. You're using a lot of margin, but you put about $2,000 in here, $3,000 in here, and trade about 5 positions. I'm in 7 tickets. Here's my market orders. My biggest winner now is my market orders. My limit orders are not, because I just added these. Or those are the ones, yeah, those ones I added on that midstream measured move. Now we're coming into the cash out window. I'm sorry, my biggest winner is a limit order, always. Always the biggest winner is a limit order. The market orders I added on the way back. So here's the big kahuna greedy ticket. And I moved that target. So hopefully we can get to $22,000 and we'll be up $700 on the day. 10 minutes to Judge Wapner. 1 minute NASDAQ with the tick chart and NASDAQ only on Hugo's way. That's how we roll. Reaching up into my targets. I moved my targets up there. That was not in the script originally. So you have to, on those orders, you have to say, you know what? I'm not going to buy anymore. Move your targets. You're going to keep the same position size now until this price pulse, until we can rip up. It's officially 9 o'clock. It's 1 minute after 9. We're coming into the opening of the Dow Jones. And people are cashing out here. So we could cash out right now or ride it. There's going to be sellers here. I mean, structurally speaking, on the 1 minute chart, this is the bottom that's supposed to become a top. I think it's going to fail. I think they're going to hunt the bear stops here. So I'm going to exit where the bear stops are. I'm not going to take a short there. I'm just going to cash out. Trying to get to $2,000, so we're up $700 we made $700 in 35 minutes. And that's what it looks like. People are cashing out. I think I took one contract off. I didn't even see it change color on me. So it doesn't change color here. But I think I sense we took a position off. Okay, the sellers are coming in. Let's re-rack on the limits. And we'll put both. We're putting in a 6K that expire in 15 minutes. We're about to see. So all the pendings, we should only have. The current pendings are like down here. So we're barely, these are going to, it says a half hour, but that's not right. These are 15-minute expirations down here. And we'll see those disappear. And that's the beauty of expirations of 15 minutes. It's just amazing what technology you can do. Just a couple market orders, but 80% should be limits. And I just scattered them out there. Those are hard-coded, so scattered them out. Just get captured. Big sell-off here. Trying to pick up some more tickets. So I'm going to go for the greed move and 2 more racks. Waiting for stocks to open. If they retest that, pick those up, and then they hit my targets, it's going to be a great day. Yeah, so I have to. I'm going to build around NASDAQ with this broker. They're not the greatest forex broker because of the British pound issues. When you go into the, if you're holding something with a 20 pip stop, you're just going to get clobbered. But for NASDAQ, I think it's great. So I was reading, it is true that if you try to take one of these bucket shop brokers and really lay into them with a lot of, like, you start making tons of money, they are going to kick you out. Because it's like when you go to the store, when they had that shortage, of milk and stuff, and people were raiding the toilet paper aisle. I remember I went to the store. There was a guy from the hotel there buying all the fucking half and half, and I was like, you bitch. You son of a bitch. I'm just a guy trying to get coffee going in the morning here so I can trade the NASDAQ, and you step in front of me with a giant fucking goober order. And I thought the grocery store should have kicked this guy out. Like, what are you doing in here? This is for people just to pick up some milk. I'm going to buy at the market because I can. I'm buying 4 at the market right there. Good ratios, bad ratios. 10 to make 10, 10 to make 30, 10 to make. I just wrote these this morning. NASDAQ 1 minute pulls back to the previous pivot, schmivit, and we're just going to cash out. We're not going to move these targets because we're in super big, and I got the other targets way up at the tippity top. I'm in 8 tickets of NASDAQ. It's $60 of a margin requirement per ticket. I started at $1,300. I bought into this on limits. Those are my original arrows. I haven't deleted any of my entries, so I'm keeping this as a journal. I'll screenshot this, and if we make $3,000 today, we have to make it to here to make $3,000. I mean, to get the balance to $3,000, we'll be up 20. So, yeah, I don't know why people can't believe NASDAQ doesn't make and lose a lot of money. It does. So I think it's 50-1 leverage. Yeah, it's 50-1 leverage on this. But it's okay, because I could never use, I don't know how they're executing over there at Vinny's thing, but I could never do the Ninja Trader. I just got filled on a limit. And I'm probably going to get stopped out of my market order here. Let's put some more limits in case it drops. Back to the retest. So that market orders suck. I make more money on limits. All my winning trades here are limits. This is a limit from way down deep. So the first ticket here is got a greedy target. And this other rack, when I drop this one is really, I should make it a little greedier. These two are scalps at the bottom, so when the market comes down, it's going to do a dead cat bounce exit. I'm at about 8 tickets now. A little sell off here. Bought on limits. Bought at the market. So my market orders should be blue and the limits should be black. Oh, I'm sorry, the drops are black. So you can change the color of the arrow so you know whether or not you pulled the trigger here at the market. Or did you get filled on a limit? If you want to try to... This is pretty rascally. Markets calm down now, though. Waiting for cash market to open. I think I should move my targets above this. I'm going to move all my targets up to here now. This looks like the space that we could, not all the targets, but I should put some up there. And these would be my extended greedy targets. So I'm going to scale out as if I'm scaling into a short. This way, when we sweep up, if we do sweep up here when cash market opens and there's some high drama, just like I don't want to get out at a hard price, I don't want to get in at a hard price, I don't want to get out at a hard stop or either a hard take profit. I should be able to scale in and out both directions. I think they just limited me in. I'm in a big position now. I put another 15-minute drop in. Still waiting for stocks. Cash to open. Okay, just finish that 1-minute bar. That's a great little fill, that one. So I got thrust up here, buying the pullback to this breakout. So this little triangle here, it would be support. Still long from down deep on this thing. Yeah, so I'm trading futures on a forex broker. Hey now. Hey now. All right. I have to leave some of those targets there. Try to feather them out. Get some up in that box above the, in the next supply zone. Supply demand zone, same thing. Same thing. Because that's a revolving door. People come in, people come out. Yeah, this is a little more exciting than forex, I think. NASDAQ is behaving as a asset. You know, the 1-minute chart, you could have pulled the trigger. You could sniper this shit. So I did get in here at the market because we kind of flagged out and triangulated. Yeah, I put in, it's in the background here. I'm running this. I ran this trade here, so I bought the plunge. I didn't get too good fill here. Right, I didn't get a very good fill. This was so I ran these racks down into no man's land. I'll show you on the, so I'm selling the yen, the dollar yen, and I'm selling the dollar CAD but they haven't got no fill. I'm running these racks here because I don't want to babysit this. I'm not trading anything close to the market. So you took out the floor last night. So there was a dead cat bounce, and you took out the floor last night in the another 20-year low last night in a vault of how many pips is this? About 60 pips. So we came back to the floor. If you would have placed, so here's the thing. Somebody was asking, this guy, I think this guy's asking. So when you're trying to anticipate placing tickets down in this this crush zone, that that's coming. If you look at the monthlies, let me see if I can. I'll just take these racks off here and just do it. Look at the euro. I got this other trade going in the background though. This looks good. I'm gonna let that sit. It looks like we're gonna make money on this NASDAQ. Let me move the targets up on this so I don't look like an idiot. I wanted to try to make $2,000 today trading NASDAQ at this broker, this forex broker. So I'm gonna move my targets up to a legitimate where I think the supply zone starts is going to be at the top of this line now. So this whole vault, this is all sell. And most of my targets, this is a 1 minute chart. So most of my targets are going to be up there where the whole thing fell apart this morning. So in the euro dollar, if you zoom out, maximum zoom out, you're looking at, oh my God, what is this? So it's a 20, is that 19? So it's 20-year low. Yeah. You just can't, see the wick on the daily there? You would have had to, and you could have got it. You could have got it if you spaced your orders really wide, but you could have made $100. You could have made $10. You could have made $10,000 if you had placed and you're out of the trade, right? The trade's over. As soon as they took this out, you'd have to prep for this and go, you know what, this could happen. It's time to put a big grid in like this. So if this cost you did the total risk assessment on buying the next 100 pips. You're buying every 10 pips for 100 pips deep. You only get filled on the top part of that ticket. And you have a master stop. You're risking $10 per ticket. In fact, I got the drops right here. If you really want to trade like that, you only make like $30 on this trade. But you make 300 if you would have put every 5 pips with a master stop, say, here. There is no answer. You have to figure out how much money you have, what you want to do. Just like last night, you could have said, well, I'm going to go short any kind of chance I get. I'm going to put sell limits here in this vacuum, and I'm going to get picked up on this short. The question is, where do you get out? Well, you probably get out when they bottom tick Bobby and the buyers come in and we had dead cat bounce, and then you're like, well, if you started putting your buy limits in here, or you put a whole rack in here and just walked away, if you hold on to this trade, it may top tick Tommy the day. It's just, there is no answer for how do you avoid losing. You don't. You're going to have to take that risk. You have to figure out how many tickets you're going to put in there and what's it going to be like. This thing, right now I'm trading this thing. I don't know what's going to happen. I put the limits in. I should spell out what the total risk in the comments here of the cost of double clicking this. Or you could just put a number. You can't use a symbol of 60, but you could have a number. You can't use a point either. How much does this cost? When I go like this, how much is that going to cost? For 15 minutes, I'm risking X. Now, if you place buy limits down here on the euro and you're kind of thinking, well, I don't want to get involved in something unless it's, what's the expiration on these tickets? Well, if you would have dropped them last night, they would have to expire in at least 12 hours or 8 hours. I think you would have just picked this up in a 12-hour. This is halfway through the day. But if you drop your tickets here, then you would have been able to capture this on the 8-hour grid. It went down. 20, 40, 60, 70 pips, you're out. Now, when it comes, this is the 1 hour chart right here, is like a buy for people. That pullback, because they're counting on the engulfment of the day now. They're like, okay, we washed out that. Let's go after it. It's like a search and destroy for stops. But if you know where to put your, when you go into a 20-year low, count on it dropping 100 pips. Whatever. There is no answer. So I'm going to tell anybody that doesn't like entering on limits, just don't do it. It's not for you. You need to trade at the market. Like buy right now. Buy now. I wrote these. If you want to trade, another four banger. I think we're going up. I'm going to move some of these targets now, because I didn't realize how we could probably go flying up north now. Stocks are going to open, and we're kind of, I think we're accumulating in this box. To pop up into here, but that's just me. I'm bullish all day long, so it's no good to ask me direction. My bias is always up, but if we can bang into this floor, I'll gladly cash out of everything. This 1 minute chart, everything that I've done. If we go to the 5 minute chart, we're starting to see a little bit more structure unfold, so to speak. So I bought this collapse. Here's a hammer on the 5. We need to take out this 15-minute rooftops and just pop north hard into the Dow Jones opening. And I don't know if there's another piece of news coming out today. Well, yeah, because I think the euro already got crushed, and I've never traded NASDAQ, so I mean NASDAQ is insane. But I want to write stuff for this broker, so you can have a survival kit. And I'm going to recommend you use a hotkey keyboard so that if you want to close an all open and pendings, you have panic buttons, because you're not going to be able to get to this shit. Besides, you want your mouse to do this shit. Like if you want to do this and look where you're at, and then you got your hand on the hotkey keyboard, you can, if you freak out, I'm not going to do it right now, but if I have a panic button and I program this keyboard, so you're allowed 72 hotkeys in MetaTrader. You go out and buy a Cherry keyboard for $50 used, and the software is free. This is Designer, a Cherry Tools, and you have the shift layer, control layer, and right now this is set up for a video editing software, so unfortunately I normally set Alt 1 to Alt 4 are cells at the market, and Control 1 to Control 4. So my fingers are on the left side of the keyboard, my 4 fingers, and I know my pinky is going to be a certain stop, and my index finger, so I try to make it so that I don't have to, I just memorize what's going to happen when I hit that button. That's for market orders only. And the double clicks, so if you have market, double click, and then you have a one of these keys is going to be, say, whatever you want. Close all open and pendings, take all profits, close per symbol, close buy limits only, close sell limits only. I have those scripts somewhere. I have to dig them up. So if you're really going to be a sniper, you got to have all these things ready to go, I think. But if you're a passive trader and you're just going to put limit grids in and sit back and see what happens and be chilled out, that's a different style of, like recording, mixing down tracks is different than performing on stage. It's still music, right? What do you want to do? Do you want to be the engineer producer, listed on the album, you still make money, or do you want to be on stage sweating like a hog and doing antics and wearing spandex? So what do you want to do? So this is spandex. This is rock and roll. Trading at the market, I think, is more like on-stage performance, live performance mentality. But I don't know what you're used to. Actually, if you come on the stream and show me your charts, I mean, I know people are probably. I'm always wondering what people expectations are of how they see making money in the market and stuff, and the kind of harebrained analysis people do is just insane. I'm just getting stopped on my market order. I just got stopped out at the market. Am I too tight to stop? So I have 10. I think I got a $10 stop on that. When I double click this, we're going to buy 10 pips deep. That's right. So this is a $10 grid in NASDAQ. Here's the 1 minute chart. So that was a 5 minute chart. We're just banging around in this box, waiting for stocks to open. It's either up or down from here. We're trapped. We're creating a doji on the 5 from that 1 minute sideways action. We got to get out of the box. See, we either going down the floor and they're going to stop me out, or we're going to go up. Cash me out. I'm trying to get out of everything in the upper box. Start moving my targets. I don't want to buy any more at the market because I'm so in. I'm in 11 tickets. So let's just let this punch into this box as my target. A couple scalps on the way there just to pad the account. So if we can leap across the so-called jump the creek would be this for me, and into the big void up there. We don't know. We'll have to see. We still got 7 minutes left before they open the gates. Let the bulls release the hounds. Release the hounds, please, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, I appreciate. Okay, we're breaking out of the box. We're going to jump that creek that I marked off in the yellow. We're going to go up into the other big box for the big exit. Exit onlys. It say exit only on the door. Yeah, this 1 minute NASDAQ is too much fun, isn't it? So here's the big cash out to the major floor. Okay, we went, we got that headshot entry down here. I'm still holding those tickets. Up $55 on them puppies. Come on, man. 5 minute warning. 5 minutes before stocks. Yeah, so what are we doing here? We're waiting for the volatility to dry up for some people, because if your trade plan doesn't include some monster stop, then you are fucked. Sorry, you are totally fucked. Let's turn on these. Did I tell you you're fucked? Yes, you're fucked. I think the dollar CAD could come flying down here for some, but it's Friday. All we can hope for is a scalp now. It's not. I wouldn't hold anything over the weekend here. Well, like I said, it depends on what your risk appetite. If you like to have big fat, barely got filled on this top tick Tommy here. Selling the high of the previous few days there. This order bank did not get filled. We had buy limits to buy the previous day low there, and we did rock it down. I talked about this trade, and we did rock it down. Here was the order bank I had. This was the sweet spot entry for this. But the tickets expired, and we missed that opportunity. Struggling to jump through that box. I should make this a NASDAQ title, but 5 minutes. Our thoughts and prayers are with your blown up account. Well, here we go. So I just bought some at the market. Added to my position there, 9 o'clock, 9:30 now. Big pullback, vicious. So we have to have. Oh, they're gonna stop me out? No. Oh, they're gonna stop me out. Let's buy with a big wide stop now. Trying to make 40. Got my finger on the trigger. No, didn't survive it. So too tight a stop. That was a kickback. I think we're going up, but we got kicked out a little bit. A little kick out there. I got enough margin. Let's go for the big targets. 40 pips. Okay, let's just go in at the market now. So that limit, I don't know if that limit got filled down there. Okay, the targets just happen to be perfectly in that window, so I'll let that go. I'm running out of margin now, see. So just redline the account margin-wise. About to hit the promised land. All right. Did we scalp out of anything? I think we might have. Barely. Oh my God. See how tight that is? Now let's do limits again. I don't think I'm have enough margin now. We've got to go ripping up there. Stocks have been open for 3 minutes. So there's a lot of resistance. We didn't jump the creek. We just popped into it and ripped back. Got to punch into this. Otherwise, we're screwed. So to get to $2,500, we got to go ripping up now. Out of margin. Getting stopped out. We just freed up some margin, so let's get back in at the market. Going for the 40 pip winner. Just load the wagon before we leave this zone here. Another run. Another attempt at this zone. Nope, still pulling back. So, you know. We maxed it out again, using all the available margin. Just got to pop it in that window. Get to about $2,500. Still haven't got anything. Kind of annoying. You can do it. You can go up $20. You can do it. Just about to cave into that northern window. Go to the 5. Coming up into this floor and a little bit beyond my targets on the 5. Scaling out. Up $80 on the very bottom tick Bobby. This is a limit or they got filled in. It's a 15-minute drop. Getting squirrely here. It's getting very antsy, like it could pull back at any moment. There's a lot of people trading this fucking window here, so people have sold right there actually. So I could get crushed now again. That is the seller's window. We have to make it through that to the ultimate seller's window, which is down before the that upper box. So now it's pulling back. But I've kind of cleared the trees a little bit. I have free margin, but that goes very, very quickly in this market. It was $80 on that bottom ticket, now it's 60. That's a fast market. The 1 minute chart is like got 1 million trades on it, as you can see. You need to be getting in and out. I'm not doing that right now. I'm just kind of going for my target. But you can see with a hotkey keyboard, you'd be like, I just made 20 bucks, just made 20 bucks, just made 20 bucks. I'm looking for the long range on this 1 minute chart. This is the pullback to the breakout of the box. Punch in straight up. Now I'm going to move my targets because I think I can make another 700 bucks. So I got my keyboard ready for this. We're just playing close to that. Let's go above the box. And we'll put some psycho greedies in here. We'll just drag some of these up to be like, take out the high of the day bullshit. So we'll scalp out, and we'll just be holding a mild position. We're going to scale out into the sell window now. I think we could come and try to take out the high of the day on some of these. So let's move these up. Let's turn this into a revisit the. Try to take out the high of the day, but on the way to the high of the day, let's scale that out. Let's get these guys up. Let's hold on to at least 5 tickets up in that. Okay, so we're about to breach that window on the 1 minute chart. So I set my targets beyond. So if we go zooming up like we've seen before sometimes. So I'm trying to make, that would make us about 3,500 bucks if it could go crashing north now. That's my estimation. So yeah, you could make easily $3,000 on a day like today, or lose $3,000. Trading it from the long side today on that plunge and looking for us to engulf the day now. That's the 5 minute chart. We need to go crushing up. Revisit the beginning of the crush this morning when the news came out. We're going to come back to the price when it was the news and beyond to the top side. So we're scaling out almost in the safety zone. When people say they move their stops to break even, when I scale out of stuff, I feel like, well, I could hold that little position maybe for another hour and a half, or I could dump the whole thing right now. No, I don't trade NASDAQ. I'm writing scripts for NASDAQ, so I can trade it. But I built most of my stuff on the euro dollar. So I spent a lot of time trading the euro dollar, but the NASDAQ actually, if you want to be a sniper, if you want to make money in the morning, like this kind of money, it's a fast market. It's the euro dollar, maybe when London opens, maybe when U.S. markets open, maybe when it crashes through the floor. So the thing about forex is that like the NASDAQ does go through the floor and stuff like that. But, these double clicks I wrote this morning, we could have lost X. But if you know every time you press a button, you know what's costing you, they shouldn't be afraid because it's just money. So I'm at the seller's window right now. I should get out. Actually, see this floor here on the 1 minute? You're banging against this. I'm sorry, 5 minute chart. This is seller galore. But if you look at it on the 15, you're going to say, holy shit. I mean, what would it take to just press that back above these prices when the news came out? So if this is going to be an engulfing day, or you're just you got to get out for this reason. And if you need this money, so if this is real money, people say, is this real money? To this real money, I get out right now. And I'd re-rack. So I'd go like this. If I just made, NASDAQ, dude, I've only been trading this for an hour and I'm up $1,000. Okay, so I could get out now and say, that's not bad. $1,000 in an hour you made this morning? I mean, or do I sit back and go, just let it go. I could move my stops. So of course, how much money are we talking about? Every time people talk about this, they never want to call out the dollar amount. Don't be shy. This trade could be worth about $3,000 easily. All they got to do is tip into this window here. I'm going to scale out automatically. I've actually, the money management, no, I wouldn't hold till the end of the day till we top tick Tommy the high of the day here. We could do that in about 20 minutes because there's probably news coming out at 10 that's going to offset this bullshit news. So news auctions like this, oh my God. But I redlined the account. I'm only in 6 tickets now, but I'm about $100 off the floor. You can't, I mean, in a micro lot? Yeah, so this is 50 to 1 leverage. It costs you $60. But you know what? You're not over leveraged because this is such a violent market. You can't trade at 1,001 leverage in NASDAQ. You would destroy your account. In other words, you can go into the euro dollar with high leverage because you're in a world that looks like, okay, look at when I requested the 1 minute chart, look at all this drama. You know how many trades are in there? You know how many people are trading this shit? But if you're going to do this structure thing about engulfments and auctions, this is a Friday auction because the news came out and we're just going to cash out all the way up. Try to make $2,000 this morning in NASDAQ. And then I could put a thumbnail. I made $2,000 on demo, and that's probably what I'll do. How I made $2,000 in demo, and I'm going to sell my scripts to people because it took me so much time to write these fuckers, and I wrote them all for everything I wrote here that says sell at the market. I know that's a euro ticket, but if you step up to your platform and you start fucking just hitting buttons like a cat jumps on the keyboard, I'm sure I'm going to get out of this trade right now. I'm going to cash out. Right? So do I cash out now or do I wait till, what's the news coming out at 10? So this is tough. This is a tough one too, because if you're up this big, should you let it go to target? I'll let it go to target. Tick chart looks like it won't stop. We're triangulating on that tick chart, so let that go. Yeah, so it's a real head rush. I mean, I'm doing this because this is the only broker I know that I can trade NASDAQ on, and my scripts seem to run. And I can get my brain around the leverage and the, yeah, you're up $600. We started with 1,300. Do you get out now or you let it ride? I say wait till 10 o'clock. 15 more minutes. This is the hardest part of the trade, I think. To make that extra $800, or are you too greedy? Because obviously, I marked it off here. We all know this is going to be a big contention is that last triangle. This is a problem. On the 5, all that congestion there. See the feeding? People have cashed out already. Are you going to hang around for them to top tick Tommy that? I'm not going to add to that position. So I might do this one. If this is a real account, I'm going to do this. I'll buy 20 pips deep for 15 minutes. If we come down here and sweep the leg, that's Karate Kid talk. If they sweep the leg into that box, it's the perfect pick. If you know what's going to happen when you hit this, buy limits, shallow. I put a 6K, another spike down, and then we go up. And if you think that's going to happen, you got to manage the other tickets. Trading's a lot of work. So to be honest with you, this is what you need to do now. Since you're not going to add to the position unless they fill you on limits, you need to move your targets up. And make them all top tick Tommies. Not all of them. These would cash out, right? You got to move these ones too. So now what you're saying is, I'm going to stick around because I just said we could have dumped the whole thing right there and been up 1,000. And if you're not going to do that, then you're obviously the guy that's going to wait until 10 o'clock. So you might as well move your targets up into this top tick Tommy shit. I got a 6K pending for a re-rack into the box that we jumped. So we did jump into this. The 1 minute box is forming now. They're pulling back. Like I said, you got to dump that whole rack. That's okay. I scaled out. I got free margin, which means I can kind of put these guys in that I wrote, which is now I got 12K pending for at least 15 minutes. I could walk away and say, okay, maybe it's going to be one of these things. We ricocheted off. I said we could have got out there. We did not. I said if it was my money, I would have got out there. It's not my money. This is a demo account. Please understand. So when I do this stuff, I'm like, let me see what if I did this? What if I did that? So yeah, obviously, if I just made $1,300 in an hour, I think I get out. But this is a unique day. This happens to be the big news day. I just got filled on a limit here, so I just picked up another ticket. This is the 1 minute chart, by the way, so it's highly dramatized price action. And this is the beautiful pullback. That's also the stop hunt for this little supply zone on the 1 minute chart, We've all seen this is the lonely wick, so to speak, on the 1 minute chart. I know it's very fractally speaking, but that is the buy at the market. I'm not going to add at the market here because I think we could still crush down, and I got so much exposure. I'm getting filled on limits now, so I'm not going to do that. I might put a rack in deep now. This one's catch a falling knife back in here. But maybe we build a bigger position here and then we ride more to the top. So I'm only up 1,000 now instead of 1,500. I gotta write a half hour. So the next script to write is a half hour expirations, but coming in at 40 pips deep, right? Maybe a single ticket. It doesn't have to be this, so if you have to lighten up, turn off the top of the rack, rename it, and then do this 2 forward slashes in front of the code, compile it, and now it's become a 1K. So if you want somebody to, here's the other option. You tell somebody, when you see this, press this button. If you could get the if you could get the candle to change color when it was down X amount of pips, then when you see it down X amount of pips, hit this button. And only you know what goes on inside that button. So I'm just going to click this one I just wrote that's going to only trade a one banger. See that one banger way deep, right? And that's very hard to fill that in 15 minutes. Look, we're coming down into these. So I just kind of cut off that option. And now this becomes a ticket that's way deep. See how deep it just puts in a 1K. So if you're getting blown up, then you got to be trading deeper. That's the 1 minute chart. So you got to be trading. So we're giving back all that money we just made. We're still at $2,000. I got you, but we started 1,300. But that's kind of we're picking up tickets though. We're picking up tickets on our limits that we wrote. Let me just put one of the. I'll make this less aggressive by quite a magnitude. I'm just gonna leave the. I'm gonna leave that top. We're gonna get a 30 pips deep. So just a tail end. 30 pips deep on that. It seems like this market is so volatile. So I'm going to double click that right now. So it's getting in psycho deep. So all the way back, all the way back, you're down $1,000 off of that. See how that works? Yes, if you're going to trade this thing, now I'm just going to go nuts with my buy limits. I put that super deep in. You see how vicious NASDAQ is? So you may be up $1,700, and if that's a lot of money to you, just get out. That's the question. How much money are we talking about here? Look at the retest of this box. Look at that. So you should have dumped the whole fucking thing and come back in with limits. Look, all the way back to 1300 like it never happened. So now you got to load up and do the same trade. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Now you sit with your finger on the trigger, ready to buy at the market. Buy at the market. You got free margin, buy at the market. This is trading. I'm sorry to tell you. This is what it looks like. Okay, I'm out of margin. Sit tight. You're back to 1300. How do you like that trade so far? Yes, I would totally get out here on that structure point. When you came up into this clusterfuck where the news was, you have to get out. You weren't going to jump up here until, so I thought, well, maybe we'll take the risk. Should we let it go? And then I said, let's buy in limits. Let's buy at the market right now. So you got to be on this shit, dude. You cannot walk, like, you cannot turn your back on NASDAQ. I got free margin I'm buying. I just need $60. Hey, Hunter says he's going to send me his crack pipes so I can finish off the scalp this morning. Hunter said he found a nugget in the carpet, and he says he's going to send it in the. So we just went red on the account there. He says he's going to pack it up in a little package for me. Uh-oh. We're about to blow up the account. Oh, no. Gosh, you're going to blow up the account again. Oh, no. Uh-oh, red line. Red line. This account can take some punishment, can it? Oh, I just got free margin. Let's get in. Yeah, let's get back in again. Free margin. Man, I love having these one clicks. Let's go full retard long. It's funny because it costs so much to trade. It's $60 for a position. As soon as there's free margin, you just get back in. It's fucking hysterical. I'm only down $200 on the day. I'm actually where I started. See how that works? Now there's free margin. You got to jump on it. I'm just telling you, if you're going to trade the 1 minute chart, you should have got it up here, right? Okay, now it's really going to go up this time. I swear to God. I'm going for the big kahuna targets. Things to know about the 1 minute chart, but you're afraid to double click. So why you need to trade a demo is because of this. You got to see that you could have made that money. But as soon as there's free margin, you got to get in there. Looks like you need to at least trade 10 tickets to make good money. I would not move my targets like I did before, though. I would have so if I would have not moved my targets, so I got greedy there. I started moving them up because I was looking at bigger structure. And when we got to when we were up $1,500 here before we toppled down and broke this trend line, I'm sure anybody that has a trend line drawn there would say, "Oh, it finally broke." Now are we gonna come back to this floor now at least, or are we gonna try to go all the way back and redo that? This is like, you know how people remarry their divorced wife? Hey, let's get married again. Yeah, this is that. It's a retest. So maybe this is the retest, and we need a lot of fuel to make it above the high of the day and do a total engulf. So it was an attempt, but this congestion here was too big of an obstacle. This is the news window. The news came out, and now we have to load the wagon at the market like a sniper. And I'm just going to leave my targets as is. I'm actually trading my dad's account. When he gets home and sees what I did to it, he's going to be pissed. He's like, "Were you playing around with the scripts again, son?" "Yeah, Dad. Yeah, we were playing with the robot, and well, we took a cash advance on your credit card just to. Well, in the middle of the day, we decided to load the wagon on this trade, and well, they said it was a good trade according to Zero Hedge. Turns out not so much." But we made it back. We made $5,000 for you. Don't do that again, son. I told you I screen record all your, when the count goes red, I get an alert on my phone. My phone's been going off the hook. Son, step away from the platform. But Dad, you said as long as there's free margin, I could trade. Yeah, I know, but I didn't mean it like that. Don't go necrophilic on me. But you said she was my girlfriend. I know, but she's dead, son. It's okay, got a microwave right here. Man, now that was a whiplash bash, so free margin. I'm going to jump on it like a true sniper now. Let's go, Brando. Uh-oh, red line. Pushing it too hard. So, back at 1,300 in the NASDAQ Follies. Not on Discord today, yes. Yeah, sure we are. Yeah, let me turn it on. Turn me on, dead man. Uh-oh, free margin, sorry. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. I think we're going to go through the roof now. Now we're going to make the real move. That was the fake out. That was the fake out pullback. That was such a brutal pullback. I was frankly stunned. Okay, we're done. Let me share the link. You gotta stay on top of this fucking NASDAQ, dude. It's going to bitch slap you all day long, apparently. I got free margin. Let's just I don't even know how much margin I got available. We're just loading. We're in the biggest position of the day now. NASDAQ Follies. Come and trade for $60 margin requirement per ticket. That's right. For you, we have discount. Yeah, pick up the phone, man. We got this guy TT. He's like a stalker. Or maybe that be you. We don't know. We don't trust you. We need a background check on you. Papers, please. Oh, Redline account. Oh, you're one of those traders. NASDAQ. Samurai NASDAQ trader. Snorex. Welcome to Snorex. I'm ready to start trading the NASDAQ, dude. It's crazy. Look at this wackadoodle, no fills. Yeah, NASDAQ's on fire, man. Shit's on fire. It's crazy. One minute NASDAQ. Getting pounded here. Still back at $1,300. Can't make a buck to save my life. Saw you on the Discord thing. That link should work, right? Went from 75S to 40S. Really? That's crazy, huh? The market's on fire. People are nuts, dude. Yeah, so no, I'm just maxing this account out. That's all there is to it. I'm just having fun with this NASDAQ. Trying to see what the margin. Let's see if I can blow it up. No, I always seem to have free margin in the end somehow here. I was looking to take a ride north. Doesn't look like it's happening. Let's get back in. It's funny because they're just kind of nickel and diming me to death, I guess. I am getting crushed by the spread and the commissions, though. Well, commissions isn't the problem. The spread is. $6 spread. $6 a trigger pull to re-rack it. Man, it looks dead. Looks like a washout. Doesn't look like we're going to go anywhere now. It's 10 minutes. The news must have come out on something. We need something to get us back over the hump. 4 tickets. I pull all 4 tickets at once here. Trying to go for the greedier targets today. I am going to target for the next half hour this fallout zone. I don't think it's worth breaking your trade plan, which I did here today. So I kind of went against my targets. If you know the rhythm of the market and you know what you can expect, and I did not close out when I was at, even if I was closing out here at almost $3,000, I would have had to write scripts that were very deep to take advantage of what was going to happen there. And to prepare for deep plunges means making trade plans, hard-coded trade plans in a script form to accommodate that plunge. So you're just writing custom fit, curve fitted stuff. And that's the truth of it, is that you have to have that. And you need a scalp in there. You need a big target. But if you, in the morning, if you practice on this demo, I think that when you know, I got another keyboard I want to get going, which is the same thing as the Cherry keyboard, but it's literally 128 key keyboard, which you could have that set up for NASDAQ only, in which you buy in slots. When you hit a particular button, this is my dream machine that I was going to build in forex, but I can see it's better in NASDAQ because it's worth it to have such a market depth of saying, when I hit this button, I know it's going to be $100 deep for... I would trade 15-minute and half-hour scripts only in NASDAQ so that I can see a plunge of X amount, you know what I'm saying? I could see that happening. And so if you could visualize the trade and set up your parameters and say, well, when I see this, I'll do that. And practice on this to make sure that you really see how much margin it's going to cost you. Now, I'm loading the wagon now at the market because the margin is becoming available. So if I don't have margin, it won't fill me. So I'm going for the big giant. Now we're going to engulf. I believe now we're going to engulf that. So that pullback was your chance to reload the wagon, remarry your psychotic hot ex-wife. I'm sure Johnny Depp will be banging Amber on the side now because the makeup sex is just incredible. I think Johnny even knows that. So I'm just loading the wagon. I'm done loading the wagon here, I think. But I'm going to get a little greedy. Tend to make 30 now. Chasing towards the abyss on the north now. I'm the biggest position this is the biggest position, second time I've ever been in 15 tickets. Okay, NASDAQ, we're going to salvage this account hopefully back to now we want to make it to $4,000. Not that I'm greedy, but I'm getting very greedy trading this thing. It's too much fun. So I'm going for insane targets now. As we crawl out of the hole, it's 5 minutes after. Here comes the 5-minute algos, and it could be a screaming berserkoid full tilt auction. I can't even see my available margin. So I maxed it out. Now we could turn red real quick here because this is where the sellers would be. Right? Now we're going to get crushed. I think I over chased it, but oh well. We're up $300 on the day, technically speaking, at the moment. I think they stopped me out of something. Definitely stopped me out of something there. I think I lost about $16 there or something. I'm not really sure what I'm winning and losing, to be honest with you. I want to go back and look at the history. I think it's going to be $6 to pay for the trade, and then for the spread, and then of course my stop is I think $10, and $16 stop outs on 3 tickets is definitely adding up. So 20 pip stops to make 40. Those are my swing trades. So I expect to get stopped out of these too tight of stops. So if you don't overclick this, find out the size you want to be. And this is about perfect here, about 12 tickets. At $1,600, this should be the launching pad on the 1 minute chart for the, we just had a top become a bottom on this. So we're crawling back, like the market has so many up and down treads on the one. So this is the downtrend on the one. This is the accumulation phase. This is the retest of the box. Now let's get in a little bit light. Don't overclick. 2 tickets to paradise. And that's going to be only for the 40 and 30 pip targets. Good ratios on this, and we can handle some punishment with a 20 pip stop on that. I'm not going to change my I'm not going to change my targets. So those are the 10 click. Those are 10 pip. I don't have any. I have break even. So here's a break even. 20 to make 20. That's not a bad ticket. 20 to make 20. Again, and another 20 to make 20. As soon as the margin becomes available, 20 to make 20. Now 20 to make 40. Now 20 to make 40. I'm sick of getting stopped out of this shit. Okay, wait. So you got to figure what your favorite stop is. I'm going to put a tight stop on that one. Okay, so I'm maxed out. As long as I maintain about 12 tickets here and $1,300 on the 1 minute chart. Looking for the big blast off to the north. Okay, so we bought that pull back in the box. I'm just gonna push the account to the limit. When there's free margin, I'm getting in. I'll put a greedy target on this one. As soon as we get at least $100 available margin, we can execute. They just went offline. Okay, so I'm buying. So the broker goes offline sometimes. I'm okay with that. Hey, it keeps you from over trading. Think about it. Think about it. So that's a tight stop. Here's a wide stop to make 40. Here is a another wide stop to make 40. We want to get to 20 micro lots. And we want to stream out, cash out as we leave the station here. Don't change your trade plan here. So this pack of 8 tickets that I'm going to put in a zip file, NASDAQ. Under NASDAQ, really. Double click, market orders, NASDAQ. You can change the stops. There's no copyright on this. Chasing the market, using available, pushing the account. But since it's a low, since the margin requirement is so high, you can tread water on this account all day. It's kind of funny. At least I seem to be able to. I don't know how I'm doing it, but first time NASDAQ at the market. So for me, this is my first time trading NASDAQ at the market. I stopped out of something there. Just not making any money today at all. Although we were up 1,000, we didn't get out. We were down 300 and we were up 1,000. Ten minutes. Here comes the 10-minute robots. I'm going to jump on it hard here. Anytime I get available margin, I'm buying. I'm going to go for the big targets now. And now we have to chase it as the margin becomes available. Oh, that's a good size. I want to get to 20 tickets, if at all possible, on a big run. Just trying to load on a run here. Yeah, this is a riot. I've never done this before. Honestly, it's just fucking hysterical. So can't beat a demo. So, Got to put that wider stop in, I think, and trade less with a wider stop. I hate getting kicked out. How dare they stop me out? Don't they know who I am? I'm gonna a good ratio here, man. Let's just load it. I'm not even gonna look now. If they fill me, there's available margin. Okay, $700 available. Let's just load. I'm just gonna go fucking berserk now. How dare they stop me out, motherfuckers? We got free margin. Have free margin, we'll click. $10 part exits. We got $600 of available free margin. We are now in 17 tickets. Get to 20 tickets. Okay, that's all I can afford. I think it's going to go red on me. Do or die. We've got a thrust up, and I'm cashing out conservatively now because I'm in so fucking big. I'm not going to go for the... So my greedy targets was here. This is the high of the day. We came flying back off that news so hard, right? Now we're coming into the floor of the last support of flying down off that last sell-off. So a lot of sellers here. I'm at a chart. There's a lot of people that are going to dump here, but we're looking to crush north, or we're going to be doomed. I have the opportunity now to get out and take my $1,000 and leave, but I'm not going to do that because had I bought down here, had I dumped and rebought, I'd be holding this for certain, and I'm going to leave all my scalps where they're at. I want to see how much money I make if I just leave my trade plan as is. All these I'm going to give away I'll put a link to these 4 scripts. In the Discord, I'm going to put a link to these 4 scripts. I'm sorry, it's 8. No, it's 4. No, it's going to be sell. I'm thinking it's going to be 8 scripts. So symmetrically, you can make them any way you want. But I just want to cash out here. So we're going to crush into that because I want to reload on the limits. To be honest, I want to run the. But the day is coming to an end. If I move my targets up, I could probably make $4,000. But I want to see what it's like to just cash out as is. Because if we can bank $1,000 here and ride a small position, because I can see the sellers already coming in right there. They're already pulling it back. So we up $1,000 right now. I think the thing would have been to do is after they top tick Tommy, if you bought under the floor there, any one of these price pulses on the 1 minute NASDAQ you could have dumped. It's insane. Yeah, this is a really, on the 1 minute chart, like it's a whole, there's so much going on. There's so many trades on this damn 1 minute chart. But then there's the overall structure of it, which makes it so like you don't have to go to the other time frame. You can see this void up here. So I almost can't resist moving my targets, but I'm just going to try to be a disciplined trader here. But you really should be, if you don't think you're in a big position, I would move those targets. So they're cashing me out. As soon as I cash out, I'm going to have my finger on the limit trigger because they're probably going to pull it back. So based on the idea that if I let it cash me out, I got free margin, let's do this now. If it's a trend day, instead of a spike down, rip up, I think because it's Friday, as you come into the close. So I'm glad that we let the scalp be the scalp, because we're probably going to pull back, and now we can double click this again. Now I got 6K pending, 6 tickets, 6 micro lots, and I can stick with it. Now I can move my targets. I can't resize this position, so now I am going to go greedy. I'm going to hurry up and come in here like this and move all my targets up, because I'm not going to buy again, and I know I'm not. And it looks like we're going to go full auction now. Right, so move all these up, way the fuck up here, because now we're going to try to make $4,000. So that's a decision I'm making because I don't want to buy any more at the market. I'm saying I'm going to go long here by moving my targets up, way the fuck up. Every target is now above. It's in this supply zone. And this is, I just turned this, half of this position I'm going to let go now. I'm walking away from that. I'll trail it with buy limits. So here's a 1 minute chart. Here's the new creek. You got to get up, you got to jump this thing. You got to fly into the ceiling of the, you got to take out the highs before the news, just before the news, that cluster. So I moved all my targets up here and beyond. So now I got time to sit back because that was a little rough. That was a little rough. I didn't, you know, I'd like to have dumped everything there and reloaded. Of course, we would have had to re-rack, rebuild. So this is going to be, we have to wait to the end of the day now to get paid, possibly, if it even does what I think it has a higher probability now. After this big crush back to the starting gate, it's got enough fuel, and the longer the time goes on, the bigger the void is here. So the longer the lingering vacuum, the more of a magnet this is, the price to suck into that slot. All it has to do is take out the high of that and then jump this creek. Then it's on to taking out that. If you go to the 5 minute chart, where is this in the landscape of the structure, is that if they take out the high of the day, I'm actually getting out before that. So I should really move my targets up if I was a big swing trader up into here. Right? And you're actually going to wait until the end of the day. They could be blowing out this thing. And if you look at the 15-minute structures, if they take out the high the previous day, you should keep moving your targets up to that. So it really depends how greedy you are, you know, and how long you want to be in the market. There, we could have pumped and dumped that, and we could have made $2,000 because we would have dumped and reloaded, re-racked that whole plunge, and we could have done that trade all over again. Whereas now, I think it's kind of, I want to run this 15-minute guy, and this other 15-minute one, it's only the tail to the top, take it off, so this has a little more of a foot on it. And we'll just sit back, and I don't know what's going to happen here, but we still got at least 4 hours of nonsense. And I was going to check the forex factory to see, and now we're going to take such a big hit if it pulls back, although, you know, it did pull back before like that. And you could just go up and down, like make people crazy. So that market can really make you crazy. Don't forget that. You're going to need a shrink. And 10 a.m. we had news come out. 11 a.m. we have some FOMC. Consumer credit comes out at 3 p.m. So maybe we get a drift up here. Maybe this is going to be a trend drift. You know, you're always hoping for the big slam so you can cash out and be like, okay, we just got filled on a limit. You feel like, can I just cash out this thing and be done with it? So I picked up a limit. I'm going to put a real deep one in case we slam down. And one more shallow limit for 15 minutes. So I'm going to try to pick up another pullback. Got to get more fuel before we make that big lunge. So I'm a trend trader now on the 1 minute, in the sense that I think it maybe drift up, or we're going to slam down again. And if that's the case, then I would write a half hour deep one and double click that, sit back, and let it put your entry about here. And if you just create an array of double clicks that you know that it's going to buy a pocket like this for a half hour or here. So how close do you want to be at the market? Looks like we're going up now. So how close do you want to be at the market? That's the 1 minute chart. Looks like we had a little pullback. So here's the same stop hunt pattern. you'll see a million times. You're waiting for it to take out this low, this slot. This is about a 6-minute slot of stop hunt. You're going up in the long run, I believe. I believe you're going to take out this high. You're going to take out the pre-news slam down. I mean the news slam down. And you're going to go above and beyond the Call of Duty. You're going to take out the high of today and maybe the high of yesterday. That's my view. That this is the 1 hour wick. So if you can crush up into this, I'm gonna get out there. I'm not going to guarantee that we're going to make it to this, which is the high of the week, but we could make $4,000 if we wait to try to make an attempt to take out the high of the supply zone here on the 30-minute chart. So 30-minute chart shows you real clearly these slots because you got a shelf in here. That's a premium place to sell or exit as far as I'm concerned. And these take profits are based on the drops I did. So these aren't, you got to remember when you do this double click that those take profits aren't connected to everything I'm in right now. I moved up. One of these is actually a take profit on the script. I'm going to let that one go. That's one that just got filled on that drop. So you're either going to use the limits to fill it for you, and then you're going to move your targets, and then it's about managing the position size. In the end, it's about the size you're in and how you're going to do it, How do you go back and forth, So we have to wait now for probably to get paid on this one, we have to wait like 4 hours, I think. Or 2 hours or something. I don't want to sit here and buy at the market, even though 1-minute chart looks like this was a buy here. I'm just going to let it go now. Let's see what's going on here. Trap, pullback buy, up. And my target is to take out that. That's all. So now I could say, well, let's let this one go because there's nothing we can do about it now. We just have to wait for it to go up and make us money now. I'm not going to chase it. So when that margin became available, it's because I wanted to get in at the bottom when I could cash out that first burst, wave 1. Wave 2 is the pullback. Wave 3 is the big money. This would be wave 3 here. So you always want to trade wave 3 if you can do it. So I really want to get out just above when the news came out, and then we're good. We should be at $4,000 by then. I'm estimating $4,000, so we'd be up $2,600 on the day. Yes, sir. I wouldn't change a thing here. Sit back, 1-minute charts, crushing north. I'm not one to chase it now. I want to load the wagon when we're down in that the cheaper prices. Still holding a limit at $104 a profit right now. Part of my original position, I've been trading around a position, and when the margin became available, I just pulled the trigger. Hopefully be out of this trade by 11 o'clock. Or 10:30. Next 5 minutes, please. If you don't mind. Nasdaq's vicious. But the structures are painfully obvious on the 1-minute chart. If you can't structure trade the 1-minute chart, I don't think you should be trading on Nasdaq, to be honest with you, because the 5-minute chart, you just, they're going to kill you. It's worth trading the 1-minute chart in Nasdaq. So nobody wants to call in, huh? Did I turn off the microphone? Pretty dead stream. Yes, people, we are waiting to be targeted out. Oh, the most painful part of the trade. The sad part, too. We end the trade. Come on, Top Tick Tommy, the news. You can do it. Oh, they're just people are getting out. Oh. See, Andrew Dice Clay trades forex. Oh. Bada bang. And then here you go. Like I say, boom. Boom. Come on, you know you want to go a little bit higher. I put Sly and the Family Stone down and I say, play that song, take you higher. Woodstock, take you higher. Or Creed, take you higher. That's how you make it go. Top Tick Tommy's coming in here, babe. Yeah, when the news hits, what's it going to be? Consumer sentiment? Everybody's suicidal. They got a gun to their head as they... Come on, baby. Cash me out. Show me you love me, baby. Telly Savalas trades forex with his pinky. Now I'm going to put the deep limits in as soon as they cash me out. I'm getting the deep limits. Not quite $4,000, but we're not out of everything. I'll take 3,800. Auto cash. Gosh, I'm tempted to dump right now, but I gotta wait for the 5 minutes. I gotta wait for the bottom of the hour, and 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour, there's super drama. Super coming after those, going full auction now, possibly for the day. Come on, baby. 3,800. Come on, you can do it. There you go. See? And if it pulls back now, guess what? There's no pressure. I buy limits now. I'm going to come in at 20 pips deep on these. Oh, shit. I accidentally bought the market. Oops. I'm going to come in with these guys. That's all right. I'm ready to cash out, to be honest with you. We got 2 minutes left here. 1 minute now. Let's zoom into the 1 minute chart. Oof. I think I'm going to dump it. If I could find my take all profits key. Okay, I'm dumping it. So here we go, $3,500. Let me take this guy off. I accidentally bought that at the market. So there you go, $3,500. Now we can sit back and we can trade the retest now. So you're done for the day. That's 10:30. Let's buy in limits. I'm going to try to do a little bit better entry limit technique here. Okay, market limits. Real close to the market now on NASDAQ, coming in at... oh, I think I just hit the bad key there. It's all right. I accidentally sold to the market. I got to get rid of that. Okay, limit entry only now. Real close to the market. And I got a 2-pack deep. Now let's zoom out. And we're looking for it to come back and stab into the... it may not happen. So I just wanted to get out of that so I could say I made X. I think I made 20... what did I make? About $2,200 here. That's not bad for this 51 leverage. Yeah, Snorex is just kind of snoring along here. Hey, we're making money in Snorex. Oh, here looks like a setup here in the Canadian dollar. Let's go put our limit banks in here and just... This isn't nearly as... Wow, trading that was crazy, man. That was crazy. Now, every time I trade NASDAQ, I think I just been trading for 3 days inside of Forex. Oh, look at this. The British pound's making a fucking run for the border. Let's put a sell limit grid up here. Try to catch a rising balloon. Here's a buy on dollar yen. Put a limit grid in like this. Yeah, compared to that Nasdaq's just a fucking riot, you know. It's a fucking crazy town. Let me see. Let me go back to that Nasdaq. My head's spinning from that fucking trade, dude. Look, it's still going up, of course, you know. But I didn't want to hang out in that thing. So I is going to go full auction. I wanted to see if I wanted to run my pick up a pullback. I want to try to get these pick up a pullback because I think we could still plunge. So it looks very much like this scenario is going to play. It always looks like that scenario is going to play out. But then when it doesn't, you're like, wow, geez, I guess there are sellers up here. I guess I am greedy. So, because that is we did top tick this. We have to realize that there are sellers here. There are, and I'm going to run this one that's deep, where I took off the bottom tickets. So that's just a two banger for 15 minutes. We're about to get filled actually on this one. So that was just before 10:30. I got out. It went a little bit higher right at 10:30, and this is a shaved candle on the half-hour chart. Is just a perfect bullish candle, shaved. Went a little bit higher, $10, but now our stack looks too aggressive. But on the 5, it looks like we're going to get, and here it looks like it's not that bad. I'm going to keep running this one though, where we get in like that. See, now this, I took off that top tick, the top limit, because it's very close. If I want to go aggressive, it's going to be like this. They just went offline, so I'm waiting for the first tick to come in. So they're not trading now. There's no data coming from the broker. So this pauses for about 5 seconds sometimes. So we're back online. All right, so running this guy, very aggressive, comes back. You're really a range trader. It looks like we're going to make another run. This is a top become a bottom for people that are really heavy in this trade. Yeah, so if you pull the trigger here and it gets into, you pull that trigger 3 times there, you can make $30 in like 5 minutes, yeah. So I'm going to sit back and run these stacks now. Looking for a crush, a real disappointment to the auction traders that want to ride this through the other side of the tracks into the northern. Don't have any sell limits up there. Oil's just stuck in the floor of the big resistance here. I think oil's doomed. This is one of those times where you can see that channel traders are probably going to assume that you're just going to go down this thing now, and that's your top become a bottom. You're in this big channel, right? Could be true. I mean, this is a big problem for crude, this price now. That's also the wick floor here, so you've fallen in that hole. The only bullish argument is that, okay, well, you just bottom tick Bobby these people, and now they're going to go after this high. So the bullish argument is you're going to go after this high on crude. And you know the thing. You know the thing. Come on, man. You know the thing. Come on, man. Put a big obstacle there. Maybe drifts up. There goes my Nasdaq, leaving the station without me. Looks like it's going full auction now. We could have pulled the trigger there at the market. But I'm gonna chase it with limits now and see how much I get picked up. You gotta believe in the pullback. But they're making a run for it, man. They just made a new high for the day there. Here we go. Kaboom. So we beat about 3,800 now if we were still in. But I wouldn't have moved my targets, so my targets were up in this window. I suppose we could sell at the market. Get a rhythm going there, but you have to take those profits off as soon as you get a chance. So if you sell at the market, you're waiting for not too much, I guess. Pull the trigger whenever you think you see fit on that sell. Sell now. So I'll just I'm just going to try to make a couple bucks now. This would be super light trading. Play around here with some sell at the markets. This only cost me $1, I think. Yeah, it's $1. $60 a margin. It looks like it's costing me. So here I just made $2. All right, well, that's it. How to make $2? It'd take you in a 1K. It would take you 20 pips in the euro dollar to make $2. So you could sit here and putz around with these kind of things. You know, hey, let's buy at the market. Like, let's sell at the market. Looks like it's going up. Okay, buy. Here, you think it's going up? Buy. Try to make $3 here. It's kind of quiet now, right? Looking for it to go up. Maybe let's make $5. Maybe $7 we can make here. Yeah, there you go. $6. Now let's put some limits in. Real close to the market. Kind of deep. Then get ready to sell. I mean, this is pretty much risking less than 2% of the account, I think. Let's sell right there. This is the rhythm method. But people have babies over this shit too. I just made $2. I just got out and made $2. Getting ready to get filled on limits now. Pending deep. I think we're due for a big pullback now. I'm going to take off that top tick. I think I got too close to the market. Oh, too late. Filled on limit. I'll let that go. Yeah, I'll take that. It's worth $2. I'll take that. Or I have my close all profit. So we can trade like this and make I don't know, $30 an hour. 10 trades an hour like this. You make $30 an hour trading like that. Yeah, sure. If I walk away from the platform, all I have on this broker is pending 15-minute deep. Let's buy at the market. That looks like a good buy at the market. If it goes lower, I'll buy another one. Or otherwise, I'll let it get filled in. Let them stop me out, and I'll accept that as I'm chasing too hard here. So I can't. I'm going to sit on my hands now and wait for the limits to fill. Come in super deep. Come in shallow. Real close. High probability of fill. These are 15-minute expirations. This is a 1-minute chart. I think we're going to get filled on limits now. Market doesn't go in a straight line. So I guess you could say I flipped the account in 3 hours. 3 hours. Started when the news came out. Started trading 8:30. So was it 2 hours? I'll say 3. Be on the safe side. We're not done. We're not done trading. I want to run these 15-minute drops exclusively double clicks for the rest of the day with all the profits I got. Try to get this account to, I think it started with $1,000 in this account. So I want to make this exclusively a NASDAQ situation because I think that if you're going to sit in front of your computer and babysit these markets, it's worth trading the NASDAQ. I'm getting filled here now. So I feel a lot more relaxed that I can afford this trade now. I got enough free margin now. I'll probably let this play out. I don't think I'll mess with these tickets. I got so much exposure now. If we crush down. Now I'm going to put the super deep in. Super deep for the moment. As far as I'm concerned, a 15-minute expiration on something that deep in NASDAQ makes total sense because this is the vacuum we left behind. This is the new vacuum forming, you know. There's enough left in the day for us to have a smash down into this pancake of tickets. I'll just take these tickets I'm in. I'm not going to add to this unless I can justify it on the 1 minute chart. Let's buy at the market on the 1 minute chart because we're under that floor again. Let's get in a 4K right now because it's the same pattern that we had before where it falls back. You got a top, you come a bottom on the 1 minute chart. Just get in. We're not stressing the account now. We're in 4 tickets. There's a double top, becomes a bottom on the 1 minute. Just pull the trigger. Nothing you can do. Let it go. So maybe we'll let these go, and this will be the auction trade. We dumped. We padded the account. We are, we don't want to. We could still smash back and fill those limits at any moment. The market could turn on us. The 15-minute charts are about to update. You're ticking towards a piece of news that's about 11 o'clock news is coming out, and it's going to be the FOMC member's going to speak. And maybe that's going to tip the NASDAQ through the roof, and we just finish off the day with a couple more bucks. Maybe we make $200 on this trade. Yeah, I think we're using $60 per ticket. So 8K there. That's quite a big position, actually. So one limit fill. And the rest are market orders. Because I kind of, when I saw it, I go, yeah, when we got this topic on about, we fell back down. 1 minute chart is like seriously active trading. It's crazy. Man, it's storming up. But it is a trend from that bottom. It's a trending market. So you're buying every pullback on the 1 minute. I mean, that's what that's what I'm basing this on, is a 1 minute trend. Well, I'm in the room. How did you kick me out? Oh, here we go. That's weird. Yeah. They kicked me out. I don't know. I'm in there now. So it's just a drift trade in NASDAQ. Yeah, I should be on there now. No. Yeah, my audio's fucked up again. I don't know what happened.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I don't know. It kicked me out. I don't know what happened. I shared the link and maybe I accidentally Oh, wow. No, I'm having fun trading Nasdaq out of the islands here. This
Nice.
broker, and they charge me $60 a margin, and it's so funny
Okay.
because the leverage is 50-1. So when I have available margin, I just kept pulling the trigger. I just wrote
You
the
just jump
scripts
in.
this morning. Yeah, I just wrote 8 market orders, 4 buy, 4 sell.
Wow.
And I moved the targets and got greedy, and I'm leaving the targets the same here. And I also wrote 2 buy limit double clicks that you can run on a tablet or
Right.
Windows.
Right.
So I made about $2,000 this morning. I made $2,200 this morning.
Bro, you called it last night. You called it last night. I was watching it. I actually put a few more orders underneath because I know that the mistress can just suck the blood out of you and go even further harder down.
No,
So
it was crazy.
yeah, you know.
No, but they made it our 20-year low. But no, I'm having fun. I just wrote these NASDAQ tickets because the guy last night didn't believe you could make $3,000 trading NASDAQ. And you can on the 1 minute
Sure you
chart.
can.
So I'm on the 1 minute
Sure
chart
you
right
can.
now.
Sure.
I'll share the screen. I'm on the 1 minute
I
chart
can't
right
see
now.
it because I got to switch between the YouTube and the other one.
Right, no, I'll turn the screen
That's
on
hard.
here. This is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to do a. So here's market orders I'm launching right now, based on the 1 minute chart. So we pulled back. Here's my fill and a limit. So earlier today, I haven't deleted any of my trades. Here's all the trading I did. So at this moment here on the chart, I was up
Nice.
$1,000. So the
I
news
saw you
came
up
out.
17. You up to 1,700. Yeah, you were doing very well.
So what happened was I was short like 3K right here before the news came out, and I cashed out. I didn't even see it blink of an eye. I made about 120, and then I came in with the limits, and I traded this dead cat bounce here for a little bit, and then I got hammered here. So when it came down here, I ran out of margin, and I was in a 6K, and I was down to like $700, and then we came back to 1,300. We poked around, and when we came up to here, I was back at I was at like almost $3,000 in the account right here. I was at about 2,800, and I said, somebody asked me, "Is that real money?" I said, "If it was real money, I'd get out right now." But it's just this demo. I wanted to see what was going to happen because I thought we were going to take out this, but we didn't take out. You know what I mean? Take out the top side, and then I thought, well, let's just kick back and then when it made this big run here, I said, "No, I'm getting out," and I dumped everything. And decided I would just, right here, I dumped everything right here at Top Tick Tommy. Then I put some limits in, and I wanted to run this. So I wrote these this morning. This is based on 15-minute expirations, and this one's a deeper one, which only buys the tail end of that. And there's scalps on the bottom, and there's a greedy ticket on top. And what I was doing before, I was moving the targets to that, because watching the formation on the 1 minute chart, it has to go sideways for a while and then make a pop. If you're trend trading this, you're just going to have to hold that. But I have the plunge limits, and it was so funny because they stopped me out. I think I was losing $10. This is a $10 to make $10. This is 10 to make 30. This is 20 to make 40. And on the limits, kind of the same thing, So now they're crushing into my limits.
Beautiful. No, but wait. You bought both the crushes that I saw. I mean, I saw one major crush after it was about 9:30ish. I don't know.
Yeah, the second crush. As soon as the margin became available, I go, this is going to be the real. In other words, they pulled back off that. They went right back to the news prices, and they crushed it hard and fast. And I was kind of freaking out because I never traded NASDAQ, and I just wrote the script. So I'm like, okay, let's try to get this. And then as soon as it started coming up, because it's so obvious, NASDAQ 1 minute chart has such order flow that it's so obvious what's going on. So I said, as soon as we start crawling out of the hole here, and as soon as the margin became available, I just started clicking the shit out of it. That was down here. See all these clicks? These are all market orders. Me chase. Then I let go. Then I moved my targets to the shelf. I figured this big run here, I just let that go.
Right,
we got up here,
You have to let it breathe. Yeah, you have to let NASDAQ breathe. Yeah, it runs like a son of a gun. It really does. Yeah,
so I'm getting filled on limits
harsh
right now, and this is autofill, and I'm probably getting stopped out of a little bit of my market orders. So here's the fill on the limits, and now I'm going to front run it with my stacks I wrote that are 15 minutes. And I'm going to put this one in a couple of these really deep ones right here. So I want it to crush down, crush out all the goobers. rip back, and I'm a range trader for the rest of the day. I'm not going to try to ride this into the. In other words, I don't care if it comes back into the fold here and just does a dead cat bounce, because that's what these are engineered to do. These are designed to do dead cat bounces.
Nice.
So it's really what are you trying to do? You know, because to me, in NASDAQ, after a big run like that, you have to dump and re-rack. There's no fucking way it's not going to pull back. Look at the pullback here. That's why I dumped it. It dumped when I was up big there.
Huh?
Hitting 3,600, so now I'm down.
I don't know how many people are going to hold on for 35. I mean, for you to get to 3 Gs. Yeah. I would have dumped it in the nickel. What are you talking about?
In other words, if it was that easy getting in, Mark Douglas says, if it's that easy getting in, you don't think anything about re-racking. In other words, trading's just obvious, you know.
Yeah, rinse, repeat.
But I tell you what, NASDAQ, if you babysit this, you can make $2 to $4 grand. That's why I was trying to tell that Revel guy, dude, the numbers on Vinny's site are not bullshit. Because what he's doing is he's trying to get the headshot. And they actually load up. In other words, what they're doing is say, add to that win or add to that. Look at the pullback here. See how nasty the pullback is there?
I see it. I'm watching it.
But so the thing is that, yes, if you get skilled at snipering and you know what the VIX is, you're setting your targets based on the VIX. Now, with the latest volatility, of course.
No, and, you can make that kind of money, no problem.
You can make $3,800 in about an hour in trading.
I have what? 4 minutes. Listen, but that's another story. I want to ask you a question. You don't think for a minute that people would be all irate and infuriating and going crazy if Vinny E. Mini sold them a $5,000 piece of software and they couldn't make fucking money with it?
Oh, they'd be pissed.
It would be all over the internet. It would be all over the internet. I believe. Yeah. I firmly believe that people.
There'd be people say Vinny's a scam artist, and he'd be like, "You're kidding? I'll show you my books." In other words, if you go into his Discord and you sign up, and you're just there to do this and that, the only thing I can't do, the reason I can't handle Vinny is because I'm a solo guy.
Right.
You know, I'm not a team. I'm not a good team player. In other words, he has all these rules: do this, that, and that, and this. And I'm like, I can't do a checklist. I guess I can, but it's going to be my checklist that I built myself.
Oof, look at this crushing. Nice. And back out.
Yeah, short so we got into that automatically on limits, but
I know that, but there should be short targets for that. Just
the bottom of that's going to scalp out automatically.
Okay, good.
It's going to take like $20 and all that shit off the table.
Perfect.
No, that's preloaded into the double clicks, so I can rest assured. I know in my mind's eye what it's supposed to do. So we come back out. We should peel off at least a couple winners off the bottom of that rack now.
Beautiful.
Or I could re-rack. So that's the thing. Do you come back in and re-rack now? That's when you're trading around the market and you're scaling in and scaling out. And so what I'm doing is, I don't think a robot could do what I'm doing. In other words, I'm judging the area.
No, they can't.
And I'm saying, you know.
You have to sit there and say, are we turning it on or not? Yeah, I'm turning it on right now. Boom.
Yeah, I call it script-assisted trading. In other words, you have double clicks. It's double-click trading. On limits, though, not double click at the market, not click get me in. It's click put a rack in that I predefined, and this is when it's better than the drops if you know how to code or how to layer the hard coded. This is a linear layer, by the way. When I double click this, just as a starter. Because it's not linear. No, it's not linear if I click it right now. Watch, I'm gonna put a buy limit grid in. So I'm gonna catch a slight pullback now. When I double click that, I'm getting in $10 deep. That's the green target on top. These two ones are dead cat bouncers. So I know exactly what's in that script. Now, what I was talking about earlier is that if there was a robot that was going to run a very particular array based on just pure volatility, I could conceive doing that, because in other words, when you have a 40, you'd probably do it on the 5-minute chart with NASDAQ. So you get a $20, a $30 bar on a 5-minute chart, and you're throwing out these 5Ks that are uniquely designed to just do a sweep the leg kind of trade, where it comes up, comes back, and it's a suck back. It's just a stack close to the market. And then it's really worth it because forex is nothing more than a currency exchange. That this is a very active market. NASDAQ. I mean, shit. Look at this. It's already going back up.
Oh, yeah. NASDAQ is retarded. Forget about it. It's absolutely
It's all
insane.
over the map. But if you know how to trade, like you could rehearse the 1 minute
maybe
charts.
maybe the gamers like it because it is all over
It's
the
a
map.
fast market. I had these two guys come into my Discord about a year ago, and they were they were buddies, and they traded NASDAQ, and they were lit. They'd make like gobs of money. They risk gobs of money, make gobs of money. The one guy was saying, I'm in this position, and he started to talk to a guy. We had a guy from Russia there, and he was in the market. No margin, dude. His family went long crude. This is back when crude was $60 a barrel. He went long based on fundamental oil shocks.
Not good.
If he held that guy was in my stream. He all the way to 130. Real oil. He's in Russia. You don't trade contracts. You trade real contracts in Russia.
Yeah.
What's that?
Okay, he was buying Gazprom bonds and shit, stuff like that.
So he's going into, because of probably the tax advantages and all that. You know, you're investing in the country. Sure. It's like stock market.
Exactly.
That's why if you trade NASDAQ in the States on a real platform, you're getting a tax break. Not here. But this is I'm in the sandbox trading the spot NASDAQ market.
Gotcha.
But that's fine.
I love it.
It's fine.
It's fun. It's fun stuff. NASDAQ
I'm in a 5K now. I'm left in a 5K using $300 of margin. Yeah, if it goes up, it goes up. Now I want to run the buy limits all over again. So the nice thing about this rinse and repeat is that I can say I'm not in a big position. Let me do another plunge bank, and if we come back before we go up, what's the chances of that? Pretty good. The market's going to zigzag. It doesn't go in a straight line. So if you're going to catch the drunken sailor on a trend, you could have a trend bot you turn on that's going to be trolling for X deep, but it has to be X deep. It has to be a set amount, unless the robot. I said for me, it's going to be a set robot that does one trick ponies. And you just write a team of 10 robots, because then you know exactly. And if you try to make a robot,
it's about knowing when to deploy.
With this guy Nick, bless his heart, Nick wrote this robot. I said, you know what? It's already too complicated. In other words, it was assessing the range and throwing in stuff. I go, dude, I want it to be a static bot. In other words, just make it so it does what it was doing before, but I just want it to launch based on one criteria. But he couldn't do that. He had to create an array.
Exactly.
Because he's a programmer. He's a programmer. So,
they get lost in it.
Well, they want to do their approach, which means they want to do it efficiently, but it's not. Sure. It's like somebody's going to put it through a batch file and kind of ruin the detail. In other words, that piece of music, I compressed the shit out of it. Now you can't. There's the dynamic range is gone. You like it now? Well, actually, kind of, but sort of. But it's like just a test tone now.
Right. Yeah, it's garbage.
And I'm not complaining because it's free, but I'm saying I'm trying to ask one specific. Don't fix the whole car, dude. Just change the wheel. I know. For you're a car tech and you want to rebuild my whole engine, but I just want the spark plugs changed, please. Right. I feel like a girl on the side of the road. Please just don't rate me. Just change the spark plugs. No, don't redesign. Don't put a header on. Don't put no turbo.
I don't need any. No turbo.
Turn the turbo off. Can I just drive home, please? Leave me alone.
You know what? You have to think about it in terms of, he's trying to obviously assess what he thinks you're going to want to do in what particular situation, and he's trying to figure out.
Actually, what he did was
what would be these subtending
he did the right thing.
for this?
He did the right thing. What he was basing it on was my grid drops that I did by hand that were linear. So he's trying to make launch. He's trying to make it launch the drops, and I think he misunderstood me because he speaks British. But I think that's the only kind of and he seemed like he was in a hurry. I was like, okay, dude, but I probably figured on my so I hurried up and turned it on my screen recorder to capture what he's saying about the scripts, and I couldn't read it on the screen because we were on a share screen. You barely see the fucking font on my monitor. Right. And I was like, holy shit. So look at my perfect exit. I'm flat the market. I hit my targets. I never changed my targets on that one. And I'm ready to put I got plunge banks sitting. I'll wait till they expire.
Yeah,
and I'm
plunge
done
protection
for the day.
banks ready to go. But
Yeah,
wait
I'm
a
kind of
second.
done for the day. The market looks dead to me. Like this is just
Yeah.
like waffle material now. Like the
Right on.
game's over. It's 11 o'clock.
Drama's
Europe's
done.
closed.
Yeah.
So now what
Drama's
I'll do
done.
is I'll just come in here, do a house cleaning, and I'll just close all open and pendings. This is the other maintenance thing that I don't talk about much, but you know you have to take your exposure away now. It's closing all pendings.
Okay.
And you're done for the day. I mean, you know, you don't have. It looks like it is going to auction out, but I just, you know, I'm over it. So it's too much work.
You're done.
And
I
you
got
know,
you.
like I said, it's just doing this for example. And I never traded Nasdaq, but I thought when the news when I heard the news was coming out, I go, this is the time to really jump in on the 1 minute chart, have some fun, you know, on the demo here, and think about creating a Nasdaq. A trading group that trades on scripts, because I can't conceive of trading this manually, like
It's kind of challenging. It's really challenging.
If you don't have fast execution here, you're dead. Because I could have actually bailed and closed all up. And if you freaked out and you're
fucking lucky. You're fucking lucky that they're filling out all your orders, because we had beautiful Nasdaq scripts that worked like a charm on the
platform?
demo. But when we went live, we were on OpenQuant.
Well,
we
where'd
went
you go?
live
Where were your orders being filled at?
right at the Globex machine. We were
That's the
connected
problem.
right to New York.
That's the problem.
Oh, this is it.
Yeah, I'm in the brokers.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
broker's going to guarantee fill. I mean, if I blow up the account, they're going to reset it to zero. If I go under, if I have a negative balance, they're going to. That's been going on for years.
And they just
13 years for forex. They'll zero you. They're retail. They're charging you a lot, you know, for the spread. So, it's $1, right? It's $1 to put the trade on. You need $60 in the account. I mean, I could sell at the market. I was doing a little before he came out. I was buying and sell at the market. I was making about $20 an hour just sitting here. But when you come in with these giant grids, that's why I'm trying to make the double clicks to be a little bit. In other words, a convenience tool. I know I want to buy there, but I want to drag and drop. I want to know exactly my cost. How deep am I getting in? So the hard-coded double clicks are the way to go if you really care and you're that guy, because that is a custom. You know exactly. Like right now, I'll run a double click here. So since I cleared off,
but you know what you're running. Hang on, there's the manual that shows you when to run this one.
No, I think what you gotta do is you gotta get the 1 minute chart out. If you're gonna trade Nasdaq on the 1 minute chart, you gotta rehearse every day on the 1 minute simulator. You have to run simulator. It's EA. It's called Strategy Tester. You take the Hugo's Way platform. You fix the spread at $1.12.
Right.
$1.30 to be on the safe side. So you have to imagine, like, in other words, you have to rehearse. You're not going to be able to pull a trigger, but in your mind's eye, you're pulling the trigger. You're saying, I'm buy, I'm sell. If you have to mark it off on the chart with an arrow and say, I'm forward testing the 1 minute chart. What am I doing today? Here comes the market open. I'm going to put a grid in down here. Maybe you're dropping grids by hand.
Right.
You have to find out. I cannot tell you how you should trade, because I can't tell you how to play guitar. What I can tell you is that if I was going to teach you how to play guitar, I'd say play one note. Play fucking one note. Play different rhythms, different mutes, different attacks, pluck it, drag your deck on it, whatever you need, but don't play more than one fucking note for an hour. You should be able to create a groove on one note. Anybody that wants to learn how to play guitar. So the same thing with trading. Get a market order. Take my market orders and say, okay, can I? You could have sold the top of this, dude. You could have. There's a double top on the 1 minute chart. You could have sold that.
Right.
Don't be afraid to trade. When the market's open, run your fucking demo.
You just call it fearless trading.
I seriously could train people to trade Nasdaq on a 1 minute chart. I could train them with my scripts, and I could say, dude, what's your toolbox today? What is in your script pack today? What are you going to run? Are you running limits or market orders? Okay, get your shit together. Find the zones. Mark off the rectangles. I'm going to buy when it gets down there. I don't care what happens. I'm buying. I sold my. Or you got a limit crop down there, a real deep one that lasts for an hour. You're kind of an aggressive guy. I got a little clusterfuck down there I wrote, or you'd have a double click, go the extra mile, write a double click that buys $80 deep. How are you willing to write scripts that buys every shelf? And I'll write those, but I expect people to either donate or pay me, because if I write an iceberg, a 10K that buys uniquely from 80 to 100 pips deep on the NASDAQ, and you know when to press that button, it's in a file where you can buy every shelf. You could write fucking 100 double clicks that are going to take care of every $20 zone, north and south on NASDAQ. Right. That's worth money to somebody that just wants to sit back and go, oh yeah, looks like it can drop 80 pips in an hour. And the expirations on those tickets, I'm getting filled on my limits now. And the expirations on that. And what is the total cost of that ticket? When I write that out in the commentary, that's worth something, because that means I did the math on every fucking stop in that rack if it gets hit.
Well, that's important.
And I would sell those. That would certify that it's going to run on this broker. I'm running them right now every morning live. And you can have this script for free. I would say donation is going to be the best, because I don't really want to have anybody think that it's worth X. You determine what it's worth, right? I give you a flower. Right. Now you owe me. I'm taking this $2 right here just to show you. Right. I just took $280 off the table. I got filled on a limit there. You saw what happened. Now, how deep is your wallet? How deep is your bank? How many tickets do you have exposed? When the people ask the question, well, how many tickets? What zone how much money you got? It's like car racing. How fast do you want to go? How much money you got? Miss Budweiser boats on the fucking river of Detroit are fucking... Miss Budweiser wins every fucking year. Why? Because you got the fucking biggest wallet to fucking go for the highest end shit. They wax the boat with Carnauba wax all over the fucking thing before they let it go. And they use a girl's breast to polish the boat so it gets less drag.
Whatever they do, whatever they're doing.
Yeah, you know how they fine-tune that stuff.
Well, a lot of it's aerodynamics, believe it or not. My friend Nick was into cars, and he really liked. He always asked me stuff about aerodynamics in the cars. So there's a lot going on, man. And just like with your scripts, there's a lot going on that doesn't meet the eye right away. So I appreciate that you're taking a step back and doing it for newbies that are getting involved, because the idea of setting up different scripts for different situations, it's kind of like putting together like a Delta Force, like we want to put together all these kinds of little benchalach that are just going to be doing certain types of moves. This guy only moves when this happens. This guy only comes in when this happens. You have all these conditions that you can describe in English. You can be describing it in code. Then you can actually fine tune it and do the things and it'll do what you're expecting it to do. Because the idea the hardest part, simpleton and coding and the rest of it, is the computer doing what I expected it to do, what I programmed it to do. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to give it simple tasks. So actually,
of course,
the problem is the simplicity of my. We're going for full auction here now on the NASDAQ. It looks like we're going for the highs today. So I could have sat in that whole trade, but I'm just not into that. Even on a demo, apparently. But it's going for my target. It's going full auction. I'm going to take out it's going to zoom up and take out the high of the day, high of the previous day, and probably the high. It's going to be a super rip here. So on the 1 minute chart, I'm gonna run my aggressive buy limits now. Try to catch a pullback now. I'm not gonna chase it, but it could pull back and I could pick up a few bucks. So some guys asking about something here. The idea that a scalp and a swing trade is based on a time frame, when in reality it's not scalping, it's a trading strategy. Well, that's kind of I'm not sure what you mean there. You can scalp on a daily time frame. By Alan Farley and Taylor Trading Technique and Traders Mastermind. Glad other people are beginning to agree that scalp and swing trade have nothing to do with time frame and duration. I don't know what that means. They trade strategies based on the way one trades a swing. A scalp is a hit and run trade, like surgeon scalp. You use for small price. A swing is a trade like an axe. So it's a wider target. One of the full leg the trend, or other words used to capture a swing. A trend trade means that you follow the trend as long as it stays in place, which can be multiple swings. Well, you're speaking nonsense, but that's why I asked you to phone in, because I don't know what you're trying to say. I mean, it's like you're starting to sound like
you know what? I'm gonna burst this bubble right now.
Yeah,
the market is not going in any direction. The market is going up and down all the time. So there's
you're just
no
talking theoretical stuff, and you didn't say what a scalp was. A scalp could be, for one guy, a scalp, like you were saying, your high frequency, a scalp is one pip. A scalp is one pip, or a skim. I guess call skimming.
We did 500 scalps in a minute for one, 2, 3 pips that whatever we could get. That's a different kind of scalp. Right, so that's a scalp for sure, but it's not a swing trade. But a swing trade just denotes a bigger target. That's all. Correct. Well, nothing swing trade is based. Yeah, it's based on, you know what, swing trading. That whole concept. Remember, a lot of people who came into the trading world in the 70s and 80s. You met them all, man. You met the top tier guys. But remember something. That was top tier for that moment in time. 20 years later, there's all kinds of shenanigans going on. So, Bollinger, great. It was already fucking passé by the time you met him.
So, Monday data. Let me ask you Monday data. Do you believe in setups? Setups occur on time frames. So, do you believe in setups? Do you think setups exist?
I'm going to give you a good example. The 5-minute and the 15-minute on the Euro USD.
It's a strategy.
The ATRs for both
strategy.
Of those.
It drives me crazy. These people drive me crazy. Define strategy, please. You're just throwing out buzzwords. 1 minute chart doesn't automatically make you a scalper. Okay, so what does? I don't understand. Nothing automatically makes you anything, dude. I love how people put these. They throw out a solid thing like a 1 minute chart we all can get our brain around, and then they follow it up with, it doesn't automatically make you a swing trader.
Or anything.
Or a 4 hour chart doesn't automatically make you a swing trader. No, a 4 hour chart is what you use to swing trade. It doesn't make you anything.
No. You have to decide what world are you living in.
How long do you want to be in the market? Yeah. That time frame matters.
That's another one.
Like a scalp time frame is so important to the scalp, because you want to be in for 40 seconds or 40 minutes. I mean, I could be in a scalp for 10 minutes. To me, if I make 10, 20 pips, to me that's a scalp. If it happened in, I mean, according to the brokers, under 2 minutes is technically a scalp. They won't honor. Some brokers will not honor scalps in forex, but 4 minutes to me is still a scalp. I don't think it has to be under 2 minutes.
Listen, I think what he's trying to refer to, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, what he's trying to refer to is the fact that people that are going to stay for longer duration, what in your world it would be a longer duration ticket. You give me an 8-hour ticket because I'm going to hit the tops. I'm going to take the plunge and then maybe get it to the top of the top tick Tommy on the other side of the other day's high, et cetera, et cetera. That's more of a swing type trade. I think that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, but
he's saying, I think what I mean is a swing scalp trade is time frame independent. If I'm in for 2 daily candles and I trade the daily time frame, in my opinion, that's a scalp. I don't think so. I think if you're intraday trading,
I don't understand. Give me an example.
Intraday.
Here's the thing. Here's what's frustrating: is this Monday. I want to say data, but Monday data. Please tell me, how are you getting in and out of the market? I don't even know how you perceive the market or how you even trade it. So when you say swing trade, it's these things mean different things. How do you define it? Like, give me an example. Like, call into the show here and let's. I can't do this back and forth. It's just too cryptic. I mean, you're just throwing out, swing trader and scalper.
If you're trading intraday, then you're probably scalping more.
Here's the thing. Why are you using the phrase "make you a scalper, make you a swing trader"? In other words, it's harder than just you're saying. What I think he's trying to say is that just because you have a 4-hour chart in front of it doesn't make you a swing trader. It doesn't even make you a trader. I mean, I don't know. In other words, a trade actually. The word "make" is just interesting that you're using that. What do they call that? I don't know grammatically what they call them. the
I
word
know.
make.
Yes, yeah. I know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're trying to.
Adverb.
In other words, people have an attitude and agenda about trading, and you can see it coming through. It's like their philosophical detection by Ayn Rand. You can see where somebody's coming from, how they view sex or whatever it is.
Sure.
And you can start to see how they see the world. And if you think the world's out to get you, like the broker's out to screw me, and I don't think you should be trading. I can't really. It's just such a dark view. I mean, life's hard enough, dude. Life's got enough misery that I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist because I wouldn't be on this stream unless I thought I was going to find a kindred spirit that had at least some optimistic view.
Sure.
I don't want to have the people that are just, I tried that, it doesn't work. Well, maybe you just tried it. Maybe you didn't try it enough times. You have to be persistent. I mean, you think, you just keep going at it. But yeah, no, if you could call in, one has to identify.
I'm not sure the young generation is, they're a little bit too hung up on the definition.
The terminology. Yeah. So the thing is that the one thing I think we all have in common is market is trading psychology, feeling like you're being betrayed by the market. You don't have a good system. Your strategy is not making enough money. It could be better. I think no matter how much money you're making, you probably want to make more, or you want to fine tune it. And I could have done better. I did good, but I could have done better, or I did bad this week. And I feel disappointed. Like maybe I should do something else for fun, and maybe this is too difficult. Maybe I don't have the right tools. This could be a million things. That's the true. That's the true human condition, or the trader condition, so to speak. So. Some people have trading. This forum's kind of technical as far as execution, but people have forums where they talk about, I lost on this trade, and I'm just thinking, gosh, am I starting to lose my touch? Like I lost 3 trades in a row, and I thought I had this grid system down, but the market's too deep, and I don't understand what happens when it goes to a 20-year low.
Hang on a second. Hang on. This is the simple math from Simpleton. You will lose 9 trades in a row 80% of the time on the next 100 trades that you're going to take. There's a very good chance you are going to lose 9 in a row. It's all math.
Yeah, you could get crushed on a stack. So when you say, what, I'm being. So I think I think of it this way. You're a trader. There's only 2 things to consider. Are you passive or aggressive? Are you just sitting there waiting for that sweet spot entry? You're almost under trading it, or are you so fucking aggressive that you go, I know this pattern. I've seen this pattern. I'm gonna buy at the market right here. Buy at the market right now. Look at this double bottom on the 1 minute. Buy at the market. You can't hesitate. You have to buy right there. So I just put on a 4K right at the market based on this pullback. I got a double bottom. I'm assuming I'm in a trend on the 1 hour chart. Am I scalping? Yes, I'm scalping on the 1 minute chart, but I'm trend trading the 1 minute chart. I'm also swing trading because I know where the swing traders' targets are today. They're above the high of the news.
Right.
So I'm a swing trader and I'm a scalper. I just happen to be getting in on the 1 minute chart, so I'm joining the crowd of the engulfment team that's going north. And I'm riding. Mark Douglas says, you're depending on other traders to make you money. I'm depending on the swing traders to carry my 1 minute pattern, this triangle breakout I'm trading. So it's all, I'm in a swing trading system. I've been in swing trades, dude. I'm looking at the 5 minute chart and go, the 5 minute guys are going to carry me to my target. I don't think it's any different. You should be able to see the market from the scalper's point of view, and the overall, you should see what everybody's into. You can see the guy that got in 3 weeks ago. He's probably still long. He's holding from that wick tip. There might be one guy doing that, but there's a million people trading this shit in a million different directions. To say that there's a retail guy getting stop hunted, all you're saying is they're taking out a supply zone. It doesn't. I'm sick of this victimhood shit about. He said there's retail traders. All 90% of traders lose. Dude, 90% of people can't even stay married.
Aren't those people? Hang on. Well, look at the girl who rolled in, and you wrote scripts for her. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I just want to make money.
Right.
Well, that's the wrong attitude.
Cha-ching. Show me the money. Cha-ching.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Lamborghini Raoul, and those people forever will be fucking blasted and taken advantage of. But it's up to them to wisen up, legitimately. You can't save them all, right? You can't win them all, and you can't save them all. So, yeah, I think that's the attitude. There's got to be a personality test for people before they want to start trading. and
Yeah.
before you release scripts to people and whatnot, you would want to make sure they really got the grit to stay in it. You got to have the stay.
Well, you have to walk
it.
through it with them. You have to babysit them. So when they execute on their platform or simultaneously, or you say, "Here's what we're doing. This is why we're doing it right now on the 1 minute chart." You got to be available for like 5 hours in the morning to make $500. I mean, you probably make $500. You could make $200 trading Nasdaq, dude. I can make. I mean, it's crazy. I'm almost going to be up $100
Yeah,
if
but
this thing catches.
Simpleton, you know what, buddy, slow down. $100 extra a day is big money for most people on planet Earth. I don't care where you are.
Right, so you can sit down and scalp the 1 minute chart. Now, this guy's saying here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, you can sit down for the 1 hour to make your $100.
So the Monday data is not going to call in. So he doesn't have the hardware or something. He says you are swing trading on the 1 minute chart, not scalping by definition. So this is a definition. Here's a guy who. I think he's not. I'm not saying he's probably a smart guy, and he's lived his life on definition. He's very critical. He's like, "What did you say? You said swing a minute." I'm trying to get past that. I'm trying to get past that and go to like a street level view. He's being very specific, and says when I'm talking about trading time frames, I just say day trading and intra-month time frame. But now you guys are ranting about something I'm not talking about. See, the thing is, we're ranting all the time about something you're not talking about.
That doesn't stop.
Don't worry about that.
That doesn't stop.
But I'm just trying to help this guy out to see that the reason I'm scalping the swing trade, he says I'm not. He says, because my targets, in other words, I have a scalp, an intermediate, and a swing trade in my market order. So when I pull the trigger here, understand, when I pull the trigger with a 40 pip target, I'm kind of a trend trader on the 1 minute chart. If I say I'm going to risk $10 to make $10 on this one, that's a scalp. That's a break-even scalp. That's just kind of like to pad the account.
Right.
See, look, I'm about to take profit. See that it's turning color? I'm about to cash out on my scalps.
Right.
I'm scalping and I'm swing trading at the same fucking time. You're so binary. You're a trader, dude. Are you long or short? I'm 20% long. I'm 40% short. Dude, I'm both. See, you can't be a fucking transgender in this fucking game. And the reason why guys can't
You have
trade,
to be a transgender. What are you talking about? You
Yeah,
absolutely
you
have to be swinging
you have
both
to be
ways. What are you
bias
talking about?
gender, bias neutral. It's so hard because we all
Okay.
rooting for our fucking analysis. We're rooting for our analysis.
Right.
We have to root for the other
Right.
guy's analysis.
Look,
You got to, you know what I'm saying? So
No, you have to listen. You can see all the maps at the same time because you've seen them all for many years. You see the 50-minute swing bots. You see the 5-minute guys that are closing on the hour. You see all of these moves because you've seen them many times.
see, here's what
this
guy just said it again to me. I can see his binary.
Okay.
He believes.
Okay.
He said it again. He said, "So simpleton, you just said." To
What I said.
put it simply, your targets decide if you're scalping or swing trading. But it's
Okay.
not. It's
That
not
makes
an
sense.
or. I'm doing both.
No. You're right.
He should
it's
say
trading.
and
It's
screen.
just trading.
In other words,
Yeah.
he's still stuck on. Well, what are you doing? Are you swing trading or scalping? Do it both.
Well, he's young. He's young.
I don't know.
He's young. He's young. He's
But
young.
it's okay. No, I'm just seeing that he sees the world in black and white, and I did too until I started trading. I'm like, I guess I can see the
Right.
seller's
And then
point
you
of
get
view.
kicked
They
in the
just
head
blew
a
up
few
my limit
times,
bank.
so then you know.
I mean, you have to be.
Right.
I guess not empathetic. What they call it, imagine walking in somebody else's shoes. So, or just being able to be flexible enough to go, yeah, I guess it's going up. Can I let go of my analysis that I spent so much fucking time with my Garley patterns and this is supposed to be going up? It's not. Could I switch gears and go with the flow? Girls could. A girl could do that in a second. A guy's going to hold on stubbornly.
Interesting. No, buddy. I got to be right.
That's right. Well, dude, I wouldn't spend all that time drawing all those fucking lines if I thought it was wrong. Well, you're going to fucking tell me I'm wrong? And I'm going to make money being wrong? Like, I'm going to go against me and make money?
No.
I'm going to go against my analysis and make money? That's so perverted, dude. Who would think of that?
It is. It's really strange,
counterintuitive. I mean,
basically, it's Gay Pride Week every week when it
that's
comes
right.
to trading.
I'm saying it's so hard for a guy to say, I'm willing to put lipstick on and have you, take me in the back room. So, but when you decide you're going to go with see, here's the thing. I realized that I was a reversal trader a long time ago because I hate trends. When I was a kid, they go, "Oh, this is the latest band." I go, "Fuck the latest band. I'm listening to fucking good music here.
Right.
Fuck the latest trend in music.
Right. I want to hear the.
Fuck the rap shit. All this new garbage. All fucking.
Well, you see,
it's all mechanical, robotic drum tracks. Stop it, you know. But then at a certain point in your life, maybe you meet a girl and you go out on a date and she likes that music. Guess what? All of a sudden, you like that music, based on the girl. So how we condition when we grow up, we're stuck. And I've been stubborn, anti-trend, contrarian. Iconoclast my whole fucking life. I just cannot go with the program. So it's been tough for me because if I would have like gone, I guess it is going up, I guess it's not going to pull back. Or do I launch limits further north going, well, when these guys are done being idiots, can't they see it's going to turn around up here? So you're really taking all your personality into the market. We're going for the full auction. But look, they're popping it right at 11:30. They're popping it here. But it's really what's your tolerance for execution? In and out, in and out. Is it okay to swing? You're painting yourself. You're actually making it harder to trade because you have to make it okay to just go with your risk management and not say, is this a scalp or is this a swing? Obviously, if you're trying to make 10 pips, it's a scalp. If you're trying to make 1,000 pips, it's a swing. Or it's a position trade. If you really want to know the true definitions, position trading, you hold it for 6 months and you make 1,000 pips, 2,000 pips in the guppy in 3 months. You could do that trade. But who's going to put how big is that position? And if it's a 3K, you got a lot of money, even a 3K. But, here, I'm going to cash out of this. It looks like we're pulling back, so I'm just going to get out, take my profits and run. So having that hotkey available makes a big difference. Now I can re-rack with limits all over again and do another scalp swing, slash swing. So I say no position trades here, but I have scalps blended. So it's a blend. It's a breakfast blend. You got scalps. You got 10 pips, 20, 30, 40 pips or whatever dollars. And you're done with it. But that climax there, it's a pullback, 1 minute short. Yeah, you could trade. I could have sold up there too. I accidentally put sell limits up there. I just noticed. I accidentally hit the wrong key. This guy got me so wound up. But it's just that now that I see it in font looking at me, I think the other guy is kind of getting my point. Yeah, I don't get it. Being hard-headed.
Hard to hang on. What did I miss here?
But I said any strategy is bad.
I think he's conflating the target size with the duration. Oh. They can be either or. They could either be a target size or a duration or both or neither. It could be just 3 pips. It could be anything all at once.
So we agree on that. We agree that the targets. Why did you spend all that time needling the definition of swing and scalp? Do you trade?
It's not important.
Do you trade a lot, or you analyze? Important. I mean, what platform are you on? Like, who are you? I guess we don't have a lot of people coming to the room, so I'm trying to get my brain around where are you coming from. Did you just start trading yesterday? You've been trading 20 years. Like, where are you at? Then I wouldn't think that I'd have to, then I would know where you're coming from. It would save us a lot of drama. A lot of investigation.
Well, you like the drama. Skills. It gives you a bit of. Hang on, it helps you with your heart rate.
Of course, the drama keeps me from falling asleep here on watching the 1 minute chart drift north.
Right. The nice thing is that I think you're attracting a lot of the younger crowd who cannot follow you, which is great, because the less that more the better. And I think also that when you try to describe what you're doing, it's impossible to describe it. You just have to watch it.
I guess.
Just really pay attention.
Really. It's just a buy low, sell high with an expiration on that ticket.
So you're talking to a guy who understands it implicitly and explicitly.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the part of time frame that does matter to my system. Is a 15-minute script and a half hour and a 1 hour script. Those are typically scalps. Those are scalps. If it's a 4 hour script, it means that you're looking for the market to come way down in 4 hours, 40 pips in 4 hours. So you take an order, you place just to be linear about it. Every 10 pips is an hour. So if you're going to put a 4-hour script in, put it 40 pips deep. Start at 40 pips deep. If it's going to be a 2-hour script, it's going to be what I say, 10 pips per hour. Yeah, so 4 hours, 8 hours is going to be 80 pips deep, and so on and so on. 6 hours is 60 pips deep. If all you did was that, you have a rate of you're picking the rate of change ahead of time. You're saying the market's got to drop at X to tag those tickets. You can back test it in Strategy Tester to see just what that looks like when it's coming in, because I can run that program. That's what I can run. I can run a very discrete robot that only does this one function, and he throws in an array, and I could stack that robot where he has, say he buys a cluster, and this is also double click. It's a double click run by the robot. So the double clicks you're running here, you can import into the robot and see what that would look like to trade that on one particular day. And then you can see what it's going to happen when it runs. And so the expiration is critical because time frame does matter. The clock is ticking. So the ones that last all day that are 100 pips deep are swing trades in the 24-hour expiration.
Listen, your dissipation concept of the 15-minute, 4-hour drop, 3-hour to 1 hour, half hour, those are really, from what I'm understanding, is we're going to lay traps out over here. If the animals don't come down this far, we're going to take our traps back and put them somewhere else. So you're basically grabbing the traps
that's a good metaphor or analogy. But here, let's take it to we're trying to catch a cheetah. So that's going to be a deep ticket because he's fast, and the cheetahs are worth more money.
Right.
So if we're trying to catch a sheep or just what like some mongrel that can only go like 10 miles an hour, that's a scalp. We're going to scalp these little. They're not worth a lot of money. It's like smelt, I guess. All these little baby fish you catch, but it adds up, right? And so you don't always get the cheetah when the market does a flash crash. The orders that are 80 pips deep to last for an hour, you're asking the market to drop 80 pips in an hour. So what is this? Now, that's something you could run statistics on to kind of fine-tune a Eurobot.
Right? That's an end-of-the-world trade.
Yeah. What's that?
It's like an end-of-the-world trade.
Well, it's we saw it this morning on NASDAQ. Had I wrote the right scripts, if I wrote deeper scripts, I could have peppered the area and made that clean burst, but I still have to dump and rinse and repeat because when we make back to the floor of the news, you notice how the market just went nuts down fast. Now it went down faster than it went down before. So that's a fake move. All fast moves are fake moves, and they're worth a drift up or a smack back up. So based on that theory, when you're buying 30 pips deep and it lasts for 15 minutes, that's a news script. And when I was running this morning, I said in the video, I started this video 6 hours ago, at 8:30. I started this just before the news came out, so I wrote the scripts and I was ready to go. And I go, oh my God, market's going to open at 8. I had hotkey keyboards ready to go on that, but I hadn't programmed it. It's a big drama to pick out the control keys and save. But I was like, yeah, I want to trade the NASDAQ here and see just what I can do. I'm up $9. I'm up $10 on a sell. On a buy. I'm just going to get out. I'll take my $11. So I'm at $3,700. Not bad, right? Started $1,300 this morning. So, but I just thought, this is the time to do this shit with these scripts because, dude, there's no more convenient thing than you're driving down the road. You see the NASDAQ crash, and you're like, you know what? I got a script for that. You got your little party pack. No, I swear to God, dude. I'll never forget. This is 5 years ago. I went to my buddy's pawn shop and I'm talking to him, right? And I'm there talking to him, and I got the euro dollar on my tablet, and I see the euro drop, and I go, I got the script for that. So I was talking to him while I was dropping massive tickets in this super deep, almost unfillable tickets. So the more unfillable, the higher probability that's going to be an amazing trade, right? If the market can slam down 60 pips in 15 minutes, it's probably they just assassinated the guy in Japan. I don't know if that was rocketing any of the markets, but certainly if they took out Goober here or Goober, the guy resigning. I mean, the world is coming apart. I'm glad it's coming apart. So I agree with Ravel. Ravel is I have the same kind of like, can we just crash this thing already? Everybody's a fucking idiot when it comes to all these politicians are idiots. Can't they just all commit suicide, please, in unison? But so see this order I just double clicked real deep. Now, if that was a 1 hour ticket, I would make that a 1 hour script, but you'd have a whole NASDAQ library of what trade plans you're going to launch. This way, what you're doing is you're reverse engineering. You're saying, instead of asking, do I have a setup? The last thing people ask is, well, where do I put my stop? No, where's your stop first? Then go look for the setup that fits your fucking trade plan. If you're going to run a 30 pip stop, that setup's not going to work. So always think money first. Yep. Money first, and then does my risk fit the market? Not do I look for patterns in the market and go, hey, honey, you should see this fucking setup. I was studying candlesticks. This is a hammer. This is a hammer pattern. Now we got dragonfly. I got dragonfly, and I got a fucking yeah, I got this other one called a gravestone. That gravestone fucking trade. Yeah, 4 hour gravestone. Dude. He's going to break out. So you load the wagon on that shit, and you don't even look at the depth of market. You're like, well, my stops are so tight. I'm so greedy. I'm trying to make 90 pips with a 5 pip stop. Is there anything wrong with that trade plan? So it's the thing you're deciding to execute.
Hang on, but you have to learn the methodology of laying traps instead of trying to shoot.
Well, that's for a passive
kill.
entry guy. Yes, if you want to start off, I would say the beginner passive trading kit, the non-aggressive trader, the guy that's going to sit on the sidelines and wait for the whole city to crash, and he's got the piece of real estate on the edge now worth a lot of money because they burned down the city, and all of a sudden that country land worth a lot of money. So if you're going to do that trade where you park yourself 100 pips deep and go, cross your arms and go, come and get me. Now that is a completely different thing than trading at the market, which I did this morning.
Sure.
Those two different styles. I'm going to say style of trading. I'm not going to say. I don't want to. So my buzzwords are like style, method, tactics. You have to broaden. You got to go past swing and scalp, dude. You got to think. Am I in the market for 8 hours, 4 hours, or 4 minutes? What is your tolerance for even being in the market? Forget the tap out of losses.
Lifestyle first.
Yeah.
Right.
How much?
Lifestyle first.
Yeah. Because,
lifestyle comes first.
Right. Because
for 4 hours, for 2 hours. How long am I going to sit in front of the screen? Second, budget. What's gonna make me cry uncle? $50 is gonna ruin my fucking day if I lose $50 on one rack. Then don't be trading if you don't have 5 Gs.
Absolutely.
$50 is gonna bother you, right? So there's your risk. When you know exactly how much you're gonna drop on every single drop, and you think you have a pretty good idea, and even if it's not a great idea, but you think it's going to come down, or you have your double clicks, you can launch these things as you see fit, and then go and do what you got to do. That's a completely different way of life.
Yeah, because if you're on the 1 minute chart, I can tell you right now, the double clicks I just dropped genius double clicks in my opinion. I'm buying the pullback into this vacuum. If we're probably not going to be able to sustain this high. I'm suspecting a crush, so I perfectly placed. In my opinion, I should wait, or I should write another script. So if you don't want to wait, you got to write another script. But I'm just going to run this one because it's a demo. Again, I'm going to buy slightly offset because the market's moved since my last double click. Now I have exposure about 12K sitting here, waiting for the crush, waiting for the rip north. But actually, this is the market order buy because once again, in a trend system, you are buying the stop hunt of this lonely wick. It's a 1 minute chart. So you should buy at the market. I'll buy a 4K at the market with limits below. This way, in case I'm wrong, I got a 20 pip stop. I should put a 30 to make. I should make a 30 to make 60. Now, when you start to grow your library or your toolbox of how you're going to attack the market, because I could have just as well sold up here. I could have sold up there if my fingers on the hotkey keyboard. I would have taken it, but that's a 1 minute chart. If you don't nail it there, all is lost. I sold my longs there.
I think 1 minute you have to be in front of it. No, let's differentiate between sitting in front of the computer for the hour on the 1 minute.
Well, I'm in front of it now. That's why I'm talking about only because it's open. Right. But I'm saying
I get it, brother.
If you get an iceberg, if you go to the 30-minute chart, you may have a sell that's sitting way up in Disneyland north of here, going, by the end of the day, you guys are going to top tick Tommy, and I'm going to take that scalp off the top. That is a setup trade that's already set up. We can already see the high of the day. We can see a high last week. We could put a cluster rack up there. We could go to the store for 4 hours as a 4 hour rack. It depends your exposure, what you want to do that day, And the guy that babysits it and can trade a 1 minute chart is definitely going to make more money than a guy that's a passive trader on limit grids that are way on Disneyland. You may not fill the whole. 1 week, I went the whole week. I swear to God, I put 8-hour grids in on 8 currencies, not one fill. They were too deep. The market wasn't volatile, and they never tagged and bagged anything. And I thought, I'm under trading. You got to find the balance between under and over trading. It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, and if you don't mind going against your analysis, that's the other psychological hindrance. I think if we get locked into an idea that the market has to do X, we're not willing to. And so if you're not a compromise, that's why I couldn't stay married, because my first wife said, you got to compromise. I said, are you fucking kidding? Dude, I know what I'm doing. You're an idiot. So I'm pretty arrogant, or I guess too smart for my own good when it comes to that. And so my workaround was to say, oh, really, you think it's going to tank? Look at it tanking to my limits here. You think it's going to tank? And right when I bought at the market, it's going to tank. So, you think it can't go lower? And I thought, why am I fighting at the market? Why do my ego's pulling the trigger at the market going, this is going up, can't you see? Or I wouldn't buy, right? But if you put the limits grid in, you go, oh, isn't that funny? It went lower than I thought. I guess I was wrong. So I'm making money from being wrong slightly. In other words, I still think it's going up, but I don't think it's cheap enough. So buy low, sell high seem to be my only fix to be able to trade the market. Because you got to find a workaround. And the scripts are the gateway to free you from realizing, especially if you just do it in demo and you see, oh, yeah, I guess it does go down. Market does go down. It's better to buy low and buy really lower than you think it could even go. So now I put another rack in, and I'm getting a better price front running the market on 15-minute expirations now. I'm on the 5-minute chart now, but on the 1 minute chart, it looks like the biggest sell off in the world, right? Off of that top. And it is going through the phone into my capture window, so I'm going to stack up these guys. The nice thing about limits is that it's a very disciplined way to get in. It's logical because it could still drop. So maybe I'll make another $150 today.
Right.
I'm not really trying to make $1 million here, but I'm just trying to survive it. And if you trade every day, at the end of the week, you do the end of the week numbers, I guess. It depends also, how do you assess your performance at the end of the week or every day?
Only by expectancy, simpleton. Yeah. Only by expectancy. That's the only way you can really validate what you're doing. And you validated it to me way before you start going for the edges and swinging at the fences. Because even a 0.2 means I'm buying a stick of lipstick for $1, selling it for $1.20 all day long. How many can I sell? Right? That's it.
Yeah, the auction theory with a crayon is pretty funny. Yes.
Oh, the government sent me some fucking paperwork now. What the fuck? We calculated it.
Yeah, so the 1 minute chart is quite a fast learning experience,
Yep.
In NASDAQ, because there's so many people tugging at price. It's very, in that sense, it's really easier to trade than forex, because forex is really an exchange.
Okay.
Between two currency pairs. It's like if you went long September corn and short November corn. It's that kind of trade. That's why the leverage is so high, or the requirement is so low for margin.
Okay.
Because you're cross rates. They call it cross rates, and the exotics are kind of crazy, But I know people that trade the Turkish lira against the Mexican peso. And I'm like, how do you do that shit? I know what's going on. It's so liquid. I mean, but they're big swing traders. They're position traders too that do that. That's a position trade.
Well, listen, a lot of people are position traders. People who are, well, let's put it this way: the guys who actually came up with all those different commodities were the farmers that were producing that particular commodity, because they wanted to ensure that they had a fair price for whatever they grew. So it was really about trapping the fair price for the guys that were involved with the actual commodity itself, wheat, corn. They just want to make sure they're getting paid. So they'll buy futures contracts to ensure that they're going to get a certain price at a certain time. Let's say when
they'll short the corn market if they think they have a drought.
Right. Well, so that kind of shit's going to happen, of course.
That's something that the futures markets are kind of based around people
Weather.
But because they take real delivery on that. So when I used to trade
Sure.
futures, I used to get nervous because they'd say to me, "You got to dump your trades 2 weeks before expiration, or do you want to have a bunch of
Otherwise
hogs
you're
show up
getting-
on your doorstep?"
you're
Was a
getting it
joke,
all
but
at your-
like, well, that corn they're
You're gonna
delivering.
send a
Yeah, where do you
truck.
want us to put the corn? That 5,000 bushels. Where should we put it?
Yeah. Or you could have put
That
them
was
on
the
the roof.
old joke, but I mean, I don't think anybody ever got. The broker would take you out before you ever got to that, but they would send you a letter just the same for legal reasons.
Oh, for sure. They have to let you know
Yeah.
you actually bought all this corn.
Hey, by the way, you want to make an ethanol or something? We can get you a deal.
Yeah.
Take it off your
Buy some more.
hands. Of course, shipping and handling. Oof, I think you lost on this trade, by the way.
Yeah.
I know you got a good price on the chart you were trading on the 5-minute chart, but of course, now that we dropped that stuff at your doorstep, it looked like a
Gotta
good
sell
scalp, but now here is the corn, actually. Thank you very much.
Yeah. There you go.
That
All
is
yours.
not a scalp anymore now. I would agree with you there flat out. That has become a serious position trade. In fact, it could bankrupt me, but hey, listen, popcorn tonight
Hey,
for everybody.
you know
Free
what you do?
popcorn in the neighborhood.
When you get stuck with all that
Yes.
corn, you
Yeah.
just buy one of those. You buy
Corn
one of those
chips.
corn roasting machines.
I'm moving to
and you just
Mexico and make corn chips.
roast corn. That's it.
It turns out the
Roasted
corn was.
corn.
Turns out I didn't have a silo, so the stuff went bad on my porch. Oops.
Buddy, I have a buddy who's doing crazy numbers selling corn.
It's
And he's
not-
roasting it and he's putting it in salads and he's doing all kinds of stuff. His name's Mr. Corn. And the guy's doing
he's
great.
got a YouTube channel. Things to do with
No,
corn
he
that you
shouldn't.
did.
I told him not to. It'll be crazy. But I told him a long time ago, you should be really securing the price of corn for yourself. And you can only do that by probably, looking at futures, setting a price for yourself, what you want to pay, let's say in the summertime for the corn. And then you can start buying, you can start accumulating in Christmas. Those contracts, when you finally sell them and release them, you're not going to take the actual corn. Obviously, delivery is retarded.
Right.
But once you actually finally sell them, you would have made enough, hopefully, to pay for your corn for the season. And that idea came to me from a couple of German colleagues of mine. When their wives got pregnant simultaneously,
Yeah.
they were working at a bank, and I don't know who impregnated who, but they were pretty much pregnant at the same time. And these guys were working at the bank, and they said, "You know what? We got another 3 years of buying diapers, the pens, all the different fruits, and all the stuff that they were going to have to buy for the next 3 years." They ended up buying positions. They calculated how much they were going to spend, and they bought positions in the underlying companies that were providing all those things like foodstuffs and parliament and all the fucking shit that they were going to need for clothing, everything. So by the time the kids were 3, they basically, raised them for nothing because everything worked out in their favor, right? Because whatever. That's another way of thinking about, let's call it the long swing trade for that gentleman. That's your long swing trade, the 3-year trade.
Got 3 years, man. That's a bruiser.
Yeah. Well, listen, you get your money for nothing and your chicks for free. That's the whole idea. That's what everyone thinks this is about. They think it's rock and roll. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
Quite
I
hilarious
think
to me.
that girl, what's her name, from Texas, wanted to be like a trading rock star. But see, the thing is that this is a girl that gave a chunk of money for somebody to
Yeah, and
trade
got lost.
forex options and wiped out
Oh,
the
boy.
account. So
Oh, boy.
just
Oh,
the
boy.
idea of forex options is like, oh my god, if you're really quick straw McGraw, like if you're super sniper, you can do it. I met a guy that made money doing it. But he said, you got to get out. Like, you got your finger on the exit button because as soon as you're up
Yeah,
on that
it's,
trade, you
it's
got to
too
get out.
complex. Yeah, you need. It's too complex to do by hand. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. Not well.
And,
You're not
and
gonna
they kind
win
of
well.
they kind of outlawed it in a sense because people were just getting crushed. And
Sure. The binary options were riff that they were doing for a few years. They banned it in a lot of countries. Anyways, the bottom line is, I think the gentleman was a little bit confused by the idea
binary.
that there really is no such thing as a swing trade or a scalp. It really is dependent on if you're if you're trading daily and you're daily trading and you're in and out of the market, you're pretty much a scalp trader.
yeah,
Okay, if you're gonna go over 3 days, okay, I'll surrender. It's a swing trade if it's greater than 2-3
Yeah.
days. I'll give you that. Fair enough.
but isn't an
But-
8-hour engulfment to me as a swing
Yeah,
trade? In
that-
other
what
words,
do you call that?
If I'm
Exactly.
at,
Like,
if I'm
what
at
is that
40 pips,
exactly?
80 pips, I'm
Right,
really,
right,
you know.
right.
Yeah, it's just kind of a technical description issue, nitpicking kind of.
Well, listen, it's all about categorization. So people want to
Right. Oh yeah,
categorize
because
it.
what is in between a scalp and a swing? I guess an intermediate. I guess a trend trade, maybe on the way to the top of the swing target. So
Maybe,
you're
maybe.
scalping to make 10 pips, but you're kind of trend trading. You're making 30 pips on the way to the target of the engulfment point of the edge of the market.
You're
So
looking for edges,
the trend
yeah.
traders are trying to wait for their indicators to catch up so they can take a valid entry and say, I can repeat this trade because I know the 20 EMA is going to give me X.
Right.
And I get that, and I see people trading like that, but that's why I emphasized the limits, because I saw nobody trading on limits really like this. So
Really?
I guess like Ayn Rand kind of went psychotically objective. That she was from Russia, so she goes, fuck that shit. So she went full retard and blew
Sure,
people's
sure.
minds, you know.
Sure.
And
Sure.
Atlas Shrugged just tells you that we're living in Atlas Shrugged, right? So,
Sure.
you know, I kind of wanted to say, well, what about this? You know, what about that? So that kind of inspired me, the fact that somebody would just redo the philosophy from all the classics and say, that's what Mark Douglas did. It took him 7 years to write The Disciplined Trader. He says, wait a minute.
Really?
I just lost.
Really?
Yeah, he goes, I lost a bunch of money. What just happened to me?
Right.
When he came back to work the next day after he filed bankruptcy, he started making money for his clients. He goes, why am I making money now? Because his
Right.
fears all came true. His biggest fear
Okay.
was, what if I go bankrupt? And when he did, he goes, well, I'm still here, and I got rid of my fears. So
Sure.
he went into
But
it. He
he could've-
dove into why do people do what they do.
Oh, buddy.
And it's a very technical book.
It's the ape brain. The ape brain takes over, man. That's the bottom line.
Oh, my God.
The
So-
ape brain takes over.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, yeah,
That's it.
yeah. When your reptilian side takes over, you become fight or
You're
flight.
done.
You know.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. Well, look, you
But
know
you can't.
what? I
You
can
can't
tell
deny
you one thing.
you can't deny the reptilian parts. So if you need to masturbate with a demo account to make real money in your real account, do that. Whatever you need. Then whatever
right.
trick you need to, like, it's like the idea that you have a stunt wife, a hooker, so you can stay married
Right.
to your nagging bitch wife. It's that kind of
Right.
workaround. But in the market, it's not
Okay.
unethical to trade demo.
No,
If that analogy
No.
helps.
it does.
As crude as it is, they like my style. I think that's what those people liked over there in Britain, was my style. They offered me to do a crypto video. I'm like, you really like my style? Like, what part of it? You mean the
No, everything's great,
the
buddy.
sexual
You're-
metaphors?
You're spitting wisdom and facts at the young generation. It's great.
My annoying attitude they like.
Well,
my,
you know,
my
it's not even that.
underlying
Everyone, like, hang on a
seething
second.
anger.
You know what? You grew up and you said to yourself, I'm going to be the old guy in the Muppets that are sitting up in the gallery, you're fucking heckling everybody to death because we've already seen this play. So there you are.
Everybody's
I'm
got to be
sitting right
somewhere.
beside- hang on.
Everybody's got to be
I'm sitting
somewhere.
right beside you right now, heckling at everybody as well, because it's like, oh my God, when I hear all these stories, but I have to tell you, you've been around it for 5 years. I haven't touched forex ever, so for me, it's like, what the hell is going on with this stuff? It's retarded already. Overload.
Yeah, let's get retarded in here. Right, that's that song. They made a song about forex. I mean, NASDAQ.
Let's go crazy.
Yeah. Prince trades forex.
Oh, poor guy.
Like it's
another
1999.
another great artist lost. Unbelievable. You know what? I think the last couple of years have been like, holy smokes. Eddie Van Halen, and you got the guy from the Tragically Hip, Gordy. You have Rush, Neil Peart. The Cars. A few more of the Cars have crashed and died. Wow, like a lot of musical people are gone, which is really strange. Never hear an Eddie Van Halen solo again, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, James Caan just died.
Oh gosh, he was good too.
I like all that Steve McQueen shit. I like all those guys from
Yeah.
the old days.
Well, you grew up with them. What about all the people that used to like? What's that guy who used to do the drop kicks? What was his
Oh
name?
yeah.
The mustache. You know what I'm talking about. Chuck Norris.
Bruce Lee. Oh, Chuck Norris. Yeah.
Oh, Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris.
I
No,
like
we
Bruce
saw.
Lee. When I saw Bruce Lee in Green Hornet, I was like, "Oh, that guy's really,
Yeah, he's really
he's
good.
fucking, he's on it." You know, they had him when they found him, they're like, "Can you do this?" He goes, "Yeah." It's they
Yeah,
kind of
no
they really exploited the shit out of him, but that was like his first gig, really.
Sure, he needed the gig. He wanted to be recognized. I get it. Everyone's in Hollywood for a reason.
Oh yeah. I just bought some more at the market here. I got some scalps, but I'm on the way to the swing target. I'm on the way to the total eclipse of the moon. The 1 minute charts really, 1 minute charts really fucking beautifully. It's easy to trade. I got to be honest with you. 1 minute chart in NASDAQ, 1 minute chart in forex untradeable, but the 1 minute chart in NASDAQ is beautiful.
But what's the symbol that you're using? I mean, I'm trying to find it on the trading view.
NAS 100. NAS 100
would be under indices.
Well, just open all the symbols. Yeah.
Owanda, I got it. Owanda, NAS 100. Are they any good, Owanda? I'm just going to use their data for
what's their spread? Put up the thing and then.
I can't see it on the trading view.
Make build a chart off of that symbol.
Oh, I'm going to right now. NAS 100.
And then you got to read the numbers to find what the spread is. I don't know. 'Cause I'm using a spread indicator that just gives me it.
Oh shit, that's right. Okay, I see a spread over here of yeah, it's just hopping and bopping.
$1.50 maybe. It's pretty. Owanda's kind of a terrible broker, but
I would
about
imagine.
$1.50 there.
Listen, I can see the price on the dome jumping in between the bid and the ask, so they're not even getting anything done here. It's hysterical. But that's NASDAQ. NASDAQ is a very, very, very bucking bronco type of beast, but
I don't mind paying a buck. I don't mind paying a buck. It's like getting in a mini lot. So in forex, this is like the spread's 1, and you bought a 10K. You kind of like, so the correlation. It's like you bought a 5K with a 2-pip spread. It's costing you $1 out of the gate. But I don't mind it because this market moves, so you're gonna know if you're right or wrong. Whereas in a 1 minute chart in euro, it's gonna dick around. There's no resolution to the price movement. In a sense, it doesn't really resolve.
Right.
The structures don't play out as well as they do here on this 1 minute chart, NASDAQ. This is the second time I've traded NASDAQ in my life right now.
Wow.
Yeah, because I only did it because these guys kept saying, "Do you have a script for NASDAQ?" And I started to do it, and I started to run it, and I was trading just during normal days. It wasn't a news event, but that was a lot of fun, and it was exhilarating as hell, right? Because I've been doing this for 4 hours here, 5 hours, and it's like I've just blown away how much fake money I've made. I'm at $4,000 now. I'm at $4,100 now.
Sure.
And I just been buying at the market here at this obvious pullback.
Sure.
And we fell in that hole. I'm long on limits. See, my best limit order is up $29 because I had that limit iceberg that I was double-click I wrote this morning. So, for just throwing this together, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the money, and I'm enjoying the fact that I can do pure clinical trade plans on this. I did move some of the targets, but for the last hour and a half, I decided I was going to go with the original trade plan and not try to get greedy and move my targets up. So I think that's the discipline part, because you really want to let those scalps be scalps on the way to the target of the larger trend. Now here I could sell right here at the market, but that's the 1 minute chart coming up on resistance here now. Okay. You got to blow out that top though. If you zoom out, you're going to say if I zoom out, you're going to say stay in it. I just lost my chart. I had a bad button here. Okay, so here, if I go to the 5 minute, you're like, holy shit, like, look at the 5 minute chart. That's a big pullback. And now we're going going to hunt down the high of the day now. We pulled back to this top, become a bottom on the 5. But on the 1 minute chart, they totally correlate. There's enough people participating. Now it's noon o'clock, dead on. Mm-hmm. We go to the 1 hour chart, half-hour charts. Every chart's going to update now. 1 minute, 1 hour. So the 1 hour robots, the half-hour robots are all going to get on this thing. Go to 1 minute chart. We just got to kick it into this window, and I'm out. I'm not going to move my targets. I'm just going to kick into that little window there if we make it. Right. But we could pull back at any moment. No guarantees. I'm in about it's $60 a ticket. using $1,000 of margin, $60 per margin requirement.
Okay.
So I'm about 8K right now, I think. So right. Whatever.
Yeah, the
six
NAS
times.
100 is the NAS 100 is different on the
60
trading view. I have
divided
to find a way. I have to find a way to get. I want to get the a sandbox written for just MT4. Even Nick said that he would help me design the Evil Knievel bot. You know, the deep launch across the Grand Canyon, 8-hour drop type of concept with just a very, very simple starter kit. You should always start with the Evil Knievel jump, so you know how to perfect that, right? Because you're going to wipe out a few times on the way.
Yeah, I'm in 16K right now.
Right.
I think.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I'm in 16K. That's pretty big, actually. I mean, NASDAQ. I think that's big.
Okay. I don't know.
I mean, compared to forex, this is
easier. You've got a lot of places to listen. You scale up and scale down from the 15-minute to the 5 to the 1, and there's different worlds and worlds upon worlds of trades available. But you have to know what you're looking for.
The 1 minute and the 5 are pretty. Like if you're a scalper, I think that's if you have the 1 minute on the right, 5 minute on the left. I got so many symbols on here. I can't do that dual screen right now.
Right.
I mean, I had to reduce all those bitcoins. I got so much shit on this platform. So you open a new broker, you just dedicate that broker to that. But this broker seems to be the only one that we can trade at. So
who's it called?
What's that?
Hugo's Way? Sorry.
Yeah, Hugo.
Hugo, good old Hugo. Someone's son's name's Hugo.
He's Hugo. Well, the thing is that
kid.
if you trade gold and you trade just NASDAQ, I think it's great. Like, I'm not sure.
Okay.
The spread on the British pound, it's going to go to like 30 pips at 5 p.m. So you can't hold anything through that.
No.
Because the liquidity provider can give you liquidity on NASDAQ, but they can't give you liquidity on the forex market. Apparently, whatever their liquidity provider is, the guy that's backing their trade. You know.
Right on.
So
that's funny. That 5 o'clock rush and spread out, and let's call it the butterfly effect, is very important. I mean, you have to have that programmed in, because if the person's going to be gone in the middle of a shopping spree, and it hits 5 o'clock and they haven't cashed out and or closed in all positions, there's got to be an alarm going off somewhere on the phone, right? You got to close now. You know, you 5 minutes to 5. So I reckon that most people that are starting out, especially girls, are going to be chatting away and they're taking pictures and doing their TikToks and doing what they're doing, and they're going to be probably watching to see what's going on the MT4 on their phone. So I imagine that's part of the lifestyle. So, you know, that's part of the lifestyle. So, it's got to be a lifestyle channel. That's all there is to it. Here's your lifestyle.
Well, people that would trade NASDAQ for 5 hours in the morning.
But
there's also people that are getting in 5 p.m. on a big swing trade. Definitely different people.
Of course, and the girl getting her makeup done is going to throw a little small batch at the market, because she figures by the time she's done her makeup, she can make her coffee money, whatever her pleasure is, right? So, yeah, you're going to have to do lifestyle choices, and whether or not this is going to be a side gig, whether or not you're going to do Evil Knievel trades only. You're going to build up a repertoire.
You have to offer people 3 levels of 3 styles of trading. You know,
absolutely.
3 is always a good number, because you have short term, long term, medium term. What does that mean, and what would that mean to them? So they have to fill in the blank there. But
of course,
it's not like I said. It's not. Nobody comes to trading because. Some people come to trading like that girl to make money, but I don't think she came to trading because she was intrigued about markets. So it's a different kind of person that finds the fascination, or they're curious about the market, which gives them the energy, motivation to keep digging and building their own. They're probably going to build their own systems. The person that wants to. They were attracted to the market because they heard it makes money, and it's like, well, teach me how to make money, and when can I start making money? And it's all about the money. Yeah.
Right.
What,
different
show me how to
headspace.
get in and out. Show me. I can show you get in and out, so I can give you the tools to execute. I can build based on your trading style. So if you tell me you want
lead the horse to water, you can't force it to drink.
well,
and guess
if you
what?
said I don't
You're
mind,
a fire hose.
yeah, if you don't
It's
mind
hard.
risking $10 per trade for a week, would you risk
Right.
$10 per trade? You have to find out per trade, not the whole money, but per trade. What do you feel comfortable?
No, that's not the right question.
Yeah, it
To be
is.
honest with you,
How much?
the right
how much
well, it's
are
part
you
of- it's
willing
part of-
to
it's part
trade a
of-
week?
Well, that's part of it. But I shouldn't say it's not the right question. I think a better question would be, at what point would it ruin your day if you lost $10?
No,
you trade?
can't. Well, no, I don't think that's a good because you have
Okay,
to be
fair enough.
realistic. You have to
Okay.
say, and each decision, each
Mm-hmm.
trade is a decision.
Right.
How many? How much would you risk per decision? Would you risk $10 to make $20 on one decision that you make? And how many decisions are you willing to be wrong on?
Right.
You got to
Okay.
put the word wrong in there because people are going to. The whole problem with trading is right and wrong versus making money. You can be wrong and make money. Right?
Okay.
So
Right.
I think the first you gotta hone into like we're presupposing this person wants to learn how to trade already.
Yeah, that's a big presupposition because you know what? My whole business model, just for the record, is people who don't want to trade. They'll let us do it for them, and they can pay us every month, kind of routine.
Well, that's true.
That's so.
Right. Well, if you want to
when
do
they're
that,
coming-
you
when
just
they're going to hang out,
just
if they're
manage
going to
money.
make their way up the mountain and visit Simpleton and watch some of his videos and go through that, it means that they're motivated to actually learn how to do this business. And that's where you have to use your qualifying questions. Sorry, mine was more along the lines of some girl who doesn't want to lose more than $50 in a day, and she's not going to spend any time in front of the computer. Well, if you want
That's
to
not gonna
learn how to
work.
do it, fine.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
if you
right.
don't want to learn how to do it, then don't
Oh,
worry
well, the
about
fucking
it.
ages, But how do you approach that person because they're like,
I don't know.
see,
I don't know.
it's so difficult because what you're saying is that here, come along and let us manage your money, and they're like, what are you going to do with it? Oh, well, that's a big, long story. So you still have the problem of explaining to them, well, what's going to happen with my money? How are you going to make this money? So if you open the hood of your car, well, this is the engine, this is the intake. Well, what's the manifold? I'll go home and study that. I mean, what do you do, right? I don't sell stuff. I don't have a copy trade system, or I'm not going to do that. So I'm just
No, I
wondering
know.
how that works.
I know, man.
Like, how do you make it feel safe for somebody?
Well,
I say
what it
that
comes down-
I say
yeah.
what they do is they open
Explain
a
to them
demo
what you're
account. They trade it for free on a demo account and see if that's what you like. But of course, then
Right.
it also involves them logging in to look at this shit, don't they? The guy that I asked, I swear to God, the kid I asked, I said, he goes, well, why don't you just here? I'll give you $200 and you come back and give me like $300 every month. He said that.
Right.
They don't want to see under
Right.
the hood. So who are these people?
No. Well,
Who
they're
are
the
these
people that
people?
hear about it, that they're excited about it. They may not have enough to start, and then they may not have the time to do the demos even, brother. They may not even have the time. So
Well, you can do it at night.
they're out there.
You can do it at night.
What's
I mean,
that?
and the end of day traders are not scalpers.
For sure not.
Not even a little bit.
Anyways, I got a break at 12:30. I got some errands to run, but I think that you're very accurate in trying to determine can you handle doing $10 a day, or can you handle $15 a day in trading, and go through
Well,
a few scripts and try to understand what they're doing.
Okay, so
You could
person
do
the person that's going to get filled 3 times a week is going to look at their weekly. How much can you risk a week? Because people get trade by the week.
Right,
You can't see
gotcha.
a day. What you're trying to do is fake reduce the number. You're talking about $25 a week. That's $5 a day. So you may not get filled every day, and you're letting
Right.
that money pile up. I mean, the old thing
Correct.
was like the other kind of workaround is add to your account $50 a week, and if a trade comes up, by the end of the month, you got a savings account. And you keep adding a little
You're
bit to your
right.
account, and then when the big Kahuna trade comes up, which is very rare, that you're
Right.
ready and you're locked and loaded. You got the money.
Yep, and you're going to get the point.
Those are the that's the devil's in the details. You can't put up blanket statements. There's nothing magical about it when doing that's going to make $5 a day. I'm going to tell you right now. There's no such thing.
I'm just using it. I'm using it as an idea. I wasn't using it. I was just as a reference
I'm saying,
point,
but
buddy. I wasn't using it as an
per
actual
day
target.
is a sales technique. Per day, per week is more realistic. And people do that. You can make $50 a day. Do it. No, you can't. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I just maxed the account.
Not in trading. Trading is not as consistent as that. You're right. You have to spread it out over time, and you just want to make sure you have a positive expectancy, and you're all right.
Yeah, I mean, but it really does. Is it giving you happiness? No. What do you do in your if you're a brain surgeon and you got a hot wife? Fucking my wife. I trade. Who are these people that are signing up? They're going to be young kids that are broke, or people that are broke.
Probably.
They're at home. You're going after people that are sitting at home. The lockdown people.
Sure.
And the young people have the ambition. If they see, oh, you made this doing that, let me see how that works. They'll do it because that's the people that can pull the triggers on these trades. But
and you know what? And they're also the people that have the skills to write these EAs. Once you show them how to do one, they can do them. Yeah, they can actually.
It's really hard to come across as not being scammy. Like when you go to pick up a hot girl, you go to talk to a hot girl, she's going to think I'm a pervert. Well, I am, but let's not talk about that. So you come up to her, it's the same thing selling like, oh, just give us $50 a month and we'll give you, with a small account, you can passively make $200 a month. Yeah, people do fall for that, but it's a scammy kind of setup. Not that you guarantee you make $200 a month, but when the market conditions change, some of these robots are going to just not be able to trade. So you have a month, you don't make any money.
Yeah, they're dead. They're dead in the water.
If it's a safety bot, if you got a safety money management, it's gonna say, you know what, we don't see a trade here because the market's moving too hard. We're not a hard bot, so only the hard bots would jump in on that. I mean, the big swing bots would jump in when the scalpers can't find a trade because the market won't fucking calm down for them to pull the trigger on a hedge. It won't doji out. It just keeps screaming. Well, it doesn't take a trade. That's whereas a human might, I think I can get in this thing, and oh shit, they get whipsawed. So that's the only beauty of the robot. It's an objective view. But if you have a scalp bot, a swing bot, and a noise bot, or three kind of styles of bots, at least you can say, well, we got these three bots working on your account. You can't just be the Evil Knievel bot. Those are just a rare setups.
No, that was a joke. Yeah, that was a joke.
So you just have these kind of things. But I saw an old video I did about hot forex PAM accounts. I just saw on, and you can see people's performance. You can tell when a robot's trading it because it's just very staticky profits. But we see humans trading it. You're like, holy shit!
It's all over the place.
They move their targets on this one. They made a good run. Oh well. So yeah, you go do another meeting. Are you gonna go knock some heads?
No, my buddy is gonna pick me up for a coffee. I haven't seen him all week. I was doing all these. Yeah, I'm going for a coffee break.
Coffee's still legal. Okay.
In Canada, it is. I go for the steep. I go for the steep tea. I go for the steep tea because it's easier for me.
Oh, sweet tea. Oh, that stuff that's on the
steeped tea.
Oh, steeped. I thought you said sweet tea, like the.
No. I like that too. I like that too.
You're here to visit a girl. Yeah. No, I'm going doing that. Catch a predator. A sweet tea.
For sure.
Yeah. So sit down. Tell me why you're here again. You brought some beer. I see you brought some beer and some forex.
Forex chart.
What is it you're here for now? Oh, you want to meet a girl that's really young? Yeah, sure. I trade forex on your lap. Oh yeah, I guess you. Come right this way, Mister. Police want to talk to you. I'm in a big position. I don't know how big it says. I gotta do the math. I'm in 41K of NASDAQ right now.
That's okay.
I'm getting stopped out.
All right.
I'm running out of margin. I'm going to buy some more at the market, though.
Well,
1 minute chart. 1 minute chart is just a complete riot.
Sure. You know that Rogers here in Canada, I think most of the Rogers phones are out. All my servers went down at 4:00 in the morning. Everyone who's calling me is calling me from Bell Canada as opposed to Rogers because Rogers is the second biggest one. I think the whole country is down. Can you imagine everything is down for everyone's cell phone? That's so funny, man. Who knows what they're upgrading now?
Oh, they doing an upgrade? They tear the
Oh, who
optic
knows?
fiber.
No,
Right?
I think they're
Put the
gonna.
optic
I
fiber
think it's gonna be a power grid situation. They're gonna come up with some excuse like the fake oil reports from a few weeks ago. But I don't know what their story is. I really don't.
I got some fill here. Oh, I guess we cashed out already. Shit.
You could have cashed out on some of them for sure.
I
Oh,
had
this is the
I had
type
a
of market
euro-
that you have to sit in front of. This is good for kicks and giggles, to keep you solid in your katas. You know, you're going to learn your moves and getting faster and faster, and you have to always go through. A lot of people don't understand that it's so important to blow up accounts. It's the most important thing because that's what you learn. You learn where things fail. You learn how far you can push the edge of a certain type of drop or a certain type of strategy or tactic, and how an instrument really behaves. I nearly blew up my account on the guppy. I had no idea what I was doing. I was throwing in
That's
10,000
a huge
every
mover. Huge mover.
I was a fucking total goober, which is great. You want to start off gooberish, and then you know how to pare it down and hone it.
Well,
You're
people
honing
are
it.
trying to. You can do it on a demo. You don't have to blow up a real.
Oh, I know. I didn't know. I didn't know you could do it on demos.
Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of this is that
Right.
even on strategy tester, you can rehearse where you would get in out. You can do it with your rectangles. You can say, I would get in here.
I gotta get the MT4 stuff, and Nick's gonna help me. I gotta get there's a lot of stuff I gotta do.
Yeah, just go download. Just go to Hugo and download.
No, I don't have a
MT4.
Windows. I don't have a Windows. I don't have a Windows machine. I have a Chromebook, and I have servers all over the place, and I'm going to be on the cloud. So I want to have an instance running on the cloud. So someone has to upload Windows or something for me.
Can't believe you don't.
It's a whole mission, but it's okay.
Yeah,
It's worth
Windows-
it. You know why?
Windows is a business computer. I mean, it's the government uses
course.
and all that shit.
Well, listen, let them enjoy themselves.
No, I've used
ahead.
Windows because of MT4, and every time I bought a machine, I'm like, "We'll run MT4," and they go, "No," and they say you can download MT4 for Android, but all that is you just watch the market. You really can't run any scripts. So
You can't do anything. Of course
it's
not.
not
Of
really
course not.
MT4. It's just Android viewing of a platform. It's just
Right.
I mean, I've traded on my phone when I'm driving down the road. I see the market plunge. I'll put on some naked positions, but usually I'm gonna sit here in front of the desktop and try to be a disciplined trader and run my scripts as the way I wrote them, and then at the end of the day, you assess or at the end of the week, see how did you do? Did you make any money?
Right.
But no, it's a continue. The problem with the markets is next week could be dead. It could be crazy. We don't know. It's certainly been a washout.
I'm going to bet it's going to move. I'm going to bet it's going to move for the first 2 weeks of July because I know that they like to put up like a certain type of range. The only reason I'm saying it, Simpleton, is not because I personally believe it. It's because I've actually tracked it for the last 8-9 years. And it was
Well, aren't they always putting out a range?
And the only reason I think that it has any semblance with reality, brother, is because the old pit traders that would do this type of stuff, the minute that the computers came out in the 80s and you were doing floppy disks like I was on XD computers, that's probably one of the first things that they programmed in. Because it was stuff that they knew. It was stuff that they did on a day-to-day basis. That doesn't mean the
market. Okay, every day there's different participants in the market.
Sure.
And what you're saying is I would never attach any weight to the statistics of the market.
Okay.
I refer you to the Corona Wick on crude, on the stock market, and you explain how that was ever help you there. If it doesn't help you there, throw it out. You just have to have your wits about you. You know your stops. Those markets are available to you. This whole idea of opening range breakouts, all bullshit. I studied it for years. I can tell you it's bullshit because every day is different. Every moment's unique. Every fucking moment is unique. The sun is setting right now. The humidity is changing in the room. The market's doing this. It's doing that. Can you identify a pattern and pull the trigger? That's all you need to do. I mean, it's as crude as that. When you fill your head with these, seasonally in July, typically they set the range every day. Did they just not set the range in the euro? How do you explain the euro falling? It fell into a vacuum. The day that caves in has no. There's no cause and effect of they're studying the daily. They're not. They ain't doing shit.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If they're dropping into a hole, where did that hole originate?
It's a product of time going by where we haven't been in the hole.
Exactly. Okay, fair enough. So it's been a long time since we've been in that 20-year hole.
It's a pending vacuum itching to be crushed into.
Okay, fair enough. I can go with that.
I mean, how
I
do you
believe
explain that? It is hard to explain. I had to think of what is going on here. The auction theory explains everything. Top tick Tommy to bottom tick Betty. Every fucking thing is described in the auction theory with a crayon. Watch that, and it shows accumulation phases, consolidation, markup, markdown. You have to determine how you're going to size your markups and markdowns. Are you going to be buy and sell, buy and sell? Are you going to be bisexual? Are you going to be, I only trade the long side because my 20 EMA and the weekly is down? I mean, it really, so the people that retail traders, so to speak, I got my 20 EMA on the weekly. I only trade from the long side. I don't touch any other. Great. You're not even going to be risking. You probably won't get a fill. And if you do trade, you're going to put a big stop on that big tickets because you waited all month for this. Now you're risking the same amount of money I race, but I do it in a granular risk.
Yeah, much better clusters. I got it.
I'm trying to hug them. I'm trying to ride the market waves intraday, but yeah, certainly, it's open season. I mean, I've met people doing this that literally, the millionaire guy was in a guppy trade for how about 6 months. I opened the chart. I said, you're long. He goes, yeah. He was up 3,000 pips in the guppy, and he's not in a 1K.
Oh,
this guy's
he's
in 5 standard lots. He's 5 standard lots.
He's in 5 million.
Dude, he's up he's up so fucking insanely psychotic that he went.
If you had those deep pockets, you may just sit around also and let it ride for 3,000 pips. You never know. I don't have the personality for it.
Well, there you go. That's the core of everything.
I don't have the personality. No. Give me my 5Gs. Give me my $1,000. Let me out of this trade.
Yeah, the pressure of being in a winning trade is as bad as being in a losing trade.
Oh, it's worse. It's much worse.
Extent.
Much worse. Because you don't know when to get out. Listen, a lot of the tricks and the things that I do is only because I know my own personality, and I wrote robots and algos, and there are things that would basically put the weak spots of my own personality and personality of trading personality. It would put it to rest pretty quickly. It basically handled the monkey brain part for me. The lizard brain.
You got to have a distraction. So whether you're knitting and waiting for a setup, or are you going to trade a demo? Trade a demo, and you got your real money there, and you see a real setup. But if you're going to experiment on the demo.
Right. Well, no one should be driving a car until they've gotten some training, and that training is usually with a guy beside you, and it's his car, and he's got exactly. You've got to do the demos with someone. I agree with you.
Stop you out of swerving into somebody. Hit the brake pedal. Or in my case, he held the brake pedal down and did a brake torque. I'm like, fuck you. So I just lit up the brake.
Would spin around.
Yeah, I'm like, for sure. How dare you hold me back? Can't you see I'm a driver?
Don't
you know who I am? How dare you?
Well, the good news is, it looks like the NASDAQ
crushing down again.
Is crushing down right into my limits now. But I didn't buy that many. I only bought 20 and 30, 50 and 150. So I don't know how that translates from TradingView to MT4. I have no idea what that translates into. But we'll see what happens.
You bought micro lots?
I guess that's what they call it here. And they must be 10 micro lots. I don't even know.
If you're down $1 out of the gate, that's a micro lot.
Oh, I'm down 270 right now on 20. So what is that?
What's the spread? You're in Oanda? What's the spread there?
I think so, Oanda. And I can't see what the spread is. I'm looking at it.
When you pull the trigger, like how much you up and down?
97. It's 6 pips? Yeah, I think it's 6.
Yeah, so that's not bad. That's what I pay. I'm paying $1. I'm paying about $1.12.
Fair enough. I was picking up another order. Very nice.
It's crushing down. I'm going to put limits down in front of it again.
Oh, I have limits down to 38.77.5.
Right. So we're coming back through the, all the way back to the starting gate. Mm-hmm. All the way back to fair value. About $10 more down. Looks $20 more down.
Okay. When you say fair value, when I hear what you're saying that, I'm thinking yesterday's closing price. The war was fought all day, and they decided this is the price.
That price doesn't mean shit anymore.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm talking about the range. The range of today. We're back into the fold on the 30-minute chart. In other words, we're coming back on top of the structures here. So we're about 30%. We're about 10%, 20% from getting. If we drop a little bit more, we'll be dead center to the
Right.
structures on. Here, let me show you. I'm going to delete all this shit now. So we're coming back to
bother.
this.
Don't
Coming
bother.
back to this pivot here. To me, there's
Okay.
anything in the middle of the road here, and I'm claiming fair value being the range of this whole drama. Here's the
Okay.
news down, rip up, top
Yeah.
tick Tommy the previous day, right? Sellers came in. We called that, right? They're going to sell here. We're coming back to fair value. The middle
Right.
of the road. Before the news came out here, slam down, rip up, and now we're just buying on limits as it drops.
You'll
Catch
let me
a
go,
falling
buddy.
knife.
I'm going to catch up with you in about an hour if you're still on, okay?
All right. Yeah,
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
Out.
Okay, fair enough. I'll watch the
I
screen
mean,
for you.
I might pass out, but you know. Yeah, I offer a course in emotional swing trading. Emotional swing trading on a budget. How to max out your account. Back to $1,300. Look at that. So we went to 4,000. We didn't sell at the auction window, which was the high of the previous day. Scalping the 1 minute chart. Five-minute crush all the way back to the starting gate. Unbelievable. Straight down on the 15. A little bit lower. Now we're going to buy again. I love hitting this. I love pressing this button, I think, more than anything in the world. It's like I'm trying to kill a deer with a BB gun. These 1Ks. It's killing me. It's hilarious. A 5-minute chart. Jesus. These are all market orders. So I just loaded the wagon out here as soon as the margin became available. God, this you could buy and sell this thing all day long. It's really not going anywhere. We top tick Tommied the supply zone from yesterday. You could have placed a grid up here and grid traded it. You could have bought this supply zone. Cost you a couple bucks, but I think I know I could engineer a drop script. So if you're on the sidelines today, you could have. No, definitely selling above this would have been a real ball slapper because you didn't cash out on this first entry here until it came back to here. I don't think a lot of people can handle that drawdown. $10 grid on this. Let's go to the 1 minute. Let's chase it again. Maybe we get to $5,000. I'll max it out here. One more bum rush. Now our targets are going to be the floor here. Right here. My targets are just before that. So pretty conservative. But these ratios, you'd have to decide this up front, which buttons you're going to press and, when you're going to do it. The 1 minute chart is a complete, wow. So cashing out on the way to the floor. On the 5. This will be the first logical target on the 5 for the closing prices. So why did I pick the closing prices? The 1 period moving average gives you a true trend. So you can draw trend lines. Right, this is the head and shoulders. You can see this is the shoulder, head, shoulder. When you sell here, you assume that's the shoulder on the 5 minute chart. You just have to do that. This you assume is a trap under this. So we're trapped in a box. We fell through the floor of support, but we're above this old support, and we fell into this pullback window. Another moment of truth. So if you're, depending when you got in this market, on the 5 minute chart, it looks good. Crush down, 20 pips up, we cash out, and we're good, right? So I believe in and out of the box trading. Draw your box. Pick the time frame matters for the box. All structures matter. This top become a bottom failure here on the pivot of closing prices is a big deal. It's your classic pivot point. Resistance, breaks through, finds support, but just for the dead cat bounce. Forms a shoulder, crushes through. Sellers that sell on confirmation of trend line of a level break, pullback, they start selling here at the market. because they can handle. They're watching the 5-minute chart. They know the setup. When I see this vacuum, I think let's put a plunge limit team in here because of the structures that are showing up. This slot goes back. If you want to consider this top too, but consider the other side that people that have stops here, they just got stopped out. So retail trader, and then here's a retail trader's got stops here. So you'd want to buy here too. But if we get stopped out of this, what if we don't even survive this trade? So I'm not counting anything. On the 5-minute chart, these things play out. Every 45 minutes, there's like a setup. This took 5 minutes to form this setup. So you're trading setups. Time does matter. But these are almost like swing targets. You scalp out of the gate for the first $20. Then you got your big, juicy targets. Extension, maybe they're Fibonacci extension targets. And if you just opened your chart right now, to get a beginner's mindset, you have to ask yourself every 5 minutes, if I just came to this chart, what would I think? I put a gun to your head like in a horror film and I say, buy or sell or I'll blow your brains out. You decide. I say we're in fair value-ish. We're trapped under this floor. And we're trapped above that support for the moment on the 5-minute line chart. So here's the news. News came out. I was short into that. Then I put a plunge team in down here. I was in a severe drawdown here. I was like about $700 left in the account. In a 12K. Come roaring back. And I said this morning, I could get out here. I was at about $2,800. So I didn't get out. I re-racked and I bought this plunge. I rode it through the top. Got out. Didn't ride this much. Didn't even sell into that. Should have sold into that. Because it was obvious. I said that was going to be top tick Tommyville, but for about a 40 pip window up here on NASDAQ. So this is a big deal. That's a big cruncher. And on the 5-minute, it looks like a perfect, this is the high. You crush through. Scalpers, the confirmation guys buy here. They're trapped in the top of that. And then lo and behold, they're crushing it down again. But this is a vicious structure. I'm using a $10 grid on the NASDAQ. 5-minute. Look at this crazy town. Into that floor. Could have taken that trade. Now the only thing to do is buy on the plunge, I think. At least that's how I arranged it here. Double clicks and market orders. I'm buying the plunge. Nesty plunge. I think as long as you can keep about if you can trade, the account's got $5,000. I think you survive. Because they're kicking me out when I run out of money here. So I'm all the way back down to 900, which I was at about 5 hours ago, $900. So had I hedged it and run sell limits up here, I could have scalped coming back off the top of that. So now I'm just going to buy on limits. Limits only. Super deep. Super deep on limits. Waiting for 5-minute charts just updated. So I'll buy at the market. Here's the 1-minute chart. Looks like a buy on the 1 minute. Let's do some scalps here. I'm going to go for the 10 pip scalp. $10. Here's 20 to make 40. This is my best ratio I have, other than the 10 to make 30, but 10 to make 30 is a real challenge in a market that's so spastic. So when you write these scripts, you got to run them like this to see what they're going to do. Like I said, this is my second time trading NASDAQ with scripts. It's getting kind of staticky now. Drifty. One last price pulse maybe. We trapped down here in the all the way back to the starting gate. Now we have a 60. I see a Fibonacci pullback here. It's like 618 pullback now. If you take this measurement to here, and you do the proportion here, right? So the golden ratio is like this, you know. Supposedly this is better than Fibonacci, the Da Vinci Code. I can't seem to highlight that. So if you scrunch it down to here, you're going to say, yeah, that's about right. That's 618. Big tall column. What a beatdown. What a smash. Look at this trend. Put your trend line right on close. There you go. It's downtrend. Downtrend market. Oof. That's a headshot right there. 1 minute headshot though. Could still crush it. Kind of running out of money now. The broker's going to manage this trade for me because they're not letting me trade any high leverage now. I would just open a new demo, that's all. Actually, I had $1,000 in this demo to start, so I've been to $4,100 when we were top tick Tommying into the ultimate. I got carried away arguing with that guy, so I didn't realize we were top tick Tommy because I saw it was at $4,100. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Watching a 1 minute chart, I lost track of the structure on that force, so we took out the high of the previous. It's a little distracted there. See this climax moment here? Took out the high of yesterday. Right? Okay, now I'm going to chase it. I'm just going to go all in now again. I feel like we're ranging, and since I spent all morning queuing up this NFP trades. Hey, what are the numbers? I didn't even look. I was too busy trading. Does it matter? Is my life going to come to a fucking screeching halt with the NFP number is so bad? Should I just get out? Should I prep? Should I write a will? Every prepper's got a will, Sean. When the end of the world comes, you know what it's going to be like. You ever seen Zombie Apocalypse? I don't have to tell you how bad it's going to be. Don't shoot the messenger, but every man for himself. Every woman for themselves, too. We don't discriminate. $618, man. Hey, I called it, dude. Mark me down for Fibonacci today. I see a Fibonacci ratio. It's like tea leaves, dude. The low of the day, this box, proportionally speaking, is 618. Here, I'll change the color just to prove my point. I'll make it very fucking obvious. I'm trying to get MetaTrader to behave there. It's not going to happen. It's not easy to find Fibonacci. It's like constellations in the sky. I call this a Big Dipper trade, actually. If you must know. I'm just saying. Go for a big fat blue box. Dodger blue. I love Dodger blue. Yeah, here's the 3.8 part of the box. Uh-oh. What happened to my Fibonacci analysis? Ruh-roh. That's not good. Oh. Oh well. Let's put a monster limit back in. We're right around the Fibonacci. I forgot to mention we're almost there. It's okay. I just called Robinacci. He's sending me some scripts. And we're gonna handle this. I got this. No, we're gonna see the gas prices went down. I told you they wouldn't be at $6 a gallon. Gas is gonna come back to $3.50 at the pump. So all the hair on fire shit, you know, it's just so wrong. People fall for that every time. My head's on fire. Can't you see what they're doing to me? Can't you see what they're doing to me? There's a song about that. Can't walk out. I can't get stopped out. Can't you see what they're doing to me? Look, they're making me trade the market again. I don't want to trade it. My broker's making me trade. That guy said they're making... A half-hour chart doesn't make you a swing trader, but a 4-hour chart makes you a trading addict. As long as you got free margin. So trading at the market, trading on limits. I did a lot of limit trading. I guess if I would have put hedges on, I'd have to write that hedge ticket though, I think. That's going to take some time. This is my start. This is my first day. Second day. Second day live, NASDAQ. Look at that crush. Can you believe that? Just take a gander at that fucking price action. Talk about price action. I'll show you price action. We got to go for greedy ratios now to make up the... I'm looking for a squeeze to the north into the 1 p.m. Stocks aren't going to be closing until 4 o'clock, so I'm just going to ride the retrace here on the 1 minute. As soon as margin comes available, I'm just going to pull the trigger. So crawling out of this hole, we broke the trend line back there. People that want to be in the market for a couple minutes, that's their trade. The spread's pretty damn good considering that's a 1 minute chart. I must say this is a tradable market on the 1 minute. Definitely worth it on the 1 minute chart. I must agree. NASDAQ is insane. It's so much money up and down. We could have laid limit grids up there, and we could have power traded long into the limit grids, so we could have hand placed stacks on the high of the previous day. We could trade both directions. We could trade. Now that would take a lot of mental, RAM in your head, because you'd have to hold in mind that you've got these sell banks up there. You're long into it. You cash out. It's like a relay race. You hand it off to the sell bank. Now you have to have the mental ability to become a seller all of a sudden at the edge of the market, coming back into the fair value. So you knew that we could have possibly taken out the low or the high of the previous day. Those two possibilities, what can you do about those two possibilities? A low frequency trader that's going to get in on the wicks of the daily already knows that he could get crushed, or he could just not make enough money. If you're going to place 10Ks and it's a 20 pip vault into fair value. I'm not talking about the edge of the market. When the market starts to go into 30-year highs, 40-year highs, 60-year highs, when the wheels come off, if the market, if the wheels came off the train on gold to the north side above 3,000, and one day you looked at the newspaper and said gold's at 5,000, what could possibly be going on in the rest of the world to fundamentally cause gold to go to 5,000? So the people that trade fundamentals are saying, well, if I could just answer that one question by going to zero hedge and see, I can see something bad's going to happen. And therefore, I've made myself feel safe by being long gold. And I think I'm going to live for the next 20 years. How can I position myself to scalp or power trade the market for 3 days to make enough money so I don't have to trade for another 5 months? So if you're making big chunks of money, or are you sitting here and just kind of like running my scripts against, I'm probably going to just end up blowing up the account because now there's no energy left in the market. But as you can see, we're at $4,000. If that's a real account, you're going to get out. You're going to get out. Now that's a discipline. If you jump back in and say, I thought that was easy, I'll do it again. This is what that looks like. So I'm just doing it because I don't want to open a new account. I'll blow this one up before I open a new account. And the challenge is that I write the right scripts to know when to pull the trigger the next time. And in this case, it's going to be anytime there's a free margin because I believe we're going up. But every time I pull the trigger, it's costing me $1. I'm losing $1. And my stops are so tight. I have $10 stops. A little too tight, but of course it's keeping me from totally destroying the account. If I stick with this trade plan today, for the rest of the day, and stick with my targets, and I end up at $2,000. I was at 4,100. We started at 1,300. Like 6 hours ago, we were at 1,300. Been at 1,400, and then I'm 4,100. And now we just say, well, that was a lot of fun. Certainly, 1 minute chart is so fast. Now the market's kind of dying out. I want to zoom into the 5 minute chart, which is going to look like an hourly chart. It looks like they're just going to crush it down, so I don't think I got enough. They're going to stop me out, but I'm going to get on limits instead. So let them stop me out, and then I put these guys down here. Always ready to pull the trigger, though, if I got free margin. So I got free margin. As soon as I get $70, I'm going to go for the good ratios now. So that was the backlash. They stopped me out, which freed up margin for me. So if I had a 15 pip stop and a 25 pip stop, that would be my next script I would write. So when I click two of them, I might lose one ticket, but this 20 to make 40, and this should probably be save as 20 to make 50, 20 to make 60, because on the short side, if I would have shorted up here on the shoulder and I pulled the trigger at the market and I had targets set to 80, you can only imagine that what I'm doing is buying this vault of price. It kind of overshoot the runway a little bit there, but this whole thing, and now I'm going to have to buy at the market and chase it now all over again. So if I had free margin right now, I'm definitely going to be on it. As soon as I get free margin, I'll be on this thing for 3 to 1 ratio now. We got to leave the station here on the 5. Take off, up. I'm not going to change my targets. It's just too much work. I was doing that earlier for trying to turn a scalp into a swing trade, which is quite a thing to do. The sizing's going to matter there, but this looks like a nice punishing ride. I'll go for the 40 pip target. I'll put some 30 pip targets in now. All right, so we reload the fucking wagon. I'm cracking up, dude. I was at $900 this morning, all the way to 4,100. So we got to come back up into this. My targets are perfect for this pattern, actually, that we're going to come flying into the floor here. But it's kind of getting late in the day, and I don't know. And the 15-minute, it looks like it's kind of, if you're lucky to take it to here, but if you would have been a big seller in that window, you would have done pretty good on that half hour, right? Half hour, guys. Your sell limits start at the high of the previous day. The scalpers made money, and the people that cashed out to the floor of the first sellers, the aggressive sellers made money. The super aggressive sellers selling this supply, and they actually up on all trades. But just by the same token, if I would have had limit grids in here this morning and I didn't drop any, because I just wrote these scripts, that's the good buy zone, right? So it's full auction. You take out the low. Well, not the low of the day, but you certainly took out the high of the day, and now you're back to fair value. Now you're looking to buy on some kind of drift. It's Friday. You got how much time left? Not much time left in the day. What do you mean the roasting guy? Can you roast trade your plan? What do you mean roast trade your plan? No, right now I'm just running market orders at the market. And I got 4 buys and 4 sells. I'm just sitting here. It's going to be 1 o'clock here in a minute and 30 seconds, so that'd probably be a big deal. They're going to stop me out, and I'm going to lose another $50 here, $100. Order flow? What do you mean? Yeah, I know. Oh, see, you found another order flow guy? I never know if people are, I don't know what angle they're coming from. You mean the order flow, depth of market, the DOM guys? This broker's got something like that, where you can look at the depth of market right here. I don't know if this is telling me anything. I'm not sure what to make of the depth of market, to be honest with you. It doesn't, like, I got the wrong color combination here. I did something wrong. I screwed up again. Did something wrong. Yeah, I got to get all those things going. Maybe I have to stretch this out. That didn't work. Oof. Here, I'll just make this stretch out. I'm not sure how to rifle through that. To me, it's just blank. I don't get it. I'm missing the secret sauce for that one, by the way. I don't know. I am totally lost in that condition. I plead guilty of ignorance of depth of market, but I just thought it was funny that people are making decisions based on other people's tickets when they think there's some magical. I guess they're thinking there would be a supply kickback zone that the market's going to, like this right here, this quadruple low, that's going to be the bottom. But we never know. We never know if it's going to keep tanking. I mean, the buyers hope that every time they pull the trigger on the 1 minute chart here, they're accumulating for a thrust above this price level. This is my thinking is that, yeah, the sellers came in top. If we accumulate here, otherwise you're just going to break out this box to the downside and just keep crashing all day today, and you're just going to lose. You'll be down $1,000 now. You'll be down $1,000 at that point. But it's late in the day. Yeah, zero charts, right. Yeah, we like the Ninja Trader charts are pretty, they say. People love that stuff. I try to run Ninja charts, but you got to log into the platform. I feel like I'm logging into a cloud or something. It's creepy. I feel like MetaTrader is right here. Like I can open up the data file, the data folder, and I can be my own tech, you know. But yeah, the Ninja Trader, like you got to log in and pick a broker. Oh Jesus, really? Please, can I just not go to the Elks Club meeting tonight? Please, somebody. So if I blow up this account, I'm gonna have to open up an account with 10 grand because I just want to run my scripts and I don't want to worry about blowing up the account. So that'll be the next step here. But it's late in the day, just kind of playing around. The market's quiet, and I'm still in about I'm in a 10K. I'm in 9 tickets. It's a lot. So we could make it to $1,400 here, and I could say I'm up $100. Honey, I'm up $100 today. You did really good trading, didn't you today, honey? Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. You mean you stopped smoking crack and you decided to scalp? Like, oh, you got scripts, huh? I see you made $100. Good. We had $1,300. The $1,400. As long as she doesn't know you were at $4,100 earlier today, and you didn't get out because you were talking to somebody on the phone. Got sidetracked. Oh, look at the crude oil still on a big bender north. I would sell that crude so hard into this floor if I had a crude account, but I don't. Hey, they just take Tommy crude there. So Eurodollar stuck in. Eurodollar made a major hammer on the daily. The weekly's still crashing, but we had a major hammer on the daily. We got stock market is just drifting around like a fucking idiot. I mean, Dow Jones. Of course, I could do the Dow Jones. The spread here is. Let me pull the trigger here, see what it costs to trigger. I don't think I got enough margin. Oh, wait. Damn it. See, I'm not paying attention. Oof. Look at the Dow Jones crashing like a whore. I'm going to put some more limits in here. Dow Jones is crashing. All the stocks are crashing now. So here's the thing. Let me see what this trade looks like on this account. No. Oh, this is good for the Dow Jones. 15-minute Dow Jones. You see that? Look at the 1 minute chart. Do you see what just happened there? That's crazy, dude. These look like they're going to run. Looks like I don't have to rewrite that. These look like they're good for the Dow Jones also. Both index futures looks like they're good for. So good ratios. Let's go super good ratios now. We just bottom ticked Betty, so we got to get on this train and ride it now hard. I'm going for the 3-to-1, 4-to-1s now. We're gonna auction this, wrap around this 5-minute chart now. Come Come on, honey, you can do it. So now we're gonna in golf. We bottom tick Bobby. Bottom tick Bobby. Let's go for the big targets now. Scalp along the way. Take the 10 pips off the table. Take the 30. Take the 20. He's at the 20. He's at the time. He's down in the. I'm gonna wrap up the week here. And all the indices, all the drama. I didn't look at gold. Did gold keep tanking? I didn't have a chance. I've been so transfixed on this NASDAQ. I think I'm just becoming a NASDAQ junkie all of a sudden. I don't know what to say. It's too much fun. If I end up at $2,000, I'd be laughing my ass off here in a second. Okay, we're cutting north, coming back through. Engulfing that 15-minute bar. All right. Kaboom. It is now 7 minutes after 1. This is the moment of truth. We have to cut north and destroy the... let me delete all the objects. Let's go Control Z. All right, we got to take out this top. I'm not going to change my targets. These are the at the market scripts I wrote. I'm just gonna pile into it if I can. Try to get back to that being in 20K, which seems to be able to make X with these targets, hard-coded targets. I'm not going to change my targets at this point. Just let it go through where it's at. But we don't have enough free margin right now to even play that. We just have to wait for it to unfold now. I got a screaming back out of this. So the 15-minute crush. I think a lot of people are going to dump here. This will be the 50% level of the crush down so far, this giant smash. We have to reject this floor. This was the 1 minute where people are feeding off this to sell. We got to go zooming up and then start crushing into this new box on the 1 minute chart. I'll be getting out before that. So I'm going to chase a little bit here with targets that are 30 and 40 and 20 and 10. Every time we get $60 available, we can pull the trigger. So I'm definitely going to stress the account out, so to speak. But what else are you going to do? You know, it's a demo account, so you treat it like a rent-a-car. It's like a rent-a-car. All right, let's crush it north now. Last price pulse of the day, I suppose, is some type of $20, $40 rally here. Yeah. That was fun. It always is. NASDAQ's, it's the psychosis that keeps on giving. How I became a trading addict. I was in the NASDAQ one day, and I was on the demo account. Tell us your journey trading at the market in NASDAQ. Well, it's like this. I thought, how can I win and lose $2,000 in a couple hours? So light bulb went off in my head. Yeah, NASDAQ. I'll be a sponsor for NASDAQ. Welcome to NASDAQ. You can win and lose a whole house in 5 minutes. It's like trading used cars. It's like flipping a used car. You got $2,000 in your account. You got a used car for $2,000. In 6 hours, you fix it up and sell it for $8,000 in the afternoon. Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, see that. That's the thing. That's the hook. You just need a hook, dude. Don't have to write the whole melody. Just write a good hook. Yeah, so crude oil is like crazy, isn't it? Crude oil looks like it is coming into the floor on crude. It'll take a while for the trend traders to come back to town on that one. We're dead in the water here. At the end of the week, we are sitting here dead in the water, which is fine. I'm piling into market orders now. I'm looking for a bum rush, short squeeze north to recover back to take the count back to 2 grand, so I don't have to go through the laborious process of opening a new demo. Let's get some greedy targets in here. I'm shooting for 40 pips now as we go north. 60 bucks per trade, margin requirement, 51 leverage. Boom. And another boom, 40 pip winner. Okay, I think I'm done loading the wagon. It's going to back up on me, and I'm probably going to go red. I'll run out of margin now. The sellers are coming in now. So in those circumstances, I'm just using that margin. Here's the 1 minute chart. Cutting north again into this new abyss we left behind. Those are all my cash outs, and that'll be done for the day. Maybe I make it back to 1500 here, which would be pretty funny. I tell my wife and kids that their college fund is still secure after what Daddy did today in the market. Daddy trades forex. Come here, son. Let me show you something. Let me show you something on the 5 minute chart. What's that, Daddy? 5 minute chart's too slow for me. I ain't got time for that. So I could add, but I'm not. I got $90 available. So this is when I let off the throttle on these kind of trades, because you're in the seller's window here, so it's really iffy if we can make it up another 30 bucks on NASDAQ. But since we got about 3 hours left, I think we could drift up into that blue box I drew. But it really is a squirrely market. The 5 minute structures look like goddamn hourly charts to me. Like, this is like the smoothest data I think I've ever seen, to be honest with you. If you can't see this, man, you're blind. So all the buy, if we would have been precise, we would have loaded the wagon here. We would have scaled in, which I did, all the way down. So my current trade plan would have been, in a world that you could have done these trades on the 5 minute structures, and you would have could have used the same script here. So the position trading, instead of a double click, you would hand place a rack that starts here, where it's only going to buy, or you may want to be more conservative and start buying at this top, knowing they're probably going to overshoot that. Or every 5 minutes is down, you're like, holy shit! Now this crush, if you start buying here, and your last order is going to be down here, this is your first rack. On top of that, you're going to layer a rack that starts based on this 5 minute supply zone. This is the deeper 5 minute supply zone technically. And the deepest supply zone is this wick tip here, which they just nicked that wick. Later on, they went just a little bit lower. Just a little bit. And this whole drama played out. I can't even believe it. So, what a day. This is the news. Smashed down with the appropriate trade plan. If you could handle buying this vault, which would be quite considerably, you'd be down about $100 on that top ticket. So what's the solution? Well, you buy 30 pips deep. You write a script that buys 40, 80. It buys every $30. You take a double click like this and you make it buy every $30. And how long does that last? How long is that grid before it expires? if you go back to the structures on the NASDAQ and you're looking at this, this is the psychotic smash under the floor of the day. Well, how does that comport to the and here's a top become a bottom on the half-hour structure. So if you think about that's people talk about that setup. So let me just go full charting now for this NASDAQ. So now that the market's closed, we can see the kind of trades we could have really placed if we had the proper trade plans to accommodate this drama. Like, look at this thing. If you were to tell yourself, well, I'm going to buy anything below the previous day's low, and my targets are going to be anything above Asian sessions high, you would have to go underwater on a micro lot, $80 on that top rack. But what if you said, I'm kind of cheap. I'm going to go for the deepest supply zone I can find. This is for aggressive trading only. I'm going to go back to the safe space of this supply zone, this notch on the 1 hour NASDAQ, and I'm going to place a fucking iceberg down here. I'll have a scalp built in to make $30 out of the gate, and I'll have whatever. So what people find impossible to believe is this is an auction market. If you could afford to sell this window, that means every ticket in that box was a massive winner, and you could start cashing out maybe into this void, but when it could, and you could start getting in lightly here, but where you got to really go full martingale retard is here and beyond. And it went beyond by like $10 there. $10. Unbelievable. So somebody's sitting there pressing you sitting there and you're going, well, dude, why don't you just put an order down there? No shit. Why don't you just put, so when you look at the market vertically as far as price goes, you're like, holy shit, there's this supply, there's bottom tick Bobby with about a 15 pip wick down there. And look at the rip north. But I think the aggressive guy keeps saying, well, I'll just keep buying anything in this area just because this is a great price all day long. And once you clear the trees, so to speak, then it becomes like, well, what's the next trade? And here on the 1 hour, the 1 hour robots that think it's in an uptrend, they are up on that trade. They are winning traders right now because all they did was buy the 1 hour down candle. So the market bot theory is that it's down for 1 hour. This is the last trade of the day. It's hard down. You're in an uptrend. It's more we're sold at a higher price. We don't have to look at RSI to know that this is a bigger pullback than this pullback. And this was under the floor. This pullback was a smash down into the auction window when you took out the floor of Asia. This is full auction, top tick Tommy, come back to fair value. Here comes the trend traders, right? They got the moving averages. They buy when it's quiet. They get in the most. It's a trend trade because they're not buying down here at the edge and they're not selling at the edge. So anybody that's getting when the market's quiet, they must be trend traders. Same could be said for this drift down. All the little dojis here are trend trade wins because it finally crushes. But the contrarians are buying this supply zone slot that goes back into this carve out. So I talked about this in the videos a lot. So you can see it here. You see these wicks in this stack. It's like a crush zone. I believe that's what's going on. Why is this reaction another frantic crush? Because there's so much. The robots that look back in all these different things, and we know this is a critical launching point for everything that took off there. So the NASDAQ is so easy to read the market here because it's there's so many buyers and sellers. But in the long run, if you clean this chart up and go to the dailies, you're like, holy shit. So yeah, you could be a scalper on the daily. In other words, if you were to place your trade plans on the wick, you're saying, I will buy, based on this wick, I will buy this supply zone. And you could scalp all these wicks. You could say, I will buy anything that comes into my trap here. Now, you're going to take some punishment on that. If you isolate this trade, so you're gonna dial into what happened here today. What were the trades you could have placed just based on the wicks? You could add a whole fucking rack up in here and just go, I'm waiting for the top tick Tommy. You made so much money just selling that window. Did you not? I mean, it's unbelievable. And you look at it, you go, Jesus, you really. And the 1 hour bots are buying now. The half hour bots bought, but it doesn't mean it's going to go up. So yeah, it doesn't make this a winning trade because you bought at the market on a structure either. So nothing makes anything. But the market's dead pretty much now. So the way to make money today was to buy the plunge, sell the tops on limits, or you would be the guy that snipered into it because you bought this pullback, like big wick pullback, it consolidates, get in. And I got in there, buy. Right? You had 15 minutes to nail it. You knew this was like the last. If we're going to make an attempt to take out this, which we failed at, then, here's the news smashed down, came back up into the floor of the news on the 15th. So this top became a bottom on the 15th. And then we rifled down again hard, the hardest pullback. Well, not as hard as that one, but this would be wave 2. Wave 3 is the biggest wave. It takes you over the goalpost or into the end zone, big time. And the top tick Tommy rack, which would have been a affordable rack, you only go underwater by $40 on these tickets before they become like $120 winners. But you expect an auction today. When the news comes out, I would say expect that kind of like stuff. It's spiking into all those support levels, and I'm sure people probably were prepared to buy. Had they had their, I'm sure the people have pending orders down here going, what if it goes down here and it does a flash crash? How's that not a good trade? Just like this one here, I think this was the news coming out. If you were going to sell this crash and smash down at the bottom of that box, you're flat. You should be flat on your scalps. And are you going to swing trade it and hold on so when Asia opens? Are you going to do so you buy the Asian trap, just like in forex, or you sell this void here, but you got to get out, right? We're going to go. You don't know it, but the danger in selling into the vacuum is that when you start selling like this, for instance, if you go, you say, well, I'm a daredevil. This is a lonely wick. Let me just park a sell bank in here. I could say to you, well, this strategy makes money. How's that? Well, every ticket's a winner, and you're up actually a few pips on this loss leader. But if you could handle that whole thing, and you could actually re-rack that up here again, because these would have got crushed out. And here's your reason for taking the trade is that shelf. What's left in the market today? So I'm going to go to the 1 minute chart. Let me see if I can't scalp out at the end of the day here just for fun. I'm going to turn on my navigator so I can execute, and I'm just going to buy because there's margin available. We go to the 5 minute chart. So I'm claiming pullback here, 10 minute pullback. Let's buy at the market. Let's get in. Let's try to scalp out, get the account back to 1500 or something here by the top of the hour, by the bottom of the hour. Anyways, that's the way I'm looking at it. Is markets are vertical, and depth of market, yeah, to your tickets, depth of market is the way to go. So in the platform, you can see your tickets flashing, they're about to get filled. That would be my order banks on my depth of market. I do think it matters, but only to you if that's the style you trade. Some people actually trade manually at the market and make quite a bit of money. They don't mind the chore of, they'll buy a 20K and go, this is an obvious setup. The reason I'm not doing that is because I want to take advantage of the broker's high resolution granularity of price fill. And scaling in, if you're going to scale in, you want the best fade, so to speak. So instead of raping, you got a few coffee dates kind of thing. Let's get to know each other a little bit before we get all primal. Let's have a get acquainted day. Hello, my name is. So when you yell out my name, you yell out the right name. Don't forget to yell. Simon. Simple Simon says. Simon says. Oh, I like that Simon says thing. And then, oh, damn it, Simon didn't say. Oh, shit. Hey, listen, is there's margin available? Simon's saying everything he needs to say. Old school 13. You born in 1913 like the rest of us? How old school are you? Define old school. They abused the NASDAQ today. They treated it like a rag doll. I'm glad I'm not the NASDAQ. I would know if I was long or short. It's all rangy. Yeah, that auction theory to me explains it all. The feeding zone is so severe at the edges of the market that you just, how else you explain it? Just psychotically, frisky. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Put on that Prince song. Let's go. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. I'll probably get copyright infringement for humming the lyrics to row your boats or London Bridge is falling down. Is that copyrighted yet? Should I worry about London Bridge is falling down? What a depressing song. They all fell down too. I like Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. He had a great fall. We need a bum rush short squeeze. It's now 10. It's now 1:30. Short squeeze time. Let's get back to 1500 for God's sakes. This is pathetic. Okay, I think I'm done loading the wagon. We'll probably turn red here again. I'm chasing. It's not the best. I don't recommend what I'm doing. So here, if I had the margin here, I would have loaded the wagon. But I did buy that pullback. So I'm chasing now. This is not a good idea, but I'm not going to add. I won't chase anymore. Well, listen, sometimes you got to chase them down. Cut off a leg, hobble them. The Asian technique, I like that. Like, take your girlfriend in, get her so atrophied that all she can do is cook and clean. Just saying. I'm throwing ideas out. That's Idea Channel. Welcome to Ideas. Open source domestic checklist for my new wife to be. What's expected of you? I'm going to do people put up their Match.com. I'm going to make a honest ad that says I'm looking for some babe that can just shut up and listen to me. I bet I get people going, oh, I'll sign up. Please tell me what to do. Please tell me what to do. I can't take it. Too many choices. I feel like I'm at the store with, which album do I buy? Which candy bar do I buy? I go for the healthy one. Give me that Cliff Bar. I'm start sponsoring Cliff Bars. How to make money trading forex? Sponsored by Cliff Bar. When you're on the cliff of the supply zone, what do I reach for when I'm about to get my limits filled on a grid into the abyss? Don't ask another question. The Abyss Bar by Cliff. The new forex supply demand zone bar you need to chew for the next 5 minutes while they crush into your order bank. Brought to you by the new Cliff Abyss Bar. And there's a picture of a guy with his account. I'm going to see if they'll make a special code discount for the Cliff Abyss Bar. I'm going to call Cliff. Monday morning I'm calling Cliff Bars to see if they'd be up for my Forex. Come on, man. If they sell some bars. So what's that bar you're munching on? I'll tell you. I'll do my own voiceovers, thank you. Tell me, Johnny, did you get a hold of your dad's Cliff Bar again? You mean the Abyss Bar? It'll be a 10-second ad. I'm watching the Peacock channel for free because I want to watch Columbo episodes, you know. I just have a real... I just love it. So, the music, the soundtrack, the whole thing, and then they got 10-second ads on Peacock, so they only have 30 seconds ads, but they got 5-second ads and 10-second ads. I'm like, that's the attention span of people, I think, these days. A 2-second ad, I got it. Next. Every now and then. So if we get a winning trade, what we'll do on winning trades is we give away Cliff Bars. If you didn't blow up your account when the market fell off into the abyss, I call it the Abyss Retrace. I'm not even kidding. I have to find sponsors that are going to have the appropriate products for the appropriate situation. What is it going to be? Some kind of margin call salad. I don't know, something. Because people like to have some kind of like a squeeze ball, right? No, I think I'm going to work on that. Executes a wave file. I hope Strategy Tester could do that. I'll just play the wave files. Create the wave files and then worry about where to plug them in. But I can see people doing that. That sounds like a legitimate offering. To offer some type of psychological comfort food. How to survive a sell-off with the Abyss Cliff Bar. I like that Snickers bar where the guys, I'll make it through the day. I got a fucking peanut enriched, induced, caramel laden, absolute sugar buzz Snickers bar, and that'll make it through the day. When I was a kid, I liked keyboards, so when I saw the Kit Kat bar, I said, if it has anything to do with keyboards, I'm buying that Kit Kat bar. God, that's kind of healthy. Because it was kind of a chocolate light bar, a little bit of less chocolate going on there. I bet because of my, if I don't mumble what I'm saying, I think actually what I'm gonna at the end of the stream I'm gonna end up with ads from Kit Kat bars on my Facebook page because of this fucking YouTube stream. I'll be honest with you, maybe I'm paranoid, but I noticed that kind of thing. I'll log off and I'm like, really? That's funny. How did that happen? DC limits means direct click limits, but actually DC market orders here. So these are the limit. I got to delete this one, but if I delete that, it's going to screw up the platform. So I got to do that later on when the market closes. So when the market's open, I'm in performance mode here. And so I'll be doing this I'm going to try to trade NASDAQ in the Asian session, I was talking to some NASDAQ guys, and they said, well, it's kind of dead there, and then it kind of wacky. It's not really the same market as when the stocks, like when the preamble to the news was right here. So in the 30-minute narrative looks like this today, which is pretty calm looking compared to the 1-minute chart. I thought my head was going to explode with all the fucking patterns and obvious setups. But on the 30-minute here, it looks kind of clunky. And the calm before the storm was just kind of drift up for 90 minutes, drift up in the news, kablamo. Then you have the dojis. This is the trend traders entry. You got a double bottom on the half hour in time, perfect double bottom. Pull market order triggers here. Buy at the market. 2 buys at the market. Only 2 buys at the market on the half hour. So you're not involved in the... I'm not saying you have to step in front of the market and put a limit grid in here, but I'm saying that if you look back on the shelves deep into the market, so you have to take a landscape view on a 1 hour chart, this supply zone here, and then way down here, you never got filled, right? And you can make the top bottom argument here, right? And now maybe it's drifting up. Anyways, that's my 2 cents, so to speak, or my 40 points.
What did I miss? This really is slow.
So I was at 4,100 up here, and I was talking to you, and I didn't realize we were top tick timing, and I didn't get out.
Sorry.
So no, it's fake money. That's why. I would never trade real money on a call. So I mean, it's just I couldn't do it. Not in NASDAQ. Not with this. I would never. No, but I was at 4,100. I was going to tell my wife, my fake wife, that at the end of the day, if I get the $2,000, I go, hey, you know what, bro, I'm up $700 today. She'd say, good job. I mean, I wouldn't tell her I was at 4,100 for a moment, and I was distracted talking to somebody in Canada. You know what I mean? She'd go, you done good today, honey. You should blow up the account. I know.
You know what? If you're not blowing up the account, then you're not trying.
Well, having 3 demos, so I used to trade like 20 brokers with real money and demo money. So I had demos running. I was testing shit. This is 10 years ago, and I was like, man, someday. And then Frank Dodd came in, and, next thing you know, old Jed's not a millionaire anymore. No. And I just had to go, shit, god damn it. And I was down to 10 brokers. And then they just kept on getting hit one after another. I got a letter in the mail saying you got to close your account, you got to take your money out. No, okay. And I had a guy actually call me on the phone out of Russia, on a master forex out of Russia. The guys that did the 40 pip spreads during Christmas on every instrument.
Yeah.
To keep you from trading, but they were cool. They were reputable, in my opinion. They were a completely good broker. They're a legitimate broker. They're master forex.
Okay.
And he goes, you got to take your money out. And I said, why? I said, why? How can they have jurisdiction in Russia? And he says, you don't mess with the U.S. I swear to God, he said, you do not mess with the United States.
Exactly right. They'll find a way to find you.
He said, they just busted a broker down the street. We got to close. They're coming after us. They're going door to door. The United States is going door to door in Russia, dude. There is no there is no border between Russia and Ukraine. It's all fair. It's all fair game. Sure. You want to come over here? No, you want to come over and fight for the Ukrainians against Russia? You might end up in the gulag. So deal with it. No, dude, there's no such thing as a closed border. And there's a black market. There's a Silk Road. There is a Bitcoin. It's all real. There is vaccines, right? It's all real. This is not fake. Life is real. And I'm just trying dude, I'm having so much fun. I can't even begin. I'm going to buy at the markets. Don't even try to stop me.
Dude,
don't even try to stop me, honey. Don't pull my arm away from this trigger pull. Wait, I'm in.
I want to do it. Let me do it. I'm already in 100, and I could care less if it's down.
I'm up $100 on the day, dude. We were 4,100. That was I said I'm at 4. I couldn't believe it, and you said good for you, and I'm like, and that was bad for me because I actually rode this bitch. Look at this 30-minute chart. We were 4,100 up here, And now I'm going to chase into the end of the day. I'm getting in with psychotically good ratios, and I'm going to bum rush and short squeeze.
Good man.
I can save it. I wrote these scripts, damn it. I figure it's like this. I'm a Steve Austin. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. When Steve Austin lands on the runway in flames in that capsule, and the guy says in the big room with all the flashing lights on real film, this is, they say, gentlemen, we can rebuild him.
Yeah, we can rebuild him. We can make him better, stronger.
We'll clone his arm, and we'll build a new him. The fear is they're cloning people.
Can I ask you a question? I want to see what's lining up with my map on your map. I took the first 3-minute bar on the
3-minute bar
S&P
guy.
500. Yeah, well, no, I like the 3-minute because it shows you a little bit of something. But did they not just go back and tag exactly where they started from at 9:30 this morning?
No, it's a complete. See, to me, I couldn't understand that. I said to myself, wait a minute. You guys, I'm speaking at the crowd that's driving the price to a particular price. Why do you guys like it and now you don't like it? Are you like bipolar? Right. Like, wait a minute, you loved it to death when the news came out, but now you hate it? Well, let me understand this. When the news came out, you smashed the NASDAQ down, but for some reason you thought, wait a minute, is this seller's remorse? Then you rip it through the ceiling of the previous day, and now you pull it back into fair value, even deeper, 618. Actually, I'm calling 618 on this one. This is a real 618.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, here's my first box. This is the golden ratio. Okay. So this is my golden ratio.
On. I got to switch. Hang on. I got to switch for my trading.
The golden ratio. I'm calling golden ratio.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You're building a pyramid.
Yeah, well, this is the range of the day cut into the golden ratio for the last... In other words, I'm calling this is my how I came up with the golden ratio. The Fibonacci thing is silly. We could all see 618. We all know when it's a deep pullback deeper than 50%. Anything deeper than 50%, I'm buying on limits. Right. So if you're a Fibonacci guy, I've got the trade plan for you.
Sure.
In other words, you think you place your orders at Fibonacci. You could have done that this morning. You could, when we were top tick timing here, you could have come in, put your cluster base. You got your fib tool. Well, put a cluster drop with. I was talking about the ones that have like a tight stop. It's a high ratio node, that node concept, and you come over and you drag and drop and you create a pocket like this that has, say, 20K nested in this, what you perceive to be the Fibonacci window. And you commit to that, and you wait for it to come back. Okay. Now, the other option is you wait every hour to pull the trigger, and you've only got, on the half hour, you've got 2 market orders here. Buy at the market, buy at the market. Here's a buy at the market as it's dropping, buy at the market. You're long 2 positions. You bought this at the market, you bought that at the market, you stopped buying at the market. You're up on both of those trades right now. People don't realize that if you wait a half hour and you buy at the market, that trading at the market is worthwhile. You could trade this pullback and only trade down bars, and then only trade up bars at the market. So you would have sold here. There's 1, 2, 3 sells. Do not sell. Hold. Cash out. Okay. Right. Trading at the market is a real thing. If you had the discipline to wait a half fucking hour to do a sell, and if you,
that's why I know why he calls it Snorex, because it really on the scale of speed, NASDAQ is much faster than the regular thing.
This is like driving in the snow at 80 miles an hour and spinning out into the wall. I mean, this isn't even. You have to have like a plan of the day going, oh, dude. Sure. Like you're looking before the day opened. All I'm looking at is this high. What's going to happen when we get up here, and what's going to happen if we take out this floor, this giant vac? And my blue indicator would have had a big line in here where the head of the snake right now. The head of the snake is going to be right on the compression here. So what's going to happen? What's really going to happen? When is it really going to break out of this range? But if you have your sell vault here, and you're really going to martingale in when you get top tick Tommy, so you really get in heavy there. But that's all predetermined grids. Going to last 8 hours. You can last all day. Correct. You could have placed your orders here for 24 hours, and they would have filled because that's under 24 hours. Like here's your expiration. Okay. But that's a different kind of person. That's the girl. That's the girl that we're talking about. So the girls we're talking about could do that trade.
Yeah. They're up at 9. Let's say they're up at 9:30. Rough night. What trade plan can they see at 9:30? Haven't they missed most of the action?
Well,
Have they missed the major?
I was going to do a thing on that. So here, let me do it. I'll do it on 4 currency pairs inside of the other demo I'm running. So here's the other. We'll switch to back to forex because I know Snorex very well. It's about taking a nap, waking up, and being, I'm up 40 pips on a fucking order bank, So I'm just going to go back to your classic. I'm going to give these girls 4. I say girls because I'm just talking to women. This is designed for women.
We're talking about
designed for women in a sense because they can probably.
Coffee shop. These are coffee. I'm going to call them the coffee shop girls.
Right. Whatever. So I'm going to show them what a day looks like.
Right.
So we're trading off the supply zones of the daily. We're feeding off of, how could I explain it to a girl? Let me think. There's probably 10 metaphors, but once you find out what they do for a living, then you build a metaphor around what they do for a living. So that's the ideal way to do it.
Talk cosmetics. They all want to talk about cosmetics. So
okay, so this would be like, how do you put your makeup on, honey? Eyeliner first. You frame it with the liner last, and that's going to be like the lipstick is full coverage. That's where you're going to canvas the market. But the real payout to make you look hot is how do you put on that liner? How do you frame how do you frame it? And those will be the framing trades. So we want to capture. I'd have to listen. I'd have to watch girls put on makeup and listen to the nomenclature to really kind of, I'm saying, to nail it for them. But let's put on the same template. Give everybody the same template now. We're going to start off with a fresh template. So the template's the key. This is the lens through which you see the market and decide what kind of trades to take.
But can we take a step back and say
we have to give them the template?
Let's give them the $500 model template that they can put on their makeup and throw in a rack and see what happens. And if it costs them $10 a day for the week, perfect. At least they can see that they're getting ahead.
This guy's talking about the 3-day Taylor method. This guy's talking about the 3-day Taylor method. But there's the, let me see if I can tone down. Here, I'm just going to close all open and pending so the charts are clean and we can start over with a fresh trade plan. Just at the end of the day here, we're going to do a baby demo of what it would be like to
Euro USD. Yeah, give them the Euro USD. Give them the one that's the most gentle.
No, I'm going to put all 4 currencies. No, because if you're going to trade, because we're going to trade multiple currency pairs, and it's going to be a low frequency system, so you need more pairs. You just do.
I got you.
Structures matter. The currency pair does not matter. All structures are the same. All markets are the same. It's just about the pip depth. Right, so it's about how much it costs to trade the pound as opposed to euro. Cheaper to trade the euro, right? Because you can take more punishment, you can get more zones. The pound, but I'm just going to do it because the reason I'm going to do it because you're going to risk $20 to make $20 on the pound, but you can risk 10 to make 10 on the euro, and that's just how it's going to be. Because you need trading opportunities.
Okay, fair enough.
Because you're under trading the market.
Gotcha.
In my opinion. No girl wants to spend that much time. No, it's the.
Well, how much time?
How much
Hang on.
time are you going to spend for
how much time do you want to
spend?
How much time do you want to spend?
Right. No? If you're making $20 an hour in your day job, and it's taking you 4 hours to make $20 in forex, you're not going to do it.
No.
Those people probably drop out.
Unless it's extra money. Hang on. Unless it's extra wavy gravy money, man. Well, that's the only way I can see it.
But there's a million kinds of people. So unfortunately, there's going to be a guy that says, "No, I don't care if I'm making money. It's something to do. It's a hobby. I like the intrigue." Somebody's going to say,
I got you.
Well, you know what? I've heard about this thing. What are you talking about? Now, for the person that's never traded, they're like, "What the fuck is a pip?"
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, wait a minute. And then they want to, a lot of people, this is the kind of static people, they go, euro versus the yen, let me investigate that. Let me go on a zero hedge. Or they'll go read about the Australian dollar. That's one of the, so here's what you've been told about the commodity instruments are Canadian, New Zealand, CAD. Those are commodity instruments because they have resources, see?
Correct.
They have oil in Canada, and they have milk over there in New Zealand, and they've got Australia, gold, or whatever, right? So the mining and all these natural resources, because it's very rich island land out there.
Correct.
And these are the commodity currencies. Can you correlate that and see people start to, and I met people, dude, I've been doing this, talking for people a long time on the internet, And I've come across people that literally said, well, I'm not going to do anything until I research commodities. I said, okay, buddy, you're not a trader.
That's fine. We'll
you
call
are
you
a
in 6 years.
fundamentalist that feels you're going to find your safety and you reduce the risk by finding the inside story. I'm not doing that. I'm trading crowd behavior. So I'm trading crowd behavior in a scientific manner. That's why I'm under science on my YouTube channel. It's listed under science and research because
263.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this is how you should trade, but a scientific approach is saying.
No, buddy, I love what you're doing. I'm doing the same thing as best as I can, but I can't get the density.
I'm going to try to give the girls something they can chew on here, a take home, as they say. You need a take home. And I'm going to use the 1 hour chart because we can see the shelves that they could place orders and get a better deal on price, I think.
Right.
And we have to make it. So to make it fair, I'm gonna scrunch down my scale so I'm treating each currency in a pure pip risk approach. Has nothing to do. It's like, can I afford the trade kind of view here. And we're looking back, and some of these trades are going to be spectacular. And they're going to make more money than me because I don't do these trades.
Sure.
Right?
That's okay.
In other words, when you show somebody what you're doing and they take it off and they go, wow, I made a lot of money doing what you said to do. Yeah, because I can't do everything.
That's
right.
If
I'm on the euro dollar thinking I just want to buy this plunge and I want to be out of this trade by the end of the week. So you could have told the girls, listen, we got an opportunity tomorrow. You'd have to give them a heads up. There's an opportunity tomorrow if you're interested. If you place a grid bank, and it's up for you to choose whether it's going to be a $20 risk for you. It depends on your risk tolerance. But I'm going to show you the tomorrow's setup. It's called the vacuum retrace setup. I guess we're going to call it. I could probably come up with a better name for the.
We'll come. Yeah, you just think about it. You'll dream it. You'll dream it up.
Something like that. But so I would say, okay, let's scrunch these all down so it's pip compliant, so to speak. These are all the same pip risk, and without looking back too far, I don't want to over. Let me see if I zoom back real far. Okay, this is a better view. I can still see the structures. I can still see the days. Now this is going to be more money. You make more money here. So we're all going to look back 8 days. We do not care a shit about anything else. This is forex, really known as Snorex. I'm going to go to my singles.
Let's get on with your life hacks.
Yeah, so here's the singles that I'm going to go with what I wrote already because I might as well use
a second.
what I wrote.
What graph am I looking at? Is this the NASDAQ?
Oh shit. This is the. I'm going to use 4 major pairs of forex. No, I don't think the girl's going to. I don't think a girl's want. You need $60 in your account to trade one of the NASDAQ trades.
Right. Okay, so give them something cheaper.
Let me go. I didn't switch charts for you. Let me switch. I kind of tricked you there again. Sorry. I know. I figured. You're probably gonna kill me again. Wait. I just had to change one. I keep forgetting. Good. I changed brokers. The stream. The stream is constant. There we go. So here's what I'm looking at. We're gonna. This is pip for pip. So I scrunch down the scale. So we have a pip per pip view. We have a clinical view of just pure pips. And if the market gets really squirrely, you're going to have to. I'm looking back. Each vertical thing's a day.
Right.
And you would have to, you'd have to say, well, here's my pack I wrote with the $5 to risk 10, 5 to risk $2.50, 5 to make 5 to make 75. Now, if I drop it below, it's a buy. If I drop it above, it's a sell. These are pretty liberal stops. These are liberal stops. So, for instance, if I would have run that trade plan today on the pound, so to speak, what kind of trades could I would have to. It's a signal service. Let's face it. You got to babysit this person through it first. You got to say, listen, there's an opportunity.
Until they get better at it.
There's an opportunity to. How would you describe it? This is a low frequency trading system, just to let you know. Right. If you say to somebody, we've identified a vacuum here. If you place a crop of orders in a 100 pip window here, specifically this style, 50 pips stop to make 100,
Okay.
You're buying on the 20-yard lines. You're going to place a crop on the 20s. Here's one entry, 50 pip stop. You made 50. You didn't make 100, but you got another handle down here.
Right.
It's going to cost you $5 a drop. You're going to put 10 in. You're risking $50 to make 50 to 150. We can make a bigger target here. This is your best ratio.
Why don't you just why don't they just do one trade? Why are you giving them so many to do?
Because it's not enough.
Okay. I'm just asking for a
Because I'm saying you could risk up to $50. How much do you...
That's a lot of money.
On,
if I lose $50, she's gonna fucking scream and then shoot and throw things at me. What's wrong with you, man? $50. She's gonna throw a shoe at me for 50.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said $5 per trade. That's why I'm saying, man.
Gotcha.
$5 per trade. What do you want to do tomorrow? I'm sending out a signal. I'm saying there's an opportunity to buy a vault. How much do you want to buy? There's something going on sale tomorrow. How much do you want? The more you buy, there's a sale going on makeup. They're going to mark it down. That's all you got to say. There's a sale. And there's a sale on makeup.
You're going to have your attention.
There'll be another sale. If you want to wait for the next sale, it's here. If you can't see the vacuum, then you don't see the vacuum. I don't know what to say. If you can't see this buying opportunity, I would tell these people, look next week there's a buying opportunity for you to run these drops to make X. If you don't mind spending $25 to make $70, risk $40 to make $80, you're risking $5 a drop. You drop it. So here's tomorrow's trade plan. These have to be a daily expiration for this trade plan, by the way.
Yes.
And weekly expirations. How often you go to your trade? If you go to this trade works all week long here, all week long. Right. This is always a good place to buy. This has nothing to do with the moving average, dude. This is supply and demand trading.
I got that.
This supply. Now, I'm not going to take you to the 4 hour because this is stuff that's going to risk 100 pip stops. But you can see the same theory holds true. That if you sell top tick Tommy here,
it could have taken you a week to get it, but you got it. Yeah, you made tonnage.
Yeah, but this is a 200 pip vault. You're going to go underwater. You're going to need $2,000 in your account to trade that, but you'll make $4,000.
Exactly.
But I'm not going to do that to them. I'm going to say, look at that hourly. Look at this day and tell yourself, now for the aggressive girls, the double click girls, they're probably going to go, I'm just going to do a double click rack that just buys every 20 pips. And we get filled. I don't care. Well, this is the end of the day, Friday, so forget about it. Next week's trades. Buy zone. I sent a newsletter. Buy zone, sell zone. Pick your drops. How much can you afford? Pepper them in. Don't repeat an entry. Get good ratios. Step back. Let it happen. There's nothing you can do is going to change the fact that it's a fucking great place to sell. You can actually drop them right on the supply zones. I recommend you drag them over and drop them right on the top tick Tommies right there. So you're laying out now for the heavy hitters that want to put a 100 pip stop to make 200 pips. The swing traders, and this has a 1 week expiration, drop it the fuck up here because you know if the market ever comes up there, you could trade the whole week. You could plan the whole week ahead with drops. It depends who you are. Now, if the girl says it's $5 a trade, I could make. I think lottery tickets is a better approach for people. But if you're dropping stuff like this, you can sign
up for the weekly plan. Or you can sign up for the daily plan. You can sign up for the
I'm risking $15 for 8 hours right now. $15 for 8 hours. Now you're telling somebody, would you risk $20 for the next 8 hours if you knew you could make 60? A lot of people go,
all day long.
Sure, I guess so, but what's going on behind the scenes? I could show them right here. In other words, I never trade like this. I just want to let you know I never trade like this, but I'm ready to for them, for my clients, so to speak. Because look, if you want to risk 5 to make 250, I can show you how to make a high probability entry. We put another entry here, and we interweave the scalps, the dead cat bounces into that pack. Now you're going to pay a little bit more for this package, but you're going to recover. If you buy enough lottery tickets, some of those are $2 winners. You can buy some more tickets. See. You have to explain it in the lottery ticket sense. We are gambling here. This is pure gambling, but structured gambling, I would call it. You're forcing me to come up with an answer. Thank God.
No, we're playing
You're
with the
forcing me to
probability.
describe it. So I'm glad you're here to force me to describe it in the
I want you
most
to do it.
layman's terms. Because every time you mention this girl, I'm thinking, yeah, how can I make it? And I can also. My other thing is planting a garden. It's a 4-hour garden. If the sun doesn't come out in 8 hours, these seeds disappear, and it doesn't cost you the seeds you get back. So it's a magical garden. You're going to come down here.
I have to tell you that whole. I think that's probably the strongest
You're
point.
planting seeds up here, and God knows whereville.
And
whatever metaphor you fucking need, dude. I'm buying at the market. I think right here. Let me go to that. Oh God, I forgot I'm in the market. Shit. Oh my God. I got margin available. Damn it. I was going to load the wagon. Damn it. You making me lose money. No, I'm just going to chase it. I'm going to chase a little bit because I just see this margin available. I'm back to 1400 and I see I'm not in enough margin, but sorry. Look at that 1 minute chart, man. It's pulling back. I'm buying at the market. NASDAQ. Can't resist. I think I cashed out. I let it cash out. It's hilarious. Love that shit. Now I'm going to put the buy limits in. So here's the ones I'm working on today. And I can't believe how I'm getting filled, dude. I mean, the overfill is incredible. Look at this. I'm going to know look how fast the NASDAQ's moving right now.
Yeah, it just fucking rips everyone's face off on the 1 minute for sure.
So I'm going to stay on the forex. Oh, so here's the thing, dude. There's this thing called Google Plus. And there's a smoking hot Arab girl. Gorgeous. Gorgeous Arab girl. Classic. Yeah. And she is on this Egyptian news channel. She does the Forex report for 10 minutes, and she decides to get a Google Plus channel. It's called the Women of Forex.
I love it.
So I'm posting scripts and videos, and I'm getting... I was on the Google Plus heavy. That's where I met ICT. I trolled ICT... And he came down to me with a ton of bricks. I had 10,000 views and telling people are saying they're going to kill me for criticizing.
Oh, God.
Him. Yes.
Oh, God.
His troops came after me.
Oh, buddy. Just send them to me.
I was like, holy shit. I was kind of like, what the fuck? And he goes, you got my attention now. That's what he said on my YouTube channel. You got my attention now, mister. What the fuck you doing?
Oh, buddy.
I'd make a phone
call. This guy would never call you again.
Oh, it's crazy. He got all muscly.
Okay.
Well, who the fuck are you, dude? Institutional order flow? You're full of shit, dude. You're not helping people. You're setting up a fucking fantasy Wall Street boiler room narrative. You think you're... What the fuck you think you're in a movie? That's bullshit.
Probably.
I don't know. He's trying to create a narrative to mystify his knowledge so you listen longer to more bullshit. And you want to set up the mentorship. If I only had the mentorship, you'd tell me the inner circles secrets.
You got an inner and outing, right? That's the question.
I'm in the innermost club. Don't you know? Didn't he tell you what I'm doing here? God damn it, do I explain everything?
I got to tell you, man, that's serious mental illness. I'm not trying to be facetious.
I'm on the inner circles.
Something wrong with this guy.
So I came with outer circle trade, outer square trading. I called it one day.
That's too much.
I said I'm going to fade him.
That's too funny, man.
You have to, man.
That's too fucking.
There's
funny.
a lot of trolling and fun making, but I think it makes you a better trader because then you question your trading, right?
Well,
you really should question your trading.
Yeah.
You should be able to stand up against. Like I'm sticking with my market orders today because that's all I got left in the account. I can't afford to trade limits because I don't have the luxury. So every time margin becomes available, I'm like, I'm on it. We're buying that fucking NASDAQ.
Okay.
So I'm back. Let me go back to the Forex girls, the Forex women of Forex. So I had a lot of. And they were doing candlesticks. And they love the candlesticks. I noticed so I spent a lot of time there thinking, can I write scripts for these girls? Will they fuck me if I write them a really good script? I don't even care if they send me money. Please, baby, just send me a selfie. Yeah, let me know you're listening. Let me know you care.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you do have four currencies for these people, and you sell, I'm sending out a new. So I even got a message from Forex Blue, my publisher of my performance, to let me know that we're coming up on a 20-year low in the euro. And I thought, yeah, no shit, man. People's heads are going to explode. The guy that's using MACD and he thinks I'm getting a signal, Yeah, there's a vacuum that you're living in. It's like when the I could describe it like this: if you lose the window in your airplane, if you lose the door on the airplane at 30,000 feet, it's like losing the two doors on the airplane at 30,000 feet. I hope your seatbelt's on. I just hope your seatbelt's on because it's Suckarooville.
In trouble. What's happening with what screen are you on, man? I don't see. You're back on NASDAQ?
No, I'm back on the forex. I'm gonna go back to the tile. I want these people to think about four kids they're raising, and these kids that's fine. So I think I could do the kid thing with the women better. So your kid's kind of rascally, and you're kind of an abusive mom. You're gonna set the electric fence down here. I gotta somehow make it so we don't lose the entry. The arrows are your entry. Don't pay attention to the line. Use the arrows. And save your work, screenshot your work. Let me see what you're doing. Send back screenshots of all the orders you placed, and I'll assess it. I'll say, you think that we could have scaled in better on this? And we'll have a debriefing at the end of the day, maybe if you want. I think it's always safe to buy deep. You can never go wrong buying super deep. If you don't get filled, you see that you're a little bit too shy. You don't want to get too close to the current price. I got you. And you don't have to take every trade, but I'm just saying that I'm going to take the trades on the demo and say, this is what I did according to a conservative approach. You could aggressively trade these zones, or it's up to you. You want to res $10 on two tickets of Paradise setups, or do you want to be the $50 to Paradise 10 tickets? It's up to you. As the account gets bigger, instead of scaling up the ticket size, just drop more singles because you have more granularity as the account builds. It only makes sense that you build that garden. Like, how does somebody build a business? One franchise at a time. You don't go boom. The people that go bankrupt go boom. They oversell. They don't have enough inventory. They got pissed off customers because they have too much demand, or they have sloppy execution because they don't have proper help. The help does not feel like they are really invested. You didn't give them a stock sharing program. You didn't make them feel at home. You treat your employees like shit. You're going to hear about it. You ever see Undercover Boss?
I love that show.
Yeah, I mean, that tells you all you need to know. Try to be the customer at your own business.
That's right.
So here you're going to have to, and maybe I'll zoom out. It's a little bit too much, I think, here. So I'll zoom in for the people that want to trade supply zones that go back 3 days. It's a different lifestyle altogether.
Sure.
If you want to think about the next day, or the only reason I'm using the 1 hour chart, because if I go to the 4 hour chart, it's going to wipe out that day slot, and that's your big thing where I'm looking for the entries. I guess I could, if it doesn't matter, I would go to the 4 hour and say zoom in on the 4 hour. Now you'd have to really zoom into like this. So this week, what are the trades? But here, when I see this chart, I think in terms of if I saw this, I would say, okay, girls, we have a doji, we just smashed down, let's put on a hedge. Let's hedge. We don't have to do limits. Do you want to hedge and put on a symmetrical hedge here? It's going to cost you $25. You're going to have 5 tickets on each side. You're going to lose a leg. And this is designed to make X. We perceive we're going to crush. I think the reason why the limit orders on the hour chart are good, because in the morning, when the market crushes down there, in my opinion, it's a high probability, especially if it's a deep vacuum that goes back a week. We know there's going to be a crush that day. And that's going to be the day when it smacks around, accumulates onto the floor, because we saw the floor, we saw the vacuum, and it's going to go up, and we could let that ride for the end of the day. So that would be the perfect day trade, because you're buying the crush. It doesn't happen every week, every day. And this is the frequency of trade has to match the amount of money somebody's risking. So those two things time frame does matter, and those would be swing trades on the hourly chart, really, because you're saying, I'm willing to. So on the euro right now, what's next week's trade? There's a trade slot here, and there's a trade slot here. It's painfully obvious. Now, how you treat that, and above here, sell limits galore all next week, all the way to this floor. So I'm picking those based on structure, and I would say, listen, there's an opportunity. If you scrunch out, and what you're going to have to do is put this in the middle to make it a little bit more visually realistic. And if you back test this strategy, you will see that if the market rockets into this thing, now this, you're canvassing a large area, so it would look like this probably. Are you going to get into the 20s? You really want to try to martingale in. What you want to really try to do is put most of your tickets at the top of that box, because if we smash that box, you see my targets are the bottom of the box if you're a box trader.
Okay. Perfect.
So, this is really, it's up to you. And you can also say, you know what, I don't think I like this.
Hey, box trading 101. You get
one it's box trading. It's really box trading. It's trading in the box. In other words, when you come into the box, you want to cash out at the box. So, because the buyers are going to, in other words, the structured traders, this slot to me is the creek, so the giant creek. But what's the next trade would be?
Give them one at a time.
Yeah. So for the people
one at a time.
So coming into Monday, I would say, well, if you want to pick the shelves from the intraday, the blue line would be here. I know my blue line indicator would have a shelf here and a shelf here. So if we want to trade the retest, I'm saying in the newsletter I say there's a possible retest. There's also a possible, but it's kind of unlikely now after all this drama, that we're going to go and make a 20-year low. I think this is the capitulation wick. You're making me want to make a newsletter, or a daily update on. I would do what I do is a daily YouTube update in the morning.
Buddy,
I post.
You show up at 6 o'clock. They can read in their Google.
Well, here's the thing.
And they can read it when they wake up at 8 o'clock.
Well, I would do a private video.
Show them what they're doing.
Yeah, I would do a private video for private answer. This is going to be the
what's your name? Any way you want, or you can just send it out to everyone who wants to see it.
Tina Turner Signal Service private dancer. So I'd say we're going to have a little bit of private dance jingle there, and as long as it's private video, there's no copyright issue. So what I would do is I'd send the girls a private video in the morning, the night before, saying what we're looking for in the next day, and what's a conservative. I'll have conservative, aggressive, three styles of trading. Are you a heavy hitter? Do you want to trade the notches, supply and demand? So I would show them what supply and demand looks like.
You would know what kind of trader they are based on the way that they answered the.
Well, no, they would just So I think in the private video, I think you can comment, and then so I'd just have a little clutch of a coffee clutch of soccer moms could trade this easily.
Sure. Listen. I did the Signal Service in 2001, and it was just for about 140 of my friends' wives and girlfriends, and they loved it.
Yeah, because I was
getting hugs and kisses all day long. It was wonderful. People were calling me from all over the place.
I mean, I would build a 50 pip grid and I'd build a 25 pip grid or something like that. And I would say, listen, the guy that wants to get aggressive buys every 25 pips. It's just simple.
Yeah, you got you. I got to tell you a funny story. Just you're one of the few people I can talk to. I had a girl call me up. She said, Harley took me on vacation and we went to up north or whatever we went to, and I got back and you remember that signal from like 2 weeks ago? I go, yeah. She goes, it's up $13,000.
Good Lord.
Like, what?
Wow.
I was just flabbergasted, buddy. I said, you were supposed to sell it after you made a few $100s on it. She goes, yeah, I completely forgot about it, but thanks anyways. She was kind of like she was almost complaining because she forgot about it. She made more money.
Yeah, this is not a lot of money. So if you're used to making,
I know that.
But I mean, it's funny because it's the principle of the thing. In other words, the signal is good, and these price levels are totally valid based on logic and reason. I'm not using a horoscope to do it.
Hang on a second.
So
hang on a second. The logic is there. The strategy is there. The newsletter's there. Whatever you want to call it. The video chat's there.
Yeah, I think I would do a release a morning video.
More importantly, they're going to gain a lot more confidence in how to approach things, and their account is going to grow over time. Because whoever starts with you, let's call it September 1st. Here we go. Only girls can trade forex, and only guys who think they're girls can trade forex. Whatever you want to call it, and they can turn around. By the time you get from September to October, November, I get news for you. They're going to be buying themselves nice gifts for Christmas if they stick to it. I believe that in 90 days they'll become very decent traders. I really believe that. I really believe that.
The thing is that the disappointment, I can see that J girl was like, okay, that's great, but what about this? And I think when she realized the daunting task of writing your own trade plans, she thought, well, can't I just have a turnkey? Can't you just give me a car that runs?
Well, yeah, you know what,
you
brother?
You're build your
right.
own car in a way in this world. Otherwise, you are going to just buy a canned system and go with the fact that sometimes it's on a losing streak and you don't have a backup. Right. So the hedging thing, I want to get into this hedging idea because
not yet for them. Maybe at Christmas you can start the hedge bot.
No, do that at the same time for me, but I don't stop on any of the projects. So I just say let's do it at the market hedge.
Okay.
And for the people that want to trade end of the day, and put a hedge on, and it's going to be. For them, the decision's made. If they can see a small candle body or a dead market, when the market's dead, pull this trigger, and this is going to cost you X. But that's for people that want to. Everything starts off in demo mode because I'm never going to put anybody in a real money trade unless they actually want to lose $5 or $50. So $5 might be like, oh, that was fun, Now that obviously the $10 per ticket traders can endure more punishment, and there's a highly likelihood that they're going to make money on that trade. Risk 100 to make 50. I could write that script, and
you know what? You got a higher hit
windows.
rate. I'm sure you're going to have a higher hit rate on 50 for 100.
That's right.
Because
right. So your hit rate goes up, but your risk goes up. Yeah.
Intuitively, people think automatically, oh my God, I'm going to risk $5 to make $10. For sure, I'm in 2 to 1. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it.
I could convince a guy over here at the fucking gas station buying ladder tickets. I said, would you risk $7 to make $3? He go, I said you could do that 5 times in a row. Would you do that? He go, well, fuck yeah, do the math.
Yeah, of course. But simpleton, people don't do math. They're intuitive mathematics. It sucks.
Well, not visual traders don't do the math.
Buddy, why do you think I was stuck in school for 4.5 years? Because internal math is garbage. You got to learn math in a different way. If you want to build a plane or a rocket, right? It's a different world. So
well, you got to think. And so I was when I was doing this math kind of search, I might have been doing drugs back then. So this kind of took me down this. No, because I think I was doing Ritalin with this girl that. Well, she was really hot, so I said, I'll do Ritalin with you. And then I was up for like 2.5 days.
Oh, boy.
So I started to write out like these pyramid. I mean, I can't tell you shit. It was all based on trading. And I forgot I was going to say, I'm just flashing back now. To the kind of stuff. But what were you saying? It just made me think of it. I can't remember what you were saying. Anyways, forget it.
I don't remember either. We just keep rolling.
But no, it's just free association time. But
let's talk about the forex
ideas.
Hang on, let's talk about the forex girls, because you can absolutely, without a doubt, do everything you just mentioned, and it wouldn't be taking up any more time than you're spending on it now, sweetheart, at all. Because what you're doing now is a free for service type of situation, which I commend you for. But you know what? The girls, they can pay. They can pay $10 a month to receive the voice drop at the end of the day.